Good evening and welcome. Tonight, leave the day behind and let your mind wander. Close your eyes, breathe slowly, and let the echoes of history carry you softly into dreams. Every story, every whisper of the past will guide you gently to rest. Let's begin. In a world of shifting sands and fleeting empires, a civilization rose not from the edge of a sword, but from the silt of a river. This was ancient Egypt, a culture that spoke in the language of stone and measured time in millennia. While other nations were born and crumbled in a heartbeat, the Egyptians looked at the horizon and saw eternity, replacing the chaos of the wild with the mathematical precision of the pyramids, the quiet, unrelenting power of Maat, the cosmic order of truth and balance. The genesis of ancient Egypt was a defiance of geography, born from the rhythmic breathing of the Nile. While the surrounding world was often defined by the roar of cannons and the chaos of shifting borders, Egypt found its stability in the black mud of the Kemet. This was not a civilization of accidental growth. It was a deliberate response to the geography of the Sahara. The Nile provided a predictable, life-giving heartbeat that allowed a nomadic people to anchor themselves to the soil. Without this lifeblood, the desert would have remained a graveyard. Instead, it became a laboratory for human mastery. The distinction between Kemet, the black land, and Deseret, the red land, was more than a visual contrast. It was a moral and spiritual boundary. The black land represented order, life, and the favor of the gods, while the red land represented the chaotic, the untamed, and the dangerous. This duality forced the early Egyptians to cultivate an intense focus on preservation. They realized that their survival depended on the careful management of the silt, leading to the development of complex irrigation systems that required the first true instances of administrative genius. Central to this burgeoning world was a unique partnership with nature. Unlike other ancient cultures that viewed the wilderness as a monster to be slain, the Egyptians saw the natural world as a reflection of divine architecture. The sun god, Ra, served as the ultimate metronome for their existence. His daily journey, born at dawn and dying at dusk, was not a tragedy, but a promise of resurrection. This cycle of solar renewal taught the people that time was not a straight line toward an end, but a circle that guaranteed the return of the flood and the sun. This solar philosophy gave birth to a startlingly rigid social compass that dictated every level of Egyptian life. At the heart of this structure was the concept of Ma'at, the cosmic balance of truth and order. Every citizen, from the elite vizier to the humblest laborer, believed that their personal behavior directly influenced the stability of the universe. If a farmer tilled his land with honesty and a scribe recorded the grain with accuracy, they were not just performing a job, they were maintaining the very fabric of reality. The practical application of this spiritual order was the corvée system. This was a mandatory labor duty that required citizens to devote part of their year to the state. It was not viewed as slavery, but as a civic tool of spiritual significance. By working together to dig canals or transport stone, the people engaged in a collective effort that transcended the individual. This system proved that the quiet, unrelenting force of a unified workforce could achieve things that no single monarch's ego ever could. This early exposure to mass mobilization served as the forge for the monuments that would eventually define the skyline of history. The transition from mud brick houses to stone temples was an intellectual revolution. The Egyptians realized that if they could organize thousands of men to move a river, they could organize them to move a mountain.
The seeds of the pyramids were planted in these early irrigation trenches where the people learned the laws of physics, logistics, and management. Education and hierarchy play a massive role in maintaining this delicate balance. The neglected education of other tribes was not a luxury Egypt could afford. Their scribes were the spinning wheels of the bureaucracy, meticulously documenting every bushel of grain and every cubic meter of stone. This obsession with recording the truth allowed the state to plan for years of famine, ensuring that the civilization would not crumble when the Nile's pulse faltered. The role of the pharaoh was the final piece of this administrative puzzle. He was the middle tier between the divine and the mundane, the human face of Ma'at. His primary duty was to ensure that the partnership with the Nile remained unbroken. This role required a delicate balance of political diplomacy and religious ritual. The people did not follow the pharaoh out of fear, but because they believed his presence was the quiet power that kept the Sahara from swallowing the Kemet. As the centuries progressed, this partnership with the environment created a spiritual dictionary that influenced every aspect of their culture. Their art, their laws, and even their concept of the afterlife were all mirrors of the Nile Valley. They believed that the soul's journey after death was a continuation of the life they led in the Black Land, a place of fertile fields and cooling waters. This belief removed the fear of the unknown, replacing it with a serene determination to build for eternity. Ultimately, the story of Egypt is the story of how a quiet exterior of desert and river hid a startlingly complex engine of human achievement. By replacing the machinery of war with the machinery of irrigation and the gunpowder of conquest with the satyagraha-like force of communal order, they became the masters of the earth. They proved that a civilization is not built on the weight of iron, but on the strength of a shared vision and the unrelenting pursuit of a balanced world.
The pharaoh was the celestial anchor of the Egyptian universe, the sun around which every aspect of life, law, and land revolved. To the ancient Egyptian mind, he was far more than a mortal sovereign or a political figurehead. He was a living god, a divine bridge spanning the immense gulf between the heavens and the earth. This status granted him a role that was both terrifying and exhilarating, placing the weight of the entire cosmos upon a single pair of shoulders. He was the Ka of the nation, the vital essence that ensured the gods remained pleased and the seasons remained constant. At the heart of the pharaoh's existence was the maintenance of Ma'at, a sophisticated theological concept encompassing truth, balance, cosmic order, and justice. Ma'at was the very fabric of reality, a delicate equilibrium that had been established at the moment of creation. The pharaoh was not the creator of this order, but its chief custodian. His every decree and every action were measured against this quiet, unrelenting force of truth. To uphold Ma'at was to ensure that the stars stayed in their courses and the Nile continued to breathe life into the black silt of the valley. Standing in direct opposition to Ma'at was the terrifying specter of Isfet, or chaos. To the Egyptians, the world was a fragile island of order surrounded by a vast, hungry sea of darkness. The king's primary duty, his most startlingly rigid moral compass, was to prevent the world from descending into this abyss. If the pharaoh failed, the sun might not rise, the river might dry, and the social fabric would tear asunder. This was a battlefield of the spirit, where the stakes were nothing less than the extinction of existence itself. Consequently, the pharaoh's daily life was not one of idle luxury, but a grueling battlefield of sacred ritual. From the moment he woke, his movements were choreographed by tradition and divinity. He was spiritually responsible for the mechanical functions of the universe, the literal rising of the sun, and the annual flooding of the Nile. While a modern observer might see this as a power driven by ego, for the pharaoh it was a desperate sacred burden.
He was a man caught between two worlds, performing rituals not for his own glory, but out of a profound duty to ensure the survival of his people. This divine responsibility created a unique social contract that functioned as the forge for the Egyptian identity. The common citizen lived with the unshakable belief that their king's personal stability and ritual purity guaranteed their own. There was no neglected education regarding this relationship. Even the lowliest peasant understood that the king's health was the nation's health. This created a psychological revolution where the people viewed their labor, whether building a temple or tilling a field, as a direct contribution to the maintenance of the cosmic order. The pharaoh was the middle-tier administrator of the divine will. He functioned as the high priest of every temple, even if he could not be physically present in all of them. In every sanctuary across the land, the daily offerings were technically performed in his name. This religious monopoly meant that the traditional machinery of the state and the church were one and the same. By consolidating spiritual and political authority, the pharaoh replaced the need for a massive standing army of oppression with a unified, voluntary devotion to the Godhead. This relationship led to the level of unified labor that physical force alone could never achieve. When thousands of men gathered to move massive blocks of limestone for a royal tomb, they were not driven by the lash of a slave driver, but by a sense of satyagraha-like conviction. They believed they were building a house for a god whose presence protected them from the black waters of chaos. The monuments that would eventually touch the sky were thus physical manifestations of a nation's collective faith in their ruler as the protector of the light. In his later theological developments, the pharaoh's role became even more refined as the son of Ra. This title was not a mere honorific, it was a biological and spiritual claim that linked the monarchy to the source of all energy. As the solar cycle of renewal dictated the life of the people, the pharaoh's reign reflected the sun's journey. He was the spinning wheel of the state, constant and revitalizing. His coronation was a rebirth for the land, a clean break from the stagnation of the past, signaling a new era of growth and prosperity. The pharaoh also acted as the ultimate judge, the barrister of divine law. While he delegated much of his authority to a vizier, he remained the final court of appeal. His word was law, because his word was ma'at. This meant that justice in Egypt was not an arbitrary whim of a tyrant, but a reflection of a cosmic standard. The people looked to the palace for a startlingly rigid adherence to fairness, believing that a king who practiced truth would evoke a level of forgiveness and harmony that brute force could never replicate. Ultimately, the pharaoh was the great soul of ancient Egypt, the living embodiment of a civilization's highest aspirations. He was a symbol of the unrelenting force of continuity in a world of change. Even in his death, his journey to the stars was seen as a vital mission to continue protecting Egypt from the afterlife. This enduring legacy proved that the true power of the pharaoh lay not in his wealth or his chariots, but in his ability to command the conscience of a nation, turning a desert people into the eternal masters of the earth.
Early 2600 BCE, the Old Kingdom of Egypt arrived at a pivotal crossroad of architectural and spiritual ambition. The transition from the mud-brick mastabas of the early dynasties to the soaring limestone peaks of the Fourth Dynasty was not merely a change in building material, it was a fundamental shift in the Egyptian psyche. To secure the immortality of their kings, and by extension the very stability of their state, they realized they had to create monuments that would endure not just for centuries, but for eternity. This was a startlingly rigid commitment to the concept of permanence, a defiance of the eroding winds of the Sahara. The construction of the Great Pyramid at Giza served as the ultimate test of what can be described as an early truth force. It was an era defined not by the roar of cannons, but by the scraping of copper chisels and the rhythmic chanting of thousands. The prospect of such a project was both terrifying and exhilarating. It was an attempt to physically manifest the cosmic order of Ma'at in the form of a mountain. To fail would be to admit that chaos, Isfet, was stronger than the divine will of the pharaoh. To succeed was to prove that human order was a mirror of the celestial. Contrary to popular misconception, the state did not rely on a terrified army of foreign slaves to achieve this miracle. Instead, the pyramids were built by a dedicated workforce of free citizens organized through a sophisticated corvée system of national service. For the Egyptian laborer, this was not a sentence of drudgery, but a feat of faith. To participate in the king's journey to the stars was to ensure one's own place in the divine tapestry of the nation. This quiet, unrelenting force of voluntary, organized labor became the engine of the world's first true superpower. The logistics of the project began far from the Giza Plateau, in the white limestone quarries of Tura and the granite outcrops of Aswan. The voyage of a single limestone block, some weighing several tons, was a masterpiece of engineering and faith. These stones had to be quarried with precision, loaded onto massive wooden sledges, and transported across the Nile during the inundation season. It was a battlefield of sacred ritual, played out across the landscape, where the mastery of the river's currents was as vital as the mastery of the stone itself. Arriving at the Giza Plateau, the workers did not find a barren wasteland, but a desert transformed into a bustling, meticulously planned city of craftsmen, engineers, and laborers. This pyramid city was a laboratory of innovation, equipped with bakeries, breweries, and medical facilities to sustain the thousands of souls dedicated to the task. Here, the spinning wheel of the state worked at maximum velocity, coordinating the flow of copper tools, rations, and manpower with a level of administrative skill that would not be seen again for millennia. The builders were a people caught in a delicate balance between the physical world and the afterlife. Every block laid was a mathematical prayer, a desperate attempt to prove they could master the laws of geometry and gravity. The Great Pyramid, with its near-perfect alignment to the cardinal points, was a spiritual dictionary written in stone. It demonstrated that the Egyptians had observed the unshakable faith of the stars and translated that celestial precision into a terrestrial reality. This period of construction served as the forge where the Egyptian identity was truly tempered. In the shadows of these rising monuments, the various tribes and provinces of the Nile were welded into a singular, unified machine. The pyramids were not just tombs, they were the traditional machinery of national unity. By working toward a goal that reached for the heavens, the people found a common purpose that transcended their local identities, creating a clean break from the fragmented past of the pre-dynastic era. The engineering challenges required a startlingly rigid adherence to accuracy. The use of water-filled trenches to level the plateau and the development of internal ramps were strokes of genius born from necessity. The Egyptians realized that to touch the sky, they had to first master the earth beneath their feet. This intellectual awakening moved them from being mere observers of nature to being its architects, proving that the power of truth could be calculated in degrees, angles, and cubits. As the capstone, the pyramidion, was finally placed atop the structure, it signaled more than just the completion of a building. It was the birth of a superpower. Egypt had proven that it could mobilize its entire population, its economy, and its intellect toward a singular, non-military objective. The pyramids stood as silent sentinels of soul force, announcing to any who gazed upon them that here was a nation that had mastered the art of eternal stability through collective sacrifice. Ultimately, the Great Pyramid at Giza remains a testament to the idea that the most enduring empires are not those built on the weight of iron, but those built on the weight of an idea.
The Egyptians of the Old Kingdom showed the world that through the quiet power of organization and a shared vision of the divine, humanity could create something that defied the very concept of death. The laboratory of Giza gave us more than stone structures. It gave us the blueprint for what a unified human spirit can achieve when it refuses to cooperate with the limitations of the physical world.
To the ancient Egyptian, the conclusion of physical life was merely the opening of a curtain to a bewildering maze of spiritual trials. Death was not a void, but a transition, a voyage through the duat, a realm of shadows, serpents, and gatekeepers. This perspective fundamentally shifted the Egyptian focus. Their greatest struggle was not found in the accumulation of earthly wealth or the roar of cannons, but in the preparation for the Hall of Truth. They lived with a startlingly rigid awareness that every action in the light of day would eventually be scrutinized in the silence of the underworld. Initially, this celestial hope was a gated garden. In the Old Kingdom, the traditional machinery of immortality was reserved almost exclusively for the pharaoh and his immediate circle. The commoner often felt like an outsider to these sacred rituals, watching from the periphery as the elite built stone fortresses for their souls. However, as the centuries turned, a psychological revolution occurred. This democratization of the afterlife allowed the hope of eternity to trickle down from the golden throne to the mud brick hut, giving every soul, from the high priest to the humble gardener, a stake in the divine future. The core of this journey was not a test of strength, but a moral and ethical examination. Upon reaching the Hall of Two Truths, the deceased stood before the throne of Osiris, the Lord of the Dead. This was the ultimate truth force in action. The heart, believed to be the vessel of the person's memory and character, was placed on a golden scale. It was weighed against the feather of Ma'at, the symbol of cosmic balance, truth, and justice. This was the moment of absolute candor, where a life's worth was measured not by titles, but by the quiet, unrelenting force of its integrity. If the heart was heavy with the weight of iron, burdened with sin, cruelty, or deceit, the scales tipped and the soul faced the devourer, Ammit, a terrifying hybrid of crocodile, lion, and hippo. This was the end of the road, a second death that meant total oblivion. However, if the heart was found to be as light as the feather, it proved that the individual had lived in harmony with the world and the gods. This spiritual struggle forced the Egyptian to become the master of their own conscience, realizing that the power of truth was the only currency that carried value across the threshold of death. For the successful soul, the reward was entry to the Aru, or the field of reeds. This was not a distant alien heaven, but a perfected mirror of the Nile Valley. It was a paradise where the crops never failed, the waters were always cool, and the work was never a burden. By envisioning a heaven that looked like an idealized Egypt, the people reinforced their love for their own land. The afterlife was not an escape from reality, but a partnership with nature that continued forever, proving that the beauty of the Kemet was a divine gift intended to be eternal. This preoccupation with the scales of Osiris forged a profound national ethics. The Egyptians realized that their behavior on earth should not be a neglected education or a set of rules imposed by the lash of a lawgiver. Instead, virtue became a conscious choice based on the long-term hope of eternal life. A man did not steal, not just because he feared the Pharaoh's magistrate, but because he feared his own heart would speak against him in the Hall of Truth. This internal moral compass was the spinning wheel that kept the social fabric of Egypt from unraveling for 3 millennia. The Book of the Dead, or more accurately, the spells for going forth by day, served as the spiritual dictionary for this journey. It contained the negative confession, a list of 42 sins the deceased would declare they had not committed. I have not stolen. I have not caused pain. I have not made anyone hungry. By reciting these, the Egyptian was practicing a form of soul force, aligning their identity with the purity of Ma'at.
This was the ultimate battlefield of sacred ritual, where the weapon was not a sword, but a clean record. This democratization of the spirit also created a thriving industry of service and art. Every artisan who carved a shabti, a small servant figurine, or painted a tomb mural was helping a fellow citizen navigate the bewildering maze. They believed that through these physical tools, they could provide a providential opportunity for the soul to bypass the obstacles of the underworld. This collective effort to ensure the salvation of the community was a unique form of communal service that defined the Egyptian era as one of hope rather than despair. The pharaoh remained the middle tier in this process, the one who paved the way for his people. As the chief priest, his own adherence to Ma'at provided a protective canopy under which the entire nation could seek eternity. The stability of the state was thus directly linked to the moral health of its people. They were a nation that saw their daily life as a dress rehearsal for the divine, leading to a level of social harmony that physical force alone could never achieve. Ultimately, the Egyptian concept of death was the world's most enduring testimony to the power of a startlingly rigid moral vision. They taught the world that the unrelenting force of truth could conquer even the grave. By turning death into a journey of ethical discovery, they replaced the fear of the end with the exhilaration of a new beginning. The Hall of Truth was not a place of punishment, but a place of satyagraha-like realization, where the soul finally understood that its true nature was as light as a feather and as eternal as the Nile.
While many contemporary cultures viewed symbols primarily as a utilitarian machinery for trade, a way to count sheep or track grain, the Egyptians looked at their script and saw a tool for cosmic creation. Their writing system, Medu Neter, the words of the gods, was far more than a method of communication. It was a revelation of the divine order. For the Egyptian, the act of writing was a truth force that had the power to manifest reality itself. By carving a symbol into stone, they weren't just recording an event, they were anchoring that event in the eternal fabric of the universe. This intellectual awakening moved their collective history from the fleeting oral tradition of the campfire to an eternal record that defied the shifting sands of time. The Egyptians discovered a profound link between the written word and the very essence of existence. To them, name and nature were inseparable. To write or speak a name was to invoke the soul of the subject and make it live again. This belief turned every tomb wall and papyrus scroll into a battlefield of sacred ritual, where the goal was to preserve the vital energy of the past against the black waters of oblivion. The architects of this literary revolution were the scribes, the quiet, unrelenting force of the Egyptian administration. In a world where most were defined by physical labor, the scribe held the spinning wheel of the state's intellect. Being a scribe was a startlingly rigid discipline that required years of training to master thousands of signs. These men were the middle tier of society, serving as the bridge between the divine pharaoh and the mundane reality of the tax rolls. They realized that their pens were more powerful than any weight of iron, for they alone could grant a king immortality. These intellectuals were not merely bookkeepers, they were explorers of the mathematics of the stars and the medicine of the body. Their neglected education was a thing of the past, as they mapped the constellations to create the world's first 365-day calendar and codified medical treatments that recognized the heart as the center of the body's pulse. This was a providential opportunity to align human knowledge with the rhythm of the cosmos. Every calculation and every diagnosis was an act of satyagraha-like devotion to the truth of the natural world. A defining hallmark of the Egyptian intellectual was the concept of selfless action. This was the duty to record the history of the gods and the deeds of the state without an attachment to personal fame. Many of the greatest literary and scientific works of Egypt remain anonymous, authored by scribes who believed that the work itself was a communal service to Ma'at. To them, the individual was a fleeting shadow,
but the words of the gods were eternal. This humility was the spinning wheel that kept the focus on the divine rather than the ego. The diverse influences of the calendar, the temple, and the scroll eventually began to merge into a singular, overarching philosophy. This philosophy held that to record the truth was to achieve divinity. A temple was not just a building, it was a three-dimensional scroll, its walls covered in the words of the gods to ensure that the rituals performed within would resonate for eternity. This created a traditional machinery of culture where architecture and literature were fused into a single, unshakable record of the nation's soul. Writing also served as a startlingly rigid moral compass for the elite. The autobiographies carved into the tombs of officials were not just boasts, they were negative confessions written in advance. By recording that they had given bread to the hungry and clothes to the naked, they were setting their lives in stone as a conscious choice for the scales of Osiris. They understood that the power of truth was only effective if it was documented, making the scribe the ultimate barrister of a man's eternal fate. The transition from the fleeting to the eternal was facilitated by the invention of papyrus. This providential opportunity allowed for a more fluid, hieratic script to develop alongside the formal hieroglyphs. While stone was for the gods, papyrus was for the administration of the living. This dual system allowed the quiet power of the Egyptian state to manage a vast empire while never losing sight of its spiritual origins. It was a clean break from the limitations of memory, allowing for a continuity of culture that lasted 3 millennia. This obsession with the written word created a spiritual dictionary that every educated Egyptian carried in their heart. They believed that even in the afterlife, a soul would need to know the secret names of the gatekeepers to pass through the bewildering maze of the underworld. Knowledge, therefore, was the ultimate soul force. To know the word was to have the key. To write the word was to build the door. This made the act of learning the most sacred battlefield an Egyptian could enter. Ultimately, the Medu Neter proved that the most formidable revolution is not one fought with gunpowder and iron, but one fought with the quiet, unrelenting force of the pen. The Egyptians taught the world that history is not just what happened, but what we choose to remember and record. By turning their symbols into tools of creation, they ensured that their civilization would never truly die. Even today, to read their names is to make them live again, proving that the truth force of the Egyptian scribe remains as light as a feather and as enduring as the pyramids.
In the third dynasty of Egypt, the traditional trajectory of human achievement was shattered by a man who was not born into the solar lineage of kings, but ended his journey enshrined as a god. Imhotep, the vizier to Pharaoh Djoser, represents the first true great soul of the intellectual world, a figure whose quiet power of the mind dismantled the limitations of the physical world. He looked at the traditional mud-brick mastaba tombs, which were prone to the erosion of time and the decay of the elements, and saw a fundamental limitation of the soul's resting place. He realized that a fleeting material could never house an eternal spirit. His vision led to a providential opportunity for architectural evolution, the conception of a mountain made of stone. Imhotep did not merely want to protect the royal body, he sought to build a stairway to the heavens. By stacking 6 mastabas of decreasing size on top of one another, he created the step pyramid at Saqqara. This was not just a change in shape, but a startlingly rigid declaration that the pharaoh's journey did not end in the earth, but ascended toward the stars. It was a physical manifestation of the unrelenting force of human ambition. The birth of the step pyramid marked the moment Imhotep invented the craft of masonry. Before him, stone was used sparingly for door jambs or accents. He was the first to realize that to honor an eternal God, one must use an eternal medium. This shift from mud brick to hewn stone was a psychological revolution for the Egyptian people.
It moved the machinery of state from the temporary to the permanent, teaching the nation that through the marriage of labor and geometry, they could create a legacy that the desert winds could never erase. This transition required a mastery of the mind that functioned as the true architect of the empire. Imhotep had to organize thousands of laborers, not through the roar of cannons or the lash of a whip, but through a unified truth force of purpose. He had to calculate the weight of the limestone, the angles of the ascent, and the logistics of the quarry. This was the laboratory where the traditional machinery of Egyptian engineering was forged, proving that the quiet calculations of a vizier were more formidable than the brute strength of a conqueror. Imhotep's influence extended far beyond the battlefield of sacred ritual at the construction site. He was a polymath who explored the medicine of the body with the same precision he applied to stone. His reputation as a healer was so profound that he was later deified as the god of medicine, often equated by the Greeks with Asclepius. He taught that the power of truth applied to the biological as much as the structural, seeking to restore Ma'at to the human form through observation and early surgical practice. As the patron of scribes, Imhotep became the spiritual dictionary for the Egyptian intellectual. He embodied the concept of selfless action, performing his duties for the pharaoh and the gods without the attachment to personal fame that usually accompanies such genius. His life proved that the pen and the plumb line were the spinning wheels of progress. For millennia after his death, Egyptian scribes would pour a drop of water from their writing palettes as a libation to his memory, honoring the quiet power he brought to their craft. The step pyramid complex was a bewildered maze of chapels, courts, and dummy buildings, all designed to facilitate the pharaoh's eternal jubilee. Imhotep understood that the stability of the state relied on the continuity of the king's power, even in the afterlife. By surrounding the pyramid with a massive limestone wall, he created a clean break from the chaos of the outside world, establishing a sanctuary where order and balance were perfectly preserved in stone. This was the truth force of architecture, a sanctuary for the soul. This intellectual awakening forced the Egyptians to reconsider their relationship with the earth. They were no longer a people who merely occupied the land. They were a people who could reshape it into the words of the gods. Imhotep taught them that geometry was a divine language. The startlingly rigid lines of the pyramid served as a moral compass for future builders, ensuring that every subsequent monument would strive for the same perfection and alignment with the cosmic order. Imhotep's rise from a commoner to a vizier and eventually a god was a revelation of social mobility based on merit and intellect. It proved that in the hall of truth, the quality of one's mind and the conscious choice to serve the state could lead to divinity. He was the barrister of a new age, one where the quiet exterior of a scholar hid a revolutionary fire that changed the destination of the human soul. He showed that the afterlife was not just a destination, but something that could be engineered and built in the present. Ultimately, Imhotep was the great soul who laid the foundation for the world's first superpower. His legacy is the unrelenting force of human ingenuity that still stands at Saqqara today. He taught us that when we align our labor and geometry with a higher purpose, we create something that defies the black waters of oblivion. Imhotep's stairway to the heavens was not just for Djoser, it was a path he opened for all of humanity to prove that the mind is the only architect capable of building a mountain that lasts forever.
Around 2181 BCE, the majestic structure of the Old Kingdom, an era that had touched the sky with the pyramids, suddenly fractured and collapsed. This was the beginning of the first intermediate period, a silent year in the Egyptian record, where the rhythmic pulse of the state flatlined. The primary catalyst was an environmental betrayal. The
the Nile failed to flood for several consecutive years. In a land where the lifeblood of the river was the only thing standing between civilization and the red land of the Sahara, this climatic shift was a death knell for the central authority. The vanishing of the pharaoh's authority was not just a political crisis, it was a cosmic catastrophe. For centuries, the people had lived under the unshakable faith that the king was the sole guarantor of Ma'at. When the granaries emptied and the traditional machinery of the state failed to provide, the Egyptian people faced a terrifying revelation. The living God was not invincible. The sun still rose, but the spinning wheel of the monarchy had stopped. This shattered the psychological monopoly the palace held over the divine, leaving the populace in a state of social and spiritual paralysis. This was the era of Isfet, or chaos, where the world was seen as turned upside down. Historical accounts and laments from this period describe a startlingly rigid social hierarchy being liquidated in an instant. The rich became poor, the desert reclaimed the carefully tended fields, and the quiet power of the law was replaced by the roar of the desperate. It was a battlefield of sacred ritual, where the rituals no longer worked. The tombs of the Great Pyramid builders were plundered, proving that even stone mountains could not protect a name if the living had forgotten the truth force of order. Literature from this era, specifically the admonitions of Ipuwer, provides a spiritual dictionary of this trauma. Ipuwer laments a land where the river is blood and the doorkeepers say, "Let us go and plunder." This wasn't just a complaint about crime, it was a philosophical crisis. If the pharaoh could not maintain Ma'at, then every man was a law unto himself. This period of intense suffering functioned as a self-correcting phase for the civilization, forcing a clean break from the total dependence on a single divine figurehead. In the absence of a god-king to dictate the moral compass of the nation, the people were forced to find Ma'at within themselves. This was the providential opportunity born of despair. If the king could not ensure justice, then justice had to become a conscious choice of the individual. This shift moved the Hall of Truth from the palace courtyard into the private chambers of the human heart. The Egyptians began to realize that the power of truth was not a gift bestowed from above, but a communal service that every citizen owed to one another to prevent total oblivion. This intellectual awakening gave birth to a new sense of individual morality that had been suppressed during the monolithic Old Kingdom. The democratization of the spirit began here. People began to believe that their personal conduct, rather than just royal decree, would determine their fate in the afterlife. The negative confessions began to take a more personal shape, moving away from state-centric duties towards a more empathetic social ethics. They learned that selfless action was the only way to rebuild a world that had been chiseled away by greed and famine. The political vacuum allowed for the rise of the nomarchs, local governors who took on the middle-tier responsibilities once held by the pharaoh. These local leaders had to prove their worth by actually feeding their people and maintaining the quiet, unrelenting force of local irrigation. This created a laboratory for localized governance and a more direct accountability. The neglected education of the provinces was over. The peripheries of Egypt became the new centers of survival, each trying to recreate a miniature version of Ma'at in their own districts. During this trial by fire, the concept of the social contract began to emerge. The people realized that a leader's legitimacy was tied to his ability to uphold the truth force of justice. This period taught the Egyptians that even in the darkest black waters of anarchy, the human spirit seeks a stairway to the heavens. They began to produce pessimistic literature like The Dispute Between a Man and His Ba, which explored the internal battlefield of the soul, proving that the quiet power of the mind was the ultimate architect of resilience. This period of Isfet was not a dead end, but a forge. It tempered the Egyptian soul, making it more resilient and more human. When the land was eventually reunified under the Middle Kingdom, the pharaohs who returned to the throne were different. They were shepherd kings who carried the weight of iron responsibility for their people's welfare. They understood that their power was a delicate balance that required the consent and the moral alignment of the governed. The Isfet had taught them that a throne built only on ego eventually would be reclaimed by the sands. Ultimately, the collapse of the Old Kingdom proved that the unrelenting force of a civilization is not found in its stone monuments, but in its ethical foundations. The Egyptians learned that justice was not a gift from the palace, but a responsibility of the heart. This psychological revolution ensured that when Egypt rose again, it did so with a more sophisticated understanding of the human condition. The silent year was in fact the time that the Egyptian heart spoke the loudest, claiming its own divinity through the conscious choice to remain just even when the gods seemed to have fled.
The reunification of Egypt under the Mentuhotep kings of Thebes was more than a political victory. It was a psychological revolution that signaled the end of the dark, silent year. Emerging from the fractured reality of the first intermediate period, the Middle Kingdom was a self-correcting phase of civilization. The nation no longer sought to prove its greatness through the weight of stone or massive pyramids that touched the sky. Instead, the focus shifted inward toward the refinement of the human spirit and a startlingly rigid commitment to social justice. It was a period where the unrelenting force of the law began to protect the vulnerable as much as the elite. This new moral landscape was perfectly encapsulated in the literary masterpiece of the era, The Eloquent Peasant. In this story, a common man is robbed by a corrupt official, and instead of submitting to the roar of the desperate, he appeals to the high vizier with 9 magnificent orations. He demands justice not as a beggar, but as a barrister of the cosmic order, citing the laws of Ma'at. The fact that a king would listen and reward a peasant's eloquence was a revelation. It proved that the power of truth was now considered a communal service that transcended the barriers of caste and wealth. The pharaohs of the Middle Kingdom, such as the formidable Senusret III, embodied this shift in their very likeness. In a clean break from the Old Kingdom's tradition of depicting kings as distant, smiling, and eternal gods, the art of this era became startlingly realistic. Statues of Senusret III show a man with heavy eyes and furrowed brows, the face of a weary, vigilant guardian. These were the first shepherd kings, rulers who did not hide behind the machinery of state, but carried the literal weight of the nation on their shoulders. Their portraits served as a moral compass, reminding the people that the king was a tireless servant of Ma'at. During this intellectual awakening, education became the primary bridge to the elite. The Middle Kingdom saw the rise of a professional middle tier that relied on merit rather than mere solar lineage. This was the era of the satire of the trades, a brilliant piece of propaganda used in schools to urge young men to become scribes. The text mockingly describes the hardships of the blacksmith, the weaver, and the currier, ultimately arguing that the pen is mightier than the chisel. It was a providential opportunity for any ambitious youth. To master the words of the gods was to climb the ultimate social ladder. The scribe was the quiet, unrelenting force of this new era. As the bureaucracy expanded to manage complex irrigation projects in the Fayum, the spinning wheel of the state required thousands of literate administrators. These men were the architects of the mind, responsible for recording the truth with a startlingly rigid accuracy. This period proved that the machinery of Egypt was now fueled by ink and papyrus rather than just stone and labor. The written word was no longer just for the gods. It had become the traditional machinery of a functioning, equitable society. This democratization of the written word led to a spiritual dictionary that was accessible to a wider range of people.
The coffin texts, the successors to the royal pyramid texts, allowed non-royals to carry sacred spells into the afterlife. This was a battlefield of sacred ritual that was now open to anyone who could afford a decorated sarcophagus. It reinforced the idea that the afterlife was a destination for the just, not just the powerful. The Egyptians were becoming a nation where selfless action and moral integrity were the keys to the field of reeds. The expansion of the state's reach was also seen in the laboratory of the Fayum oasis. Under pharaohs like Amenemhat III, the Egyptians undertook massive land reclamation projects, turning a swampy marsh into a gift of the Nile that could sustain a growing population. This was satyagraha-like engineering, a non-violent conquest of the landscape that focused on the lifeblood of agriculture rather than the gunpowder of war. It demonstrated that the quiet power of administrative planning could create more wealth and stability than any military campaign. The Middle Kingdom was also a trial by fire for Egyptian literature, which reached its classical peak during this time. Stories like the tale of Sinuhe explored the internal conflict of an Egyptian living in exile, pining for the truth force of his homeland. These narratives moved beyond the fleeting oral tradition and established a traditional machinery of storytelling that influenced the world for millennia. They taught that being an Egyptian was not just a matter of geography, but a conscious choice to live by a specific set of ethics and cultural values. The role of the pharaoh as the middle tier became more refined as he acted as the protector of the poor. The king's battlefield of sacred ritual now included the active suppression of corruption. He was the barrister who ensured that the negative confessions were not just empty words, but a lived reality. This created a sense of unshakable faith in the social order, proving that even after the total collapse of the Old Kingdom, the unrelenting force of Ma'at could be restored through a delicate balance of leadership and literacy. Ultimately, the Middle Kingdom stands as a testament to the power of truth in a post-apocalyptic world. The Egyptians had looked into the black waters of anarchy during the first intermediate period and chosen to return to a stairway to heaven built on ethics rather than just stone. They proved that the refinement of the human spirit is the only monument that can truly defy the erosion of time. By turning the pen into a social ladder and the pharaoh into a weary guardian, they ensured that the truth force of Egypt would echo through history as a legacy of justice and light.
In 1650 BCE, a seismic shockwave hit the Nile Valley, shattering the unshakable faith in Egypt's geographic isolation. For centuries, the desert had been a protective cocoon, but now a group of migrants and warriors from the Levant, known as the Hyksos, rulers of foreign lands, breached the delta. They did not arrive with the quiet power of diplomacy, but with a technological roar that the Egyptians were wholly unprepared to meet. This was the end of an era of innocence. The traditional machinery of Egyptian defense, relying on simple bows and infantry, was suddenly obsolete in the face of a faster, deadlier force. The Hyksos brought with them a revelation of military science, the composite bow, the horse, and, most crucially, the war chariot. While the Egyptians had long been masters of the earth in terms of agriculture and stone, they were strangers in their own land when it came to the high-speed mechanics of Near Eastern warfare. The chariot was a spinning wheel of destruction, a mobile platform that allowed for a rapid, unrelenting force that bypassed the slow-moving Egyptian foot soldiers. This technology was the gunpowder of the second millennium BCE, and it initially left the native dynasties paralyzed. With the Hyksos seizing the capital of Avaris in the north, the traditional pharaohs were pushed south to the lonely provincial seat of Thebes. This was a trial by fire for the Egyptian soul. They were forced to look into the black waters of foreign occupation and decide whether to retreat into cultural stagnation or to adapt to a changing world.
The delta had become a bewildering maze of foreign titles and Semitic gods, and the native Egyptians felt the sting of the racial and cultural hierarchy as they were reduced to mere vassals in their own kingdom. This period of humiliation served as the forge for a national transformation. The Egyptians realized that their silent year of isolation was over. The world was far larger and more aggressive than they had imagined. To protect Ma'at, the divine order, they would have to temporarily discard their pacifistic, quiet exterior and learn the ways of the barbarian. This was not an act of malice, but a desperate, sacred desire to restore balance. They began to study the enemy's tools with the same startlingly rigid focus they had once applied to the stars and the pyramids. The Theban princes, starting with Seqenenre Tao, initiated a self-correcting phase of military reform. They realized that to defeat the Hyksos, they had to gentlemanize the chariot, making it a distinctly Egyptian weapon. This was an intellectual and physical stairway to the heavens, where the Egyptians utilized their superior woodworking and leatherworking skills to improve the chariot's design. They turned it into a laboratory of speed and stability, lightening the frame and shifting the axle to create a truth force of mobility that could outmaneuver the invaders. This voyage into military conflict was the catalyst for a fundamental change in the Egyptian social compass. The middle tier of society now included a professional warrior class, charioteers who were rewarded with land and prestige. Education, in the words of the gods, was now supplemented by the mastery of the horse. This was a clean break from the Middle Kingdom's purely administrative focus. The pen was still mighty, but the war chariot had become the ultimate tool of national survival. The struggle for liberation was led by Queen Ahotep and her sons Kamos and Amos. Ahotep served as the quiet, unrelenting force behind the throne, rallying the troops and holding the South together while her sons campaigned. She was a woman who understood that the stability of the state required a battlefield of sacred ritual that was both spiritual and physical. When Kamos launched his great march north to challenge the Hyksos, he did so with a fleet and a chariot corps that mirrored the very machinery of war that had once conquered them. The Egyptians had to perform a delicate balance of cultural preservation and technological absorption. While they adopted the Hyksos bronze weapons and chariots, they remained startlingly rigid in their commitment to Egyptian religion and art. They used the foreign technology to restore the native truth force, proving that they could master the ways of the West, the Levant, without losing their own identity. This was the spinning wheel of cultural resilience, absorbing the shock and turning it into a new momentum. When Amos I finally captured Avaris and expelled the Hyksos, it was more than a military victory, it was a psychological revolution. The Egyptians had not just regained their land, they had gained a providential opportunity to become a world power. They had learned that non-cooperation with a foreign occupier required the strength of the soul and the strength of the chariot. This victory was the first nail in the coffin of Egyptian isolation, leading directly to the birth of the new kingdom, an era of empire and unprecedented global influence. Ultimately, the Hyksos invasion taught the Egyptians that justice was something that had to be defended with unrelenting force. They had turned a weapon of invasion into a tool of liberation, proving that the quiet power of the mind could master even the most terrifying machinery of war. By surviving this trial by fire, Egypt emerged no longer as a fragile island of order, but as a seasoned superpower ready to take its place on the wider stage of history, forever carrying the weight of iron in one hand and the feather of Ma'at in the other.
The struggle for liberation was ignited in the rugged south, led by the defiant kings of Thebes, Seqenenre Tao and his sons Kamosh and Amos.
This was not merely a border skirmish, but a battlefield of sacred ritual for the very soul of the Nile. For generations, the Theban princes had lived as vassals to the Hyksos, but Seqenenre Tao chose a path of unrelenting force over continued humiliation. He realized that the quiet power of diplomacy had reached its limit, and that only a trial by fire could restore the dignity of the Kemet. Seqenenre's mummy, discovered with horrific cranial wounds inflicted by Hyksos battle axes, serves as a spiritual dictionary of sacrifice. He did not die a peaceful, sheltered death. He died in the thick of the machinery of war, proving that a pharaoh's primary duty was to be the first to bleed for Ma'at. His broken body became a revelation for his people, a silent yet roaring testament that the struggle for freedom required a startlingly rigid commitment that transcended personal survival. Following his father's death, Kamose took up the weight of iron responsibility. He famously lamented in his stela that he could not sit at ease while the barbarian held the north and the Nubians held the south. Kamose initiated a great march that was a masterclass in psychological warfare and rapid movement. He began to squeeze the Hyksos' grip on the delta, turning the Nile into a voyage of liberation. His short but fiery reign proved that the spinning wheel of Egyptian sovereignty was beginning to rotate with a new, aggressive momentum. The final stroke of this psychological revolution was delivered by the young Ahmose first. He understood that to win, the Egyptians had to lose their fear of death. He realized that when the oppressed reach a state of total soul force, the oppressor's machinery of war loses its power to intimidate. Ahmose did not just push the Hyksos back, he conducted a relentless pursuit into Palestine, besieging the fortress of Sharuhen for 3 years. This was a startlingly rigid demonstration that Egypt was no longer a victim of geography, but a master of it. This victory was a providential opportunity for national unity. For the first time in centuries, the middle tier of society, the soldiers, the sailors, and the craftsmen, felt a unified truth force that bypassed local nomarchies. Ahmose unified the land not through the roar of cannons, but through the shared experience of liberation. He proved that the unrelenting force of a common goal could weld a fragmented people into a singular, unbreakable entity. The silent year of occupation was over, replaced by the vibrant heartbeat of a resurrected nation. Ahmose first did more than restore the old borders. He founded the new kingdom, the era of Egypt as a global empire. He realized that to prevent another invasion, Egypt had to establish a startlingly rigid presence in the Levant and Nubia. The brown lawyer of the ancient world, the scribe philosopher who valued the words of the gods, had traded his scroll for a bronze sword. This was a clean break from the past, marking the transition from a defensive civilization to an expansionist superpower. This transformation created a new social ladder within Egypt. The military became a professional career where selfless action on the battlefield led to land grants and high titles. The traditional machinery of the state was now synchronized with a permanent standing army. This was a laboratory for a new kind of leadership, where the pharaoh was not just a ritual priest, but a commander-in-chief. The world looked at the Nile and saw for the first time a machinery of war that was as efficient as its architecture. The new kingdom was also an era of intellectual awakening regarding foreign cultures. Having been strangers in their own land, the Egyptians became curious travelers and conquerors of others. They absorbed foreign gods, technologies, and ideas, enriching their spiritual dictionary with a global perspective. This was a delicate balance between maintaining their core identity and becoming the masters of the earth through a sophisticated international diplomacy. Amos's reign established the unshakable faith that the pharaoh's power was the ultimate protector of Ma'at against foreign Isfet. He proved that the quiet power of the Egyptian soul could adapt to any technology, whether it was the chariot or the composite bow, and master it better than its inventors. This voyage into empire was driven by simple greed, but by a desperate sacred desire to ensure that the Nile would never again be ruled by a foreign hand. Ultimately, the liberation of Egypt by the Theban kings changed the world forever. It introduced the concept of the superpower to the ancient Near East and created a legacy of military and cultural dominance that would last for 500 years. The story of Sekenenre, Kamos, and Amos is the story of how a startlingly rigid refusal to surrender can turn a defeated people into the eternal masters of history. They proved that the power of truth is most potent when it is defended by a sword of liberation.
In the wake of the liberation wars that birthed the New Kingdom, the 18th dynasty faced a providential opportunity for a different kind of strength. Hatshepsut, the daughter of the warrior king Thutmose I, emerged not just as a queen regent, but as a startlingly rigid sovereign who challenged the very definition of Egyptian leadership. Because the traditional machinery of the pharaoh was exclusively male, tied to the myth of Horus, she realized that to hold the throne, she had to dismantle the limitations of her gender. She performed a psychological revolution by assuming the full regalia of a king, including the ceremonial false beard and the masculine titles of the good god. This was not a mere masquerade, but a masterclass in political theater designed to uphold Ma'at. Hatshepsut understood that the stability of the state required an unshakable connection to the divine, so she declared herself the physical son of the god Amun-Ra. By claiming a miraculous birth where the king of gods himself visited her mother, she bypassed the fleeting arguments of mortal bloodlines. She became a middle tier between the heavens and the earth, proving that the soul force of a pharaoh was not a biological trait, but a spiritual mantle that could be inhabited by a woman of vision. Her reign became a silent year of a different sort, one defined not by the roar of cannons or the clashing of chariots, but by a satyagraha-like prosperity. Hatshepsut realized that the unrelenting force of an empire was better sustained through commerce than through conquest. She pivoted the nation's focus away from the battlefield of sacred ritual involving blood and toward the voyage of trade. Her reign was a laboratory for economic expansion, proving that a nation could achieve great soul status by enriching its neighbors rather than depleting them. The crowning achievement of this mercantile philosophy was her massive expedition to the land of Punt. This was a feat of faith and logistics that sent 5 large ships down the Red Sea to a legendary land of riches. When the fleet returned, it did not bring back the spoils of war, but the lifeblood of international trade, myrrh trees, frankincense, gold, and exotic animals. This mission was a revelation to the world, demonstrating that the spinning wheel of Egyptian wealth could be turned by the hands of merchants and explorers as effectively as by soldiers. Hatshepsut's architectural legacy is a masterpiece of harmony, specifically her mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahari. Built directly into the towering limestone cliffs, the temple, known as Djeser Djeseru, Holy of Holies, is a stairway to the heavens that reflects the quiet power of her reign. Its clean lines and colonnaded terraces represent a clean break from the dark, cavernous styles of her predecessors. It was a physical manifestation of her unshakable faith in the balance of the world, a place where the mountain and the masonry were fused into a singular truth force. She utilized her temple as a spiritual dictionary of her reign, covering the walls with reliefs that documented her divine birth and her commercial triumphs.
This was a conscious choice to record her truth for eternity, ensuring that the words of the gods would testify to her legitimacy. By focusing on beauty, fragrance, and the arts, she gentlemanized the role of the pharaoh, showing that the maintenance of Ma'at could be an aesthetic and creative endeavor rather than a destructive one. Hatshepsut also acted as a barrister of her own image, erecting massive obelisks at Karnak that reached toward the sun. These single blocks of granite, the largest of their time, were unrelenting forces of engineering that proclaimed her devotion to Amun. To create them, she had to mobilize the traditional machinery of the stone cutters and sailors with a level of precision that proved her mastery of the mind. She was the true architect of an empire that flourished through the quiet exterior of peace. Her reign proved that leadership was not a matter of gender, but a matter of maintaining the balance of the world. She held the social ladder steady for 20 years, fostering a period of artistic and intellectual awakening. Under her, the scribes and physicians found a patron who valued the refinement of the human spirit. She taught the Egyptians that the power of truth could be found in a sapling of myrrh just as easily as in a sharpened sword. However, her position was a delicate balance that faced an eventual trial by fire from the traditionalists. Years after her death, attempts were made to chisel her name from the records, a satanic attempt to erase her from history's eternal record. Yet this effort failed because the quiet power of her monuments was too profound to be ignored. The spinning wheel of her legacy eventually came back into the light, revealing a woman who had dared to be a great soul in a world of men. Ultimately, Hatshepsut was the last nail in the coffin of the idea that only a man could embody the divine will. She proved that the unrelenting force of a woman's vision could sustain an empire for decades. Her life was a providential opportunity for Egypt to see itself not just as a military machine, but as a center of culture and commerce. She remains the last word in political theater, a pharaoh who cemented her legitimacy through the beauty of the world, and in doing so, became one of the most successful masters of the earth the Nile has ever known.
After the peaceful and trade-oriented interlude of Hatshepsut, her nephew Thutmose III emerged from the shadows of the regency as a man of unrelenting force. He recognized that the stability of the state was under threat from a growing coalition of Levantine kings who mistook Egypt's period of commercial prosperity for a lack of military resolve. Thutmose III understood that to protect Ma'at, he had to become a weary, vigilant guardian of a different sort, one who wielded the sword as a sacred ritual of defense. This was the moment the Egyptian military was forged into a professional machine of war, moving beyond the quiet exterior of domestic defense into the arena of global conquest. His transformation of the army was a psychological revolution for the Nile Valley. He did not lead a disorganized militia, but a professional machine organized with a startlingly rigid discipline. Thutmose III reorganized the infantry into divisions and perfected the use of the chariot as a mobile spinning wheel of tactical advantage. In 17 campaigns over 20 years, he conducted a great march that extended the Egyptian horizon to the heart of the Levant and as far as the Euphrates River. This was not merely an expansion of borders, but the birth of the Egyptian Empire, a providential opportunity to secure the Nile's future through a buffer zone of vassal states. The hallmark of his strategic genius was the Battle of Megiddo, which serves as a laboratory for military history. Facing a massive rebellion, Thutmose III took a trial-by-fire gamble. Instead of taking the easy, open roads, he led his army through the narrow Aruna Pass, a path so thin that his men had to march in single file. This quiet power of tactical surprise caught the enemy off guard and trapped them within the city. It demonstrated that the power of truth in warfare lay in superior logistics and the startlingly rigid coordination of thousands of moving parts.
Yet Thutmose III was not a mindless destroyer. He realized that physical force alone could win a battle, but only a delicate balance of diplomacy could win a peace. After the fall of Megiddo, he did not resort to the satanic slaughter of the defeated. Instead, he treated the rebel princes with surprising leniency. He chose to act as a barrister of international order, realizing that true power was found in the cultivation of loyalty rather than the pile of the slain. This was a Satyagraha-like approach to victory, seeking the transformation of the enemy into an ally. His most ingenious policy was the Egyptianization of the Levant. He took the sons of the defeated princes back to the Nile Valley, where they were raised in the Egyptian court. This was a masterclass in the power of national unity. These young men grew up as Egyptianized vassals, learning the words of the gods and the culture of the pharaoh. When they returned to rule their own lands, they carried the spiritual dictionary of Egypt with them. Thutmose III had realized that the most unrelenting force in the world was not the sword, but a shared education and a common cultural identity. Thutmose III was, above all, a master of logistics. His campaigns were documented on the walls of the Temple of Amun at Karnak in the Annals, which provide a startlingly rigid record of supplies, distances, and spoils. He understood that an empire is built on the spinning wheel of a supply line, ensuring that grain, horses, and copper were always where they needed to be. This quiet, disciplined planning proved that a general's mind was the true architect of a nation's destiny, turning the machinery of war into an organized science. His reign was also an era of intellectual awakening regarding the natural world. During his campaigns, he acted as a scientist king, ordering his scribes to record the exotic flora and fauna of the lands he traversed. The botanical chamber at Karnak is a revelation of this curiosity, showing that Thutmose III viewed his empire as a vast laboratory of knowledge. He was a great soul who sought to understand the balance of the world in all its diversity, proving that conquest could also be a voyage of discovery. This era defined the social ladder of the new kingdom. The military became the primary bridge to the elite, where soldiers could earn gold of valor and high administrative posts. Thutmose III created a middle tier of professional officers who were loyal to the crown rather than to local provinces. This clean break from the old feudal systems ensured that the stability of the state was anchored in a meritocracy that valued selfless action on the battlefield. As he reached the Euphrates, he erected a stela to mark the limit of his reach, signaling that Egypt had become the master of the earth. He had turned the quiet exterior of the Nile into a roaring global presence. Yet he never lost his moral compass, remaining a devout servant of Amun. He believed that his victories were a conscious choice of the gods to restore Mut to a chaotic world. His reign was the last word in how to build an empire that lasted through soul force as much as military might. Ultimately, Thutmose III remains the Napoleonic figure of the ancient world, a man whose quiet power and disciplined intellect reshaped the map of history. He taught the world that the unrelenting force of an empire must be tempered by a desperate, sacred desire for order and loyalty. By treating his enemies as future partners and his army as a professional tool of justice, he ensured that the truth force of the Egyptian empire would endure for centuries. He proved that the greatest generals are those who know when to sheathe the sword and pick up the pen of diplomacy.
By 1390 BCE, the Egyptian Empire reached a state of unprecedented refinement and luxury under the reign of Amenhotep III, aptly titled the Magnificent. This was an era defined by the Great Peace, a rare historical moment where the roar of cannons, or in this case the thundering of war chariots, fell silent.
The unrelenting force of the military machine established by his grandfather, Thutmose III, had done its work. Egypt was now the undisputed superpower of the world. In this context, Amenhotep III realized that the stability of the state no longer required the sword, but rather the cultivation of absolute cultural and economic supremacy. Gold flowed into the royal treasury like the lifeblood of the Nile, but its source was no longer the spoils of plunder. Instead, it was the fruit of a sophisticated global spinning wheel of diplomacy and trade. Amenhotep III became a master of international statecraft, using Egypt's immense wealth to create a bewildering maze of alliances. He understood that by making Egypt the economic center of the world, he could maintain Ma'at across borders without shedding a single drop of blood. This was a providential opportunity to prove that soul force could be manifested through prosperity. Amenhotep was a builder of unparalleled ambition, turning the landscape of Thebes into a laboratory of architectural genius. He commissioned the massive Temple of Luxor and his own sprawling mortuary temple, of which the iconic colossi of Memnon are the only surviving giants. These structures were no mere monuments to ego, they were a form of artistic satyagraha. By using beauty as a tool of statecraft, he signaled to the world that Egypt's power was as eternal and unshakable as the stone itself. The perfection of stone became the ultimate truth force, silencing rivals through sheer awe. In a clean break from the rigid traditions of the solar bloodline, Amenhotep III made the radical, conscious choice to marry a commoner, Queen Ti. This marriage was a psychological revolution that signaled a shift in the traditional power structures of the court. Ti was not a captive queen or a silent ornament. She was a woman of formidable intellect and a great soul in her own right. By elevating her to the status of a near equal, Amenhotep proved that the refinement of the Egyptian soul was a matter of character and merit rather than just divine ancestry. Queen Ti became the quiet, unrelenting force behind the throne, often corresponding with foreign kings and managing the middle tier of the imperial administration. Her influence was so profound that foreign monarchs often wrote directly to her, seeking her barrister-like intervention in diplomatic disputes. Together, they presided over a court that was the envy of the ancient world, a place where the power of truth was expressed through the intellectual awakening of the elite. This partnership was a masterclass in the power of national unity, blending the traditional role of the pharaoh with a new humanistic intelligence. The artistic style of this era, often called the Amarna precursor, began to move away from the startlingly rigid formalism of the past. Statues and reliefs became more fluid and naturalistic, reflecting a refinement of the spirit that valued elegance over raw strength. This was a voyage into a new kind of aesthetics, where the quiet power of a well-turned line in a poem or a perfectly carved statue of a gazelle carried the same weight as a military victory. Amenhotep III was the patron of this intellectual awakening, proving that the unrelenting force of culture could define an empire's legacy. During this great peace, the social ladder of Egypt was climbed by poets, architects, and jewelers. The machinery of Egypt was now fueled by the creation of luxury goods, faience, glass, and exquisite goldwork that were exported to every corner of the Mediterranean. This was a satyagraha-like conquest of the market. The world didn't just fear Egypt, it wanted to be Egypt. By exporting its style and its spiritual dictionary of beauty, Amenhotep III ensured that the Egyptian identity became the global standard for civilization. Amenhotep also recognized the importance of the words of the gods in maintaining his image.
He issued series of large commemorative scarabs that functioned like ancient newspapers, announcing his marriage, his hunting prowess, and his architectural triumphs to the farthest reaches of his empire. This was a mastery of the mind and of media, ensuring that the quiet, unrelenting force of his prestige was felt even in the remote provinces of the Levant and Nubia. He was the first pharaoh to realize that truth is often a matter of how it is recorded and distributed. This era represented the zenith because it achieved a delicate balance between divine authority and human luxury. The Hall of Truth was no longer just a place of judgment in the afterlife, but a standard for the living court. Amenhotep and Ti lived in a stairway to the heavens that they had built on earth, surrounded by pleasure lakes and botanical gardens. They taught their people that the afterlife could be mirrored in the present through the conscious choice to pursue harmony and beauty. Ultimately, the reign of Amenhotep the Magnificent was the last word in the splendor of the 18th dynasty before the storm of the Amarna Revolution. It proved that a great soul could lead a nation to the heights of power through the quiet power of diplomacy and the unrelenting force of beauty. By turning the machinery of state into an instrument of art, he ensured that the truth force of Egypt would be remembered not for the blood it shed, but for the perfection of stone and the light it brought to the ancient world.
In 1353 BCE, the ancient world experienced its first radical religious revolution, orchestrated by a pharaoh who turned his back on the traditional machinery of the state. Amenhotep IV, later known as Akhenaten, initiated a psychological earthquake that rattled the foundations of the Nile Valley. He was a man of startlingly rigid inner conviction who believed that the 1,000 gods of Egypt had become a bewildering maze of corruption and shadows. To him, the truth force was not hidden in the dark, incense-filled sanctuaries of the priesthood, but was visible to all as a single, unrelenting force, the Aten, the physical disk of the sun. Akhenaten's revolution was an attempt at a clean break from the past. He dismantled the power of the Amun priesthood, which had become a middle-tier bureaucracy that rivaled the throne in wealth and influence. By closing the ancient temples and erasing the names of the old gods, he stripped away the traditional machinery of Egyptian life. This was a trial by fire for the nation's soul. For centuries, the Egyptians had found stability in a plurality of deities, but Akhenaten demanded they look only toward the unshakable faith of the light. He took the radical conscious choice to abandon the holy city of Thebes, the seat of his ancestors' power. In the barren desert of Middle Egypt, he built a new capital called Akhetaten, the horizon of the Aten, now known as Amarna. This was a laboratory of his new philosophy, a city built from scratch to honor the sun without the weight of stone inherited from old traditions. Amarna was designed with open-air temples, ensuring that the power of truth could be worshipped directly under the rays of the sun, rather than in the quiet exterior of windowless halls. Akhenaten redefined ma'at, or truth, as something found in nature, spontaneity, and simplicity. He rejected the startlingly rigid formalism of traditional Egyptian art, which depicted pharaohs as perfect, ageless gods. Instead, he promoted a naturalistic style, where he was shown with a long neck, a slack belly, and thin limbs. This was an intellectual awakening that suggested that the divine was present in the messy, biological reality of the human body. He believed that to live in truth was to be authentic to one's own nature, a concept that was a revelation in a society obsessed with idealized forms. His Hymn to the Aten stands as a masterpiece of soul force, expressing a theology that was thousands of years ahead of its time. In it, he wrote of a universal God who belonged to all peoples, regardless of race or border. This was a move toward an ethics-based monotheism, where the sun did not just shine on Egypt, but on the Syrians, the Nubians, and the Greeks alike.
He taught that the Aten was the lifeblood of the entire world, creating a spiritual dictionary that emphasized the unity of all living things under a single, benevolent source of light. This revolution created a battlefield of sacred ritual within the family unit. Akhenaten and his queen, Nefertiti, were often depicted in intimate, affectionate scenes with their 6 daughters. This was a masterclass in the power of national unity, centered around the royal family as the only intermediaries to the Aten. By replacing the diverse social ladder of the gods with a single royal family, Akhenaten centralized all quiet power within himself, claiming that he alone knew the mind of his father, the sun. However, this unrelenting force of change also brought deep isfet or chaos to the administration. While the pharaoh spent his days in the desert writing poetry to the sun, the Egyptian empire's borders began to crumble. The Amarna letters reveal a bewildering maze of diplomatic pleas from Levantine vassals who were being overrun by Hittites and Habiru. Akhenaten's satyagraha-like focus on spiritual truth led to a neglected education in the machinery of war, leaving the empire's military strength at its lowest ebb since the Hyksos invasion. The people of Egypt felt like strangers in their own land. To the commoner, the old gods were not just traditional machinery, but personal protectors who helped with childbirth, illness, and the harvest. By removing these middle-tier deities, Akhenaten left his people in a state of spiritual loneliness. They were not yet ready for a clean break from the plurality of the divine, and many continued to worship the old gods in secret, waiting for the spinning wheel of history to turn back toward tradition. Akhenaten's reign was a providential opportunity to see if a nation could be ruled by pure light alone. He proved that the quiet power of the mind could indeed dismantle an empire's religious foundation, but he also showed that a startlingly rigid obsession with a single truth can lead to isolation. He was a great soul who was perhaps too radical for his era, a man who spoke in whispers to the sun, while the roar of the world demanded a more practical leadership. Ultimately, the Amarna period remains the most fascinating experiment in the history of religion. Akhenaten taught the world that the power of truth could be found by looking directly at the light. Though his city was eventually abandoned and his name chiseled away by those who followed, his vision of a single, universal God remained an unrelenting force that would echo through the development of all future monotheistic faiths. He was the heretic who dared to tell his people that the afterlife and the current life were both powered by the same eternal sun.
Alongside the heretic king stood Nefertiti, a name that translates to "a beautiful woman has come," yet her legacy was defined by a power that far exceeded mere aesthetic grace. In the radical theater of the Amarna period, she was more than a traditional queen consort. She was a co-regent, a great soul who likely shared the throne as an equal partner in Akhenaten's solar revolution. Her presence was a revelation of female authority, often depicted in the regalia of a pharaoh, wearing the tall blue crown and even smiting enemies in scenes traditionally reserved for men. Together, they formed a divine triad with the Aten, positioning themselves as the middle tier through which all lifeblood flowed. During this era, the traditional machinery of Egyptian art underwent a total collapse. For 3 millennia, the startlingly rigid formalism of the Nile had dictated that kings be shown as ageless, muscular, and perfect icons of stability. Akhenaten and Nefertiti performed a clean break from this tradition, introducing a naturalistic style that embraced human flaws. They were depicted with slack bellies, elongated necks, and heavy eyelids. This was not a mockery of the royal form, but an intellectual awakening that sought to capture the messy, living truth of the human body as a masterpiece of nature's design. This was a profound revolution of the image, moving away from idealized propaganda toward an ethics-based art. The Amarna style suggested that ma'at, truth, was not found in a static, frozen perfection, but in the fluid reality of existence.
By allowing themselves to be portrayed with physical vulnerabilities, the royal couple signaled that the power of truth was more important than the quiet exterior of perfection. They taught their people that the divine was not a distant, terrifying force hidden in a stone sanctuary, but a warm, unrelenting presence that could be felt in the light of day. The most radical aspect of this artistic shift was the portrayal of intimate moments within the royal family. In a culture where the pharaoh was usually a solitary figure of power, Akhenaten and Nefertiti were shown playing with their 6 daughters, kissing them and bouncing them on their knees. This was a masterclass in the power of national unity through the lens of domestic love. They taught their people that the divine could be found in the warmth of a family embrace, effectively turning the royal nursery into a battlefield of sacred ritual, where love was the ultimate offering to the Aten. However, this unrelenting force of transparency and naturalism created a battlefield of inner conflict within the nation. For the common Egyptian, the traditional machinery of the old gods was a spiritual dictionary that provided comfort in times of crisis. By replacing the diverse ancient pantheon with a singular, intellectualized sun disk, Akhenaten and Nefertiti had stripped the people of their personal protectors. The quiet power of the household gods, Bes and Taweret, were technically outlawed, leaving a void that the light of the Aten could not always fill for a grieving mother or a struggling farmer. The old priesthood of Amun, stripped of their immense wealth and political power, waited in the shadows like a neglected education, ready to reassert itself. They viewed this truth force as a dangerous heresy, a satanic disruption of the cosmic balance that threatened to bring Isfet, chaos, back to the land. To the priests, the naturalistic art was a sacrilege that insulted the dignity of the office of pharaoh. They watched as the spinning wheel of the administration focused solely on the desert city of Amarna, while the rest of the country's temples fell into ruin and silence. Nefertiti's role as a barrister of the new faith was crucial. She was the one who often mediated the delicate balance between the pharaoh's radical visions and the practicalities of the court. In the reliefs, she is often shown as the primary worshipper, her soul force seemingly equal to that of her husband. This revelation of a gender-balanced divinity was perhaps the most startlingly rigid challenge to the old order. It suggested that the sun's rays fell equally on the male and female essences, a concept that the traditionalists viewed as a total dismantling of the social ladder of the gods. As the years passed, the providential opportunity of the Amarna Revolution began to wilt under the pressure of its own isolation. The voyage into pure light had left the empire's borders vulnerable and its internal soul fractured. The quiet power of the old ways was not so easily erased. It lived on in the whispers of the discarded priests and the secret charms hidden under the floorboards of Amarna's houses. The power of truth that Akhenaten and Nefertiti championed was seen by many not as a liberation, but a bewildering maze that had led the nation away from its ancestral roots. The artistic naturalism of the period eventually took on a haunting, almost surreal quality. The elongated skulls and distorted bodies of the royal family became a spiritual dictionary of a world that was out of sync with its past. While the art sought to capture living truth, it also reflected the trial by fire of a dynasty that was burning too bright and too fast. The unshakable faith of the royal couple was a solitary flame in a vast, dark room, and the shadows were beginning to move.
The collapse of the Amarna experiment following the death of Akhenaten left Egypt in a state of spiritual and administrative paralysis. Into this bewildering maze stepped a young boy king, originally named Tutankhaten, whose very identity was a battlefield of the old and new worlds. Thrust onto the throne at an age when most were still learning the words of the gods, he became the called-up pharaoh. He was not a conqueror or a philosopher king by choice, but by necessity,
a youth tasked with the monumental communal service of stitching a fractured nation back together after a decade of religious trauma. Under the immense pressure of the traditionalist middle tier, the generals and the sidelined priests of Amun, the boy was forced to perform a clean break from his predecessor's heresy. In a masterpiece of political theater, he changed his name to Tutankhamun, signaling the restoration of the traditional machinery of the state. He abandoned the sun-drenched desert of Amarna and returned the capital to Thebes, the ancient spiritual dictionary of the Nile. This move was not just a change of address, it was a voyage back to the ancestral soul of the country. Tutankhamun's short reign served as a vital self-correcting phase for the civilization. He presided over the reopening of the ancient temples, which had fallen into a state of neglected education and physical decay. The quiet, unrelenting force of the old gods was invited back into the public square, and the name of the Aten was systematically chiseled away from monuments, a satanic erasure intended to heal the cosmic imbalance. He realized that the stability of the state depended on the familiarity of ritual and the unshakable faith of the common people in their local protectors. This was a trial by fire for a child who had to navigate the weight of iron politics between two powerful advisors, the Vizier Ai and the General Horemheb. Tutankhamun acted as the middle-tier bridge, a symbol of legitimacy that prevented the nation from descending into a total civil war. He was the spinning wheel of the restoration, ensuring that the machinery of Egypt began to grind forward once more. Though he likely felt like a stranger in his own land, he embraced the conscious choice to be the protector of the community's core values. While he is often remembered for his golden treasures, his most profound influence was this psychological revolution of reconciliation. He understood that a nation cannot survive on pure light alone if its heart is burdened by the isvet of broken traditions. By restoring the plurality of the gods, he allowed the Egyptian soul to breathe again. He was the barrister for the common man, returning the spiritual dictionary to the hands of those who had been left in the dark by Akhenaten's radical monotheism. Tutankhamun's death at 19 was a tragic, silent year for his dynasty, marking the beginning of the end of the 18th dynasty's solar bloodline. Because he died so young and his successors attempted to erase the entire Amarna period, including him, from the eternal record, he was forgotten by history for over 3,000 years. This neglect, however, was his salvation. His tomb was buried under the debris of later constructions, protecting his truth force from the lustful eyes of grave robbers who emptied the grander tombs of the Valley of the Kings. When Howard Carter finally broke the seal of the tomb in 1922, the world experienced a revelation of Egyptian resilience. The discovery was a masterclass in the power of national unity, sparking a global intellectual awakening regarding the sophistication of the new kingdom. The sight of the boy king's golden mask was a truth so powerful it transcended every social and political barrier of the 20th century. It proved that even a neglected reign could hold the key to an entire civilization's dignity. The contents of the tomb served as a laboratory for modern archaeology, revealing the messy, living truth of a pharaoh's life. From his chariots to his walking sticks, the artifacts told a story of a real person caught between the unrelenting force of history and his own fragile humanity. This was a providential opportunity for the world to see that the refinement of the Egyptian soul extended to the smallest details of their daily existence, proving that their power of truth was found in their craftsmanship as much as their theology. Tutankhamun was the bridge that allowed Egypt to cross back from the brink of religious and social collapse. He was the quiet power that stabilized the stairway to the heavens for the great pharaohs who would follow, such as Ramses the Great. By returning to the core values of the community, he showed that true leadership is often found in the selfless action of restoration rather than the ego of revolution. He traded the radically rigid visions of his father for a delicate balance of tradition. Ultimately, Tutankhamun's legacy is not of gold, but of healing. He taught the world that the weight of secrets and the trauma of a fractured society can only be healed by honoring the collective memory. He remains the great soul who saved the Egyptian identity from being lost in the desert sands of Amarna. His golden face, staring out from the darkness of the tomb, is the last word in resilience, a reminder that the truth force of a nation can survive even the most bewildering maze of history if it remains anchored in its heart.
After the tumultuous psychological earthquake of the Amarna period, the throne of Egypt passed to Horemheb, a man who had climbed the social ladder not through royal blood, but through the grit and discipline of military life. As a career general, he had witnessed the traditional machinery of the state crumble under Akhenaten's neglect. He ascended to power not as a distant god-king, but as a weary, vigilant guardian of the law. His reign was a self-correcting phase of the highest order, where the unrelenting force of his will was directed entirely toward the restoration of Maat. Horemheb was a man of soul force who viewed the pharaoh's office as a battlefield of sacred ritual focused on administrative purity. He understood that a nation's spiritual health was inextricably linked to the integrity of its civil servants. During the Amarna years, the quiet power of the law had been replaced by a bewildered maze of corruption, where local officials exploited the chaos for personal gain. Horemheb saw his duty as a communal service to the commoner, realizing that the power of truth could only be restored if the state's foundation was scrubbed clean. He spent his years literally and figuratively cleaning the latrines of the Egyptian administration. This was a startlingly rigid process of reform. Horemheb realized that the weight of iron was necessary to crush the greed that had festered in the shadows of religious strife. He did not merely issue vague decrees, he drafted specific, harsh penalties for those who abuse their power. His Great Edict at Karnak remains one of the most significant legal documents in human history, proving that he was the barrister for the disenfranchised. The reforms Horemheb passed were designed to protect the poor from the lustful greed of the powerful. He focused specifically on corrupt tax collectors and judges who cooperated with wealthy landholders to squeeze the peasantry. He declared that any official found guilty of extortion would face the unrelenting force of the law, including the cropping of their noses and exile to the frontier. This was a trial by fire for the Egyptian elite, signaling a clean break from the era of unchecked privilege. Horemheb's greatness was measured by his selfless action in repairing the spiritual dictionary of the nation. He did not seek to build massive pyramids for his own ego. Instead, he used his resources to rebuild the temples of the old gods that had fallen into ruin. By restoring the traditional machinery of the priesthood, he provided a providential opportunity for the common people to reconnect with their ancestral protectors. He was the middle-tier administrator who understood that religious stability was the bedrock of social order. As a general, he also reorganized the machinery of war, ensuring the army remained a professional tool of defense rather than a factional political player. He divided the military into two distinct commands, one for the north and one for the south, to prevent any single general from possessing the spinning wheel of total power. This was a masterclass in the power of national unity, creating a delicate balance of power that ensured the stability of the state would outlast his own life. Horemheb was the ultimate man of service. He operated with a quiet exterior of discipline, but his internal truth force was focused on the long-term survival of the civilization. He realized that a leader's true legacy is not found in the gold of their tomb, but in the integrity of the laws they leave behind. By stripping away the corruption of the past, he acted as a stairway to the heavens for the next generation, preparing the ground for the golden age of the 19th dynasty. In his artistic depictions, Horemheb often chose to be shown as a scribe, seated on the ground with a papyrus roll on his lap. This was a revelation of his character. It showed that he valued the words of the gods and the quiet, unrelenting force of the pen as much as the sword. He wanted to be remembered as a man of the social ladder
who reached the top through neglected education turned into mastery. He was the Brown lawyer of the state, ensuring that the negative confession was a standard for the living, not just the dead. He laid the essential foundation for the 19th dynasty, specifically for the rise of the Ramesside line. Having no heir of his own, he chose his fellow general Pa-Ramesu, or Ramses I, as his successor, ensuring that the spinning wheel of power would remain in the hands of competent, military-trained administrators. This was a conscious choice for the good of the nation, proving that Horemheb's soul force was devoid of the attachment to personal fame that had nearly destroyed Egypt under Akhenaten. Ultimately, Horemheb remains the great restorer of the Egyptian soul. He proved that the power of truth is most effective when it is codified into law and enforced with unrelenting force against the corrupt. He crossed the bewildering maze of revolution and brought Egypt back to the hall of truth. By restoring the dignity of the law, he ensured that the afterlife of the Egyptian state would be one of strength, justice, and enduring light. He was the bridge that turned the silent year of chaos into the thundering era of the great empires.
The 19th dynasty dawned as a self-correcting era of immense vitality, led by a new line of military men who emerged from the Delta to reclaim the lost glory of the empire. At the helm was Seti I, a warrior scholar who carried the weight of iron responsibility for Egypt's resurgence. He realized that the silent year of the Amarna period had left the nation's borders vulnerable and its spirit fractured. To Seti, the restoration of Ma'at was not a passive concept. It required an unrelenting force that combined military prowess with a startlingly rigid devotion to the ancestral gods. Seti I was a man of intense focus, a leader who understood that the power of truth must be visible to be believed. In his magnificent temple at Abydos, he is depicted not as a distant tyrant, but as a devout servant of the gods, meticulously performing the battlefield of sacred ritual. By documenting the king's list on the temple walls, he performed a clean break from the heretical past, physically and spiritually reconnecting the 19th dynasty to the eternal record of the great pharaohs who came before him. His military campaigns were a voyage of restoration. Seti I marched his chariots into the heart of the Levant, reclaiming territories that had slipped into the bewildering maze of Hittite influence. He was the weary, vigilant guardian who understood that the stability of the state required a buffer of strength. Yet he was a gentleman warrior who balanced the roar of the chariot with a deep intellectual awakening, ensuring that every victory was recorded with the quiet power of the scribe's pen. Perhaps his most enduring masterpiece of communal service was the construction of the great hypostyle hall at Karnak. This was a project of stairway to the heavens proportions, a forest of 134 massive columns, the largest standing 80 feet tall. Seti realized that to unify a nation that had survived a trial by fire, he needed a project larger than any single man. This laboratory of architecture required the coordinated labor of thousands of craftsmen, engineers, and laborers, turning a construction site into a forge for national identity. The great hypostyle hall was more than a building. It was a spiritual dictionary written in stone. Every column was covered with reliefs and inscriptions that celebrated the truth force of the Egyptian cosmos. Seti taught his followers that the strength of the empire was reflected in the strength of its stones. By building on such a massive scale, he used political theater to announce that Egypt had returned to its great soul status, immovable and eternal against the shifting sands of history. This era represented a delicate balance between the machinery of war and the refinement of the human spirit. Seti I was a master of logistics, able to move massive blocks of sandstone from the Silsila quarries with the same startlingly rigid precision he used to move his armies. He proved that the spinning wheel of the state worked best when it was powered by a singular vision of excellence. For Seti, there was no neglected education.
every stone had to be perfect, for it served as a barrister for his soul in the afterlife. Seti's reign was also a period of intellectual awakening regarding the afterlife. His tomb in the Valley of the Kings is the most sophisticated and beautifully decorated of all, featuring the first complete rendering of the Book of Gates. It served as a laboratory for the soul's journey through the night. By mapping the bewildering maze of the underworld with such artistic soul force, Seti sought to ensure that his voyage into eternity would be a conscious choice guided by the light of knowledge. He was a king who understood the power of symbols. By honoring the traditional machinery of the gods, Osiris, Isis, and Horus, he restored the unshakable faith of the common citizen. He realized that the afterlife of a dynasty depended on its ability to respect the core values of the past. Seti was the middle-tier administrator who cleaned the latrines of corruption left behind by the previous century, ensuring that the social ladder was once again anchored in piety and merit. The quiet, unrelenting force of Seti's administration laid the groundwork for his son, Ramesses the Great. He taught Ramesses that true power was found in the refinement of the spirit and the perfection of stone. Seti was the spinning wheel that generated the momentum for the 19th dynasty's golden age. He was the first nail in the coffin of the Amarna chaos, proving that a leader could be both a fierce general and a great soul of artistic genius.
Ramses II, known to history as Ramses the Great, ruled for a staggering 66 years, becoming the ultimate personification of the pharaoh's unrelenting force. He did not merely occupy the throne, he inhabited it with a flair for political theater that has rarely been matched in the annals of time. Ramses understood that the stability of the state rested not just on the weight of iron, but on the power of the image. To his people, he was the spinning wheel of the universe, a vibrant, living god whose very presence ensured that the sun would rise and the Nile would overflow its banks. The defining moment of his early reign was the Battle of Kadesh against the Hittite Empire. In reality, the conflict was a bloody stalemate, a trial by fire, where Ramses narrowly escaped a satanic disaster after being ambushed. However, upon his return to the Nile, he performed a psychological revolution of narrative. He did not report a draw, he declared a spectacular victory. This was a masterclass in the power of national unity, where the king used his truth force to transform a tactical draw into a legendary triumph of the lone hero against the forces of Isfet. Ramses realized that in the realm of high politics, the perception of truth is often as powerful as truth itself. He covered the traditional machinery of Egypt's walls, from the pylons of Luxor to the cliffs of Abu Simbel, with massive reliefs depicting his bravery. These were not just decorations, they were a spiritual dictionary of his invincibility. By portraying himself as a giant striking down cowering enemies, he ensured that the consent of the governed was maintained through a sense of unshakable faith in his divine protection. Yet beneath the gilded facade of the warrior king was the quiet power of a brilliant diplomat. After years of inconclusive skirmishes, Ramses recognized that the machinery of war was a depleting resource for both empires. In a clean break from the aggressive expansionism of his ancestors, he negotiated with the Hittite king Hattusili III to sign the world's first recorded peace treaty. This document was a revelation, proving that the power of truth could be found in the quiet, unrelenting peace of a written contract rather than the roar of the chariot. The treaty was a delicate balance of mutual respect and strategic necessity. It included clauses for extradition and mutual defense, creating a providential opportunity for a great peace that would last for the remainder of his long reign. This shift showed that Ramses had developed a startlingly rigid understanding of sustainability.
He moved the spinning wheel of the state from the battlefield of sacred ritual to the laboratory of international relations, ensuring that Egypt remained the master of the earth through wisdom rather than just blood. His architectural ambition was equally unrelenting. Ramses II was the builder of builders, commissioning projects on a scale that dwarfed his predecessors. The great temple at Abu Simbel, carved directly into the mountain, was a stairway to the heavens that used the sun itself as a spotlight. Twice a year, the sun's rays would penetrate the bewildering maze of the temple to illuminate the gods in the inner sanctum. This was political theater at its most celestial, proving that Ramses could command even the light to testify to his greatness. Ramses recognized the middle tier of the nation's soul by building the Ramesseum, a mortuary temple that functioned as a spiritual dictionary for his cult. Here he celebrated the words of the gods and ensured that his eternal record would never be chiseled away. He was a master of the social ladder, rewarding his generals and scribes with such selfless action that he created a dynasty of loyalists who viewed his long life as a gift of the Nile. To live under Ramses was to live in a golden age of quiet power and luxury. As he aged, Ramses became the grandfather of the nation. He outlived many of his sons, including the brilliant Prince Khaimeweset, who was the world's first archaeologist. This period was a self-correcting phase, where the empire shifted from conquest to communal service. Ramses focused on the refinement of the human spirit, fostering an environment where art and literature flourished under the Great Peace. He taught his people that the power of truth was the ability to endure, outlasting the erosion of time through sheer longevity. His reign was the last word in the splendor of the new kingdom. By the time of his death at age 90, he had become the traditional machinery of Egypt itself. His mummy, which shows a man with a startlingly rigid hawk-like nose and red hair, still conveys the soul force of a man who refused to cooperate with the limitations of mortality. He realized that the afterlife of a king begins with the stories told about him, and he made conscious choices to ensure those stories were magnificent. Ultimately, Ramses the Great proved that the unrelenting force of a leader is found in the delicate balance between the sword and the pen. He was a master of the perception of truth, who used the roar of the world to silence his enemies and the quiet power of diplomacy to secure his people's future. He remains the great soul of the 19th dynasty, a pharaoh who understood to rule forever, one must build not just with stone, but with the unshakable faith of a nation.
To cement his status as a terrestrial god, Ramses II looked beyond the traditional temple complexes of Thebes and turned his gaze toward the rugged frontier of Nubia. At Abu Simbel, he performed an act of architectural defiance that transcended simple construction. He carved his legacy directly into the living mountain. This was not a building assembled from blocks, but a monument born of the earth itself. By choosing the mountainside as his canvas, Ramses ensured his image was no longer a fleeting thing of mud or brick, but a permanent part of the geological eternal record. 4 colossal statues of the pharaoh, each standing over 60 feet tall, dominate the facade, seated in a state of startlingly rigid serenity. Their purpose was a masterclass in psychological warfare and political theater. Positioned at the southern gateway of the empire, they were intended to strike a paralyzing awe into the hearts of Nubians and travelers entering Egypt. These silent sentinels announced that the unrelenting force of the pharaoh was not merely a political authority, but a literal force of nature that watched over the Nile with unblinking eyes. Abu Simbel was far more than a display of raw size. It was a marvel of solar engineering and an intellectual awakening of the highest order. The temple was oriented with such mathematical precision that twice a year,
Reportedly, on the dates of the king's birthday and his coronation, the sun's rays would pierce through the narrow entrance and travel 200 feet into the bewildering maze of the inner mountain. There, the light would reach into the darkest sanctuary to illuminate the statues of the gods, Ra Harakti, Amun-Ra, and the deified Ramses himself. This solar event was Ramses' Satyagraha in stone, a non-verbal, undeniable demonstration that his power was in perfect alignment with the heavens. By capturing the sun's light and directing it into the heart of the mountain, he proved to his subjects and his enemies that his reign was a conscious choice of the cosmos. He wasn't just a king, he was the spinning wheel around which the solar cycle turned. This display of truth force made any rebellion against his authority seem like a rebellion against the sun itself. Adjacent to the Great Temple, Ramses constructed a smaller but equally significant temple for his beloved queen, Nefertari. This was a revelation in Egyptian social structure, as he depicted her statues at the same scale as his own. It signaled a delicate balance of power and a refinement of the spirit, showing that his unshakable faith in the divine order included the elevation of the feminine. This act of communal service to his family further cemented his image as a ruler whose soul force was rooted in love as much as in power. As Ramses aged, his unrelenting force did not dim. He lived to be 90, an age that made him a literal living legend in a time when most did not see half those years. Having outlived many of his sons and several generations of his subjects, he became the traditional machinery of the Egyptian state. To the common citizen, he was the only pharaoh they, their parents, or their grandparents had ever known. He was the great soul of the new kingdom, a figure who had moved beyond the weight of iron into the realm of the eternal. This longevity allowed him to become a weary, vigilant guardian of the empire's peace. In his later years, the roar of the chariot was replaced by the quiet, unrelenting peace he had negotiated with the Hittites. He spent his final decades ensuring that the words of the gods were inscribed in every corner of the land, acting as a barrister for the cultural preservation of Egypt. He realized that to rule forever, a king must transcend the fleeting victories of war and become a part of the landscape's permanent memory. The construction of Abu Simbel also served as a laboratory for the social ladder of the new kingdom. It mobilized a middle tier of elite engineers and master stonemasons who were tasked with the impossible, defying the erosion of time by merging art with the mountain. This unified labor proved that the Egyptian spirit, when guided by a startlingly rigid vision, could conquer even the hardest stone. The temple became a stairway to the heavens that was anchored deep within the bedrock of the earth. Ramses understood that the afterlife of a pharaoh was found in the perception of truth left behind for future generations. By carving himself into the Nubian cliffs, he was practicing a form of soul force that would survive even if the traditional machinery of the government one day failed. He was the master of the earth, who had successfully cooperated with the gods to ensure that his name would be spoken as long as the sun continued to rise. He turned his life into a battlefield of sacred ritual that lasted nearly a century. Ultimately, the great temple of Abu Simbel remains the last word in the grandeur of the 19th dynasty. It is a monument to a man who realized that the unrelenting force of time could only be defeated by becoming one with the earth itself. Ramses the Great taught us that true leadership is the ability to align the machinery of state with the rhythms of the universe. When the sun hits the sanctuary twice a year, it serves as a revelation of his enduring spirit, a great soul who carved his way into eternity, ensuring that his truth force would shine as long as the mountains stand.
The reign of Ramses III, often celebrated as the last great pharaoh of the new kingdom, was a period defined by a tragic paradox. On the world stage, he was a titan of unrelenting force,
a warrior king who successfully repelled the Sea Peoples, a mysterious and terrifying confederation of invaders that had already toppled the Hittite Empire and laid waste to the Levant. Yet, while Ramses III was capable of meeting the roar of the world with the weight of Egyptian bronze and tactical brilliance, he remained vulnerable to a battlefield of shadows that festered within the very heart of his own palace. The invasion of the Sea Peoples served as the ultimate trial by fire for the Egyptian military machine. Ramses III orchestrated a masterclass in naval and land defense, utilizing the delta's geography to trap the enemy fleets in a bewildering maze of marshes and archers. However, the economic strain of these constant voyages into conflict began to erode the traditional machinery of the state. While the pharaoh was securing the borders, the internal stability of the state was quietly decomposing as grain rations were delayed and the quiet power of the administration began to falter under the weight of an overstretched empire. The true threat, however, was not the barbarian at the gate, but a whisper campaign led by Queen Tia, a minor wife seeking to elevate her son Pentaur to the throne. This was a satanic distortion of the social ladder, where the conscious choice to pursue power outweighed the unshakable faith in the established succession. Tia orchestrated a conspiracy that permeated the middle tier of the court, involving magicians, harem officials, and high-ranking military officers. It was a battlefield of sacred ritual turned inside out, using dark magic and backroom deals to dismantle the divine order of Ma'at. This harem conspiracy culminated in a literal cutthroat plot. For the first time in the recorded history of the New Kingdom, the divine body of the pharaoh, a vessel considered the bridge between heaven and earth, was violated by his own kin. For millennia, the pharaoh was the unrelenting force of stability. To strike him was to strike at the very sun around which Egypt revolved. This act of regicide was a psychological earthquake that sent a shockwave through the national psyche, signaling that the quiet power of domestic betrayal could be as lethal as any foreign army. Ramses III did not survive the attack, but the machinery of justice he left behind did not skip a beat. The subsequent trial of the conspirators was documented in the Judicial Papyrus of Turin, a spiritual dictionary of legal rectitude. This document revealed a nation struggling with its moral compass, but determined to maintain the power of truth. The trial was unique because it emphasized that even when the spinning wheel of the monarchy was broken, the law of Ma'at remained a startlingly rigid standard that applied to everyone, including royalty. The trial proceedings were a revelation of Egyptian legal sophistication. A special commission of 12 judges was appointed to act as the barristers of the state's integrity. Interestingly, the trial also highlighted the delicate balance of human fallibility. During the proceedings, some of the judges were caught cooperating with the very women they were meant to try. Horemheb's earlier reforms had taught that the integrity of the law was paramount, and these corrupt judges were swiftly punished with the same unrelenting force as the conspirators, their noses and ears cropped as a mark of their shame. The conspirators, including Prince Pentaur, were forced to face the Hall of Truth while still in the physical world. Many were condemned to take their own lives, a conscious choice that spared the state from the ritual pollution of executing a member of the royal bloodline. This period of isfet, or chaos, within the palace walls served as a laboratory for the nation's ethics. It proved that the unrelenting force of justice was the only thing capable of preventing the world from descending into total anarchy after the death of its protector. The death of Ramses III marked a clean break from the era of Egyptian dominance. Though the sea peoples were defeated, the internal rot revealed by the conspiracy signaled a neglected education in the maintenance of the central authority. The weight of iron was no longer enough to hold the empire together when the quiet power of loyalty had been replaced by the lustful pursuit of the throne. The 20th dynasty would slowly become a silent year of decline, as subsequent pharaohs struggled to command the same soul force as their predecessors. Ultimately, the harem conspiracy remains a chilling reminder that the afterlife of an empire is often determined by its internal cohesion. Ramses III's mortuary temple at Medinet Habu stands as a masterpiece of harmony, yet its walls hide the story of a battlefield of shadows. It taught the Egyptians that the power of truth must be guarded not just on the frontiers, but in the whispers of the palace corridors. The great soul of the new kingdom had survived the roar of the sea, only to be silenced by the quiet, unrelenting force of a domestic betrayal. Ramses III's legacy is that of a weary, vigilant guardian who died at his post. His trial of the conspirators ensured that the words of the gods regarding justice were upheld even in the face of his own murder. He proved that the stairway to the heavens was not built on the invincibility of a man, but on the unshakable faith in the law. As the sun set on the new kingdom, the truth force of Egypt's legal system remained the last word in a world that was beginning to fracture into the black waters of the Third Intermediate Period.
In the 29th year of the reign of Ramesses III, the traditional machinery of the Egyptian state encountered a force it was entirely unprepared to handle. It wasn't the roar of the world from foreign invaders, but the silent, heavy stillness of a building site. The tomb builders of Deir el-Medina, the most elite craftsmen of the nation, whose communal service was to carve the stairway to the heavens for the pharaoh, found their granaries empty. When the promised rations of grain, oil, and fish failed to arrive due to administrative corruption and a failing economy, these laborers performed a clean break from centuries of tradition. They simply stopped working. This was history's first recorded labor strike, a psychological revolution born of a grumbling stomach. These were not slaves. They were the middle tier of Egyptian society, highly literate and specialized artists who understood the power of truth. They didn't pick up swords or resort to the roar of the desperate. Instead, they practiced a form of proto-satyagraha. By laying down their tools and walking off the job site, they sat down at the rear of the temple of Thutmose III, paralyzing the most sacred project of the state, the preparation for the king's eternal life. The declaration, "We are hungry," was more than a complaint. It was a revelation that shook the unshakable faith in the divine order. If the pharaoh, the guarantor of Ma'at, could not provide the basic lifeblood of sustenance to his own elite workers, then the cosmic balance was in jeopardy. This event shifted the heart of Egyptian social dynamics, revealing that the stability of the state was not just a gift from the palace, but a delicate balance sustained by the consent of the governed and their labor. The authorities were terrified, not of a military coup, but of a spiritual and logistical crisis. A pharaoh's tomb was the machinery of immortality. Any delay was a satanic threat to the cosmic cycle. The local officials, used to dealing with a startlingly rigid hierarchy, found themselves in a bewildering maze of negotiation. They were forced to face the unrelenting force of a hungry man's truth, realizing that the spinning wheel of the empire could be ground to a halt by the very people who built its monuments. The strike papyrus records the back and forth between the workers and the vizier's representatives. The craftsmen did not merely demand food, they demanded justice, acting as their own barristers in the court of public necessity. This was a trial by fire for the Egyptian bureaucracy, which had grown fat on the neglected education of its duties.
The strikers occupied temple precincts, effectively taking the battlefield of sacred ritual hostage until their grievances were addressed, proving that the quiet power of non-cooperation was a formidable weapon. This moment of soul force among the workers highlighted the widening gap between the political theater of the palace and the messy, living truth of the streets. While Ramesses III was depicted on temple walls as a giant crushing his enemies, his administration was struggling to manage the latrines of its own supply chain. The strike proved that even a great soul on the throne was dependent on the selfless action of the humble stonemason. It was a revelation that the social ladder had two ends, and the bottom could shake the top. The strike was eventually resolved through negotiation and the distribution of back pay, but the unrelenting force of the precedent had been set. The words of the gods were no longer the only law in the land. The commoner's truth had found a voice. This event was a self-correcting phase of Egyptian history that showed a maturing civilization where the refinement of the human spirit included an awareness of labor rights. The workers had learned that their truth force could bend the will of a god-king if they stood together in unrelenting unity. However, this victory also signaled a silent year of decline for the central authority. The fact that the workers had to strike to be fed was a symptom of the internal rot that would eventually lead to the Harem conspiracy and the end of the 20th dynasty. The traditional machinery of the new kingdom was beginning to rust. The strike at Deir el-Medina was the first nail in the coffin of the illusion that the pharaoh's power was absolute and independent of his people's welfare. The tomb builders were the architects of the mind who realized that their labor was a form of sacred currency. By demanding their rations, they were defending the integrity of the law and the concept of a fair exchange. They taught the world that Ma'at was not just a lofty ideal to be chiseled in stone, but a responsibility of the heart that manifested in the fair distribution of bread. Their quiet exterior of sitting in protest was louder than the roar of the chariot, echoing through the millennia as a testament to human dignity. Ultimately, the strike of year 29 remains a masterpiece of harmony between the working class and the state, not because it was peaceful, but because it established a delicate balance of mutual dependence. It proved that the power of truth is most potent when it comes from the hands that build the world. The elite craftsmen of the Valley of the Kings did more than carve tombs. They carved the first chapter in the history of social justice, proving that the unrelenting force of a hungry man's dignity is a truth force that no empire can ignore.
By 1070 BCE, the vibrant, unified soul of Egypt was fractured, signaling the end of the new kingdom and the onset of the Third Intermediate Period. The unrelenting force that had once radiated from a single pharaoh was now split between two competing centers of power. In the north, at the city of Tanis, the 21st dynasty pharaohs maintained the outward traditional machinery of the monarchy, ruling the delta. Meanwhile, in the south, a line of high priests of Amun at Thebes asserted a divine right that bypassed the crown entirely. This was a psychological revolution in reverse, where the nation's lifeblood was diverted into two separate channels, leaving the traditional monarchy in a state of profound political loneliness. The high priest Herihor represented the clean break from the old order. Originally a general, he ascended the social ladder to the highest religious office and eventually declared himself king in all but name. Under his influence, the Temple of Amun at Karnak was transformed. It was no longer just a battlefield of sacred ritual, but the central bank, the supreme court, and the military barracks. This was the birth of a theocratic state, where the grand viziers of the spirit became the literal masters of the land. The quiet power of the priesthood had finally eclipsed the roar of the chariot. Egypt had become a bewildering maze of competing loyalties and fragmented identities. To the commoner, the stability of the state was now a localized affair. If you lived in the south, your moral compass was set by the oracles of Amun.
If you lived in the north, you looked toward the maritime wealth of the Tanite kings. This division was a trial by fire that lasted centuries, testing the very definition of what it meant to be Egyptian. The unshakable faith that had once held the Nile together was being stretched until it was hollow, proving that religious devotion, when stripped of political unity, could lead to a fractured sovereignty. The Theban high priests practiced a form of political theater that was deeply tied to the divine. Instead of the pharaoh making decisions in a public court, Mot was now determined through oracles, statues of gods that would nod to signify their will. This shift moved the power of truth away from human accountability and into the hands of a small clerical elite. It was a neglected education of the law. The barrister of the state was no longer a visible king, but a hidden priest interpreting a divine sign behind closed temple doors. In the north, the Tanite kings were forced to innovate to maintain their great soul status. Lacking the vast resources of the empire, they resorted to a spectacular form of recycling. They moved massive statues and obelisks from the abandoned city of Pi-Ramesses to Tanis, physically moving the weight of stone to create a perception of truth regarding their legitimacy. This was a satyagraha-like survival tactic. They used the perfection of stone from the past to mask the hollowed-out reality of the present. This period of dual sovereignty led to a silent year of artistic and cultural stagnation. The refinement of the human spirit that had characterized the Middle and New Kingdoms was replaced by a startlingly rigid obsession with ritual and genealogy. The social ladder was no longer climbed through merit or selfless action on the battlefield, but through hereditary links to the priesthood. Egypt was no longer a laboratory of new ideas, but a museum of its own past, desperately clinging to words of the gods that felt increasingly distant. The lack of a unified, unrelenting force at the center made Egypt a providential opportunity for foreign powers. Without a single commander-in-chief to direct the machinery of war, the Libyan tribes, and later the Nubians, began to fill the vacuum of power. These strangers in the land eventually adopted Egyptian culture to legitimize their own rule, but the soul of the nation remained divided. The spinning wheel of indigenous Egyptian rule was slowing down, caught in the friction of its own internal contradictions. The loneliness of the Tanite pharaohs was most evident in their funerary customs. While the New Kingdom kings had been buried in the sprawling Valley of the Kings, the Tanite rulers were buried within the temple precincts of their own city for protection. This was a clean break from the tradition of monumental isolation. It proved that the weary, vigilant guardian of the state no longer felt safe in the open desert. The truth force of the monarchy had retreated behind the walls of the temple, seeking sanctuary from a world it could no longer control. Despite the division, the quiet, unrelenting force of Egyptian culture survived. The priests and the kings both claimed to be the ultimate defenders of Ma'at, and this shared spiritual dictionary ensured that the country did not descend into total Isfet. They taught the world that a civilization can survive for centuries on the fumes of its own history, but that true power requires a delicate balance of both the spirit and the sword. The dual rule was a stairway to the heavens that had been split in half, leaving the people to climb in two different directions. Ultimately, the era of 1070 BCE serves as a revelation of the dangers of internal fracturing. It proved that the power of truth is most potent when it speaks with a single voice. Egypt's voyage through the Third Intermediate Period was a struggle to find a great soul who could reunite the two halves of the soul. By the time the nation was truly unified again, it would be under the unrelenting force of foreign dynasties, teaching a final, painful lesson that a house divided against itself cannot sustain the light of a global empire.
The transition of the Egyptian throne to the Libyan dynasties marked a psychological revolution in the definition of what it meant to be Egyptian. For centuries, Libyan tribes, specifically the Meshwesh and the Libu, had crossed the western borders not as a sudden roar of the world, but as a slow, unrelenting force of migration. Initially arriving as prisoners of war or mercenaries, these Libyans served in the traditional machinery of the Egyptian military, slowly gentlemanizing themselves into the social fabric. They adopted Egyptian names, learned the words of the gods, and rose through the social ladder until they became the very backbone of the state's defense. By the 22nd dynasty, the spinning wheel of history turned toward Shoshenq I, a powerful Libyan general from a line of great chiefs of the Ma. Shoshenq's ascension was a revelation. The crown was no longer the exclusive property of the ancient solar bloodlines of Thebes or Memphis. Instead, it was claimed by a man of the sword, whose ancestors had once been strangers in the land. His rise proved that by 945 BCE, Egyptian identity had become a conscious choice of culture and religious adherence, rather than a startlingly rigid requirement of pure ancestry. Shoshenq I understood that to maintain the consent of the governed, he had to prove that his foreign blood could still uphold the truth force of the pharaoh. He looked back to the golden age of the Thutmoside era as a moral compass for his own reign. He realized that a king's legitimacy was tied to his ability to project unrelenting force abroad and maintain Ma'at at home. To this end, he launched a massive military campaign into Israel and Judah, an event so significant it was recorded both on the walls of the Temple of Karnak and in the biblical narrative as the invasion of Shishak. This campaign was a masterclass in the power of national unity through external conflict. Shoshenq sought to revitalize the machinery of war that had grown rusty during the silent year of the Third Intermediate Period. By sacking cities and bringing back the lifeblood of tribute, he was not just seeking gold, he was seeking to restore the prestige of the throne. He wanted to show that a Libyan pharaoh could command the roar of the chariot just as effectively as Ramses the Great, using the weight of iron to re-establish Egypt as a weary, vigilant guardian of the Near East. The Bubastite portal at Karnak serves as a spiritual dictionary of his success. It lists over 150 towns that he conquered, asserting his soul force over the region. However, this was also a delicate balance of political theater. While he acted as the warrior king in the north, he had to navigate the bewildering maze of the Theban priesthood in the south. To secure the stability of the state, he appointed his own sons to the high priesthood of Amun, effectively cooperating with the religious elite to ensure that the spinning wheel of power remained within his family. Shoshenq's reign was a laboratory for a new multicultural Egypt. He proved that a leader could be a bridge between two cultures, honoring the traditional machinery of Egyptian ritual while maintaining the tribal loyalties of his Libyan roots. This intellectual awakening suggested that Egypt was not a closed circle, but a stairway to the heavens that could be climbed by anyone who adopted its values. The refinement of the human spirit was no longer restricted by geography. It was a truth force available to all who served the gods of the Nile. However, Shoshenq's attempt to restore the lost glory was a trial by fire that ultimately revealed the fragility of the era. While he could sack Jerusalem and fill the latrines of the treasury with plunder, he could not fully repair the fractured social ladder of the interior. The unrelenting force of his personality held the fragments together for a time, but the machinery of Egypt was now permanently decentralized. The Libyan pharaohs ruled more like feudal lords than the absolute god-kings of the Old Kingdom, managing a delicate balance of semi-independent principalities. This period was a self-correcting phase where Egypt learned to absorb its conquerors. The Libyans didn't destroy Egypt, they became its most devout servants.
They spent their years building temples and protecting the words of the gods, proving that the power of truth was more infectious than the gunpowder of war. This gentlemanizing process ensured that even as the black waters of foreign influence rose, the stairway to the heavens remained distinctly Egyptian in its architecture and its soul. Shoshenq I remains the last word in the transition of the New Kingdom's legacy into the Iron Age. He was the barrister for a new type of legitimacy, one based on military merit and cultural assimilation. He realized that the afterlife of the Egyptian state depended on its ability to evolve. By trading the startlingly rigid xenophobia of the past for a providential opportunity of inclusion, he allowed the truth force of the Nile to survive in a rapidly changing world. Ultimately, the era of the Libyan pharaohs proved that the unrelenting force of a civilization is found in its ideas, not its bloodlines. Shoshenq I taught his people that Ma'at could be upheld by a man of the sword from the desert just as easily as a prince of the palace. He was the great soul who bridged the gap between the ancient past and the fragmented future, proving that as long as the words of the gods were honored, the light of Egypt would never truly go out, regardless of who sat upon the throne.
In 744 BCE, a power rose from the land of the bow in the south that was, paradoxically, more Egyptian than the Egyptians. The kings of Kush, centered in the holy city of Napata near the Fourth Cataract, had spent centuries absorbing the words of the gods from the Egyptian priests who had fled south during previous eras of chaos. While the north had fractured into a bewildering maze of petty Libyan chieftains and decadent city-states, the Kushites had preserved a startlingly rigid and pure form of Egyptian religion. They looked upon the delta not with the lustful eyes of a conqueror, but with the pained heart of a devotee seeing his holy land in a state of Isfet. King Piye, the first great Kushite black pharaoh, did not launch a campaign for mere territory. He initiated a holy war to purify the land. To Piye, the traditional machinery of Egypt had been defiled by foreign influence and internal rot. He saw himself as the weary, vigilant guardian of Ma'at, called upon by the god Amun to restore the unshakable faith of the ancients. This was a psychological revolution from the periphery, where the outcasts of the South became the only ones capable of holding the moral compass for the entire Nile Valley. Piye's victory stela, erected at Gebel Barkal, is a masterpiece of moral warfare and remains one of the most sophisticated political documents in human history. It reveals a leader of immense soul force who operated with a quiet power rarely seen in ancient conquerors. Before the decisive battles, he famously ordered his soldiers to wash in the Nile and sprinkle themselves with its water, treating the invasion as a battlefield of sacred ritual. He demanded that his troops enter the fight with a clean break from the animalistic brutality of war, emphasizing that their cause was a satyagraha-like restoration of divine order. The stela records that Piye forbade the harming of non-combatants and showed a revelation of mercy toward the defeated. When the Libyan princes of the north finally surrendered, Piye's most famous act of unrelenting force was not an execution, but a refusal to let certain kings enter his palace because they were unclean and had eaten fish, a violation of his strict religious code. This was political theater at its most profound. It proved that his truth force was rooted in a spiritual discipline that even the highest northern elites had forgotten. The 25th dynasty, often called the Black Pharaohs, brought a silent year of cultural rebirth that looked backward to leap forward. This was an intellectual awakening of archaism. The Kushites didn't want to innovate, they wanted to revive the perfection of stone found in the Old and Middle Kingdoms.
They sent their scribes into the latrines of neglected temple archives to copy ancient texts, ensuring that the spinning wheel of Kushite culture returned to its purest rotation. They were the barristers of a forgotten heritage, proving that the power of truth is eternal. In a stunning display of communal service to the past, the Kushite kings revived the pyramid-style burials that had been abandoned for nearly 1,000 years. At their royal cemetery in Nuri and El Kuru, they built steep-sided pyramids that acted as a stairway to the heavens, mimicking the traditional machinery of the Great Pyramid builders of Giza. This was the ultimate irony. The very people once considered barbarians by the New Kingdom pharaohs were now the only ones with the unrelenting force of will to bring the Pyramid Age back to life. The Kushite pharaohs, particularly Taharqa, became the great souls of a building boom that transformed the Nile from the delta to the heart of modern Sudan. Taharqa's architectural projects, such as the massive colonnade at Karnak, were designed to show that the stability of the state was once again anchored in the worship of Amun. He carried the weight of iron in his defense against the rising Assyrian Empire, acting as a middle-tier protector for the entire Near East. His reign proved that the refinement of the human spirit was not a matter of skin color, but of conscious choice and cultural devotion. This period was a trial by fire for the Egyptian identity. It taught the people of the North that the lifeblood of their civilization was not tied to their specific geographic borders, but to the words of the gods. The Kushites were more Egyptian than the Egyptians because they had maintained the startlingly rigid ethics of Maat when the native Delta rulers had traded them for convenience. This providential opportunity for rebirth allowed Egypt to experience a final flowering of its ancient traditions before the black waters of even larger empires arrived. The 25th dynasty eventually faced an unrelenting force they could not defeat, the ironclad armies of the Assyrians. Driven back to their southern stronghold, the Kushites left behind a spiritual dictionary of resilience. They had saved the North's soul by reminding it of its own greatness. Even as they retreated, they remained the weary, vigilant guardians of the Egyptian way in the south for another millennium. Their reign was a revelation that the power of truth can be preserved by those on the margins, only to be brought back to the center when the light begins to fail. Ultimately, the story of the Black Pharaohs is a masterpiece of harmony between two branches of the same river. It proved that the stairway to the heavens is open to all who have the soul force to climb it. Pie, Taharqa, and their kin showed that Maat is a responsibility of the heart that transcends ancestry. They were the saviors of the soul, who proved that the traditional machinery of a civilization can be revitalized by the very people it once sought to exclude, creating a truth force that echoed from the Mediterranean to the mountains of Ethiopia.
Taharqa, the most formidable of the Black Pharaohs, stood as a colossus over the 25th dynasty. He was a man of unrelenting force who saw himself as the ultimate restorer of Egypt's great soul. In the early years of his reign, he poured the nation's wealth into the perfection of stone, commissioning towering colonnades and massive temple additions from the delta to his homeland at Napata. To Taharqa, the stability of the state was an architectural and spiritual duty. He was a builder of mountains, constructing a legacy intended to echo the Old Kingdom's truth force and prove that the Kushite kings were the true heirs of the sun god Amun. However, Taharqa's vision of a revitalized, unified Nile Valley hit a literal and metaphorical wall of iron. To the northeast, the Assyrian Empire had evolved into the gunpowder of the ancient world. While Egypt relied on its traditional machinery of bronze and the moral authority of Maat, the Assyrians had mastered the satanic efficiency of the Iron Age.
Their armies were a bewildering maze of specialized units, engineers, siege engineers, and ironclad cavalry that operated with a brutality designed to paralyze their enemies with terror. This was not a clash of mere kingdoms, but a trial by fire between an ancient spiritual civilization and a modern mechanized military juggernaut. The conflict was the ultimate test of Egyptian soul force. Taharqa did not shy away from the roar of the world. He actively intervened in Levantine politics, supporting local uprisings against Assyrian hegemony to create a buffer for the Nile. This was a conscious choice to trade the quiet exterior of isolation for the weight of iron on the international stage. He knew that the lifeblood of the empire depended on keeping the Assyrian military machinery at bay, leading his Kushite and Egyptian troops into a state of constant, exhausting resistance that lasted decades. In 671 BCE, the unrelenting force of the Assyrian king Esarhaddon finally breached the Egyptian border. The subsequent sack of Memphis was a psychological earthquake for the nation. The capital, once the seat of the pyramid builders and the Hall of Truth, was plundered, and Taharqa was forced to flee. This was a period of profound loneliness for the pharaoh. The spinning wheel of fortune had turned, and the gods seemed to have abandoned the temples. Yet Taharqa refused to surrender his divinity, retreating to the south to regroup and reassert his claim to the throne. This era became the forge where Egyptian resilience was truly tempered. Even as the Assyrians installed middle-tier puppet rulers in the north, the quiet power of the Kushite resistance remained. Taharqa led multiple counterattacks, proving that the soul force of a nation is not easily extinguished by physical force alone. He and his people learned that the power of truth required a startlingly rigid endurance. Every time the Assyrians retreated to deal with their own internal rebellions, Taharqa surged northward, a weary, vigilant guardian, refusing to let the light of the 25th dynasty fade. The clash between Egypt and Assyria marked the beginning of the end for Egyptian isolation. For millennia, the Red Land of the desert had been a protective barrier, but the Assyrian invasion proved that the black waters of foreign intervention were now a permanent reality. The machinery of Egypt was forced to modernize, adopting the very iron and military tactics that had once cowered them. This was a revelation that Ma'at could no longer be maintained through ritual and stone alone. It required a delicate balance of spiritual integrity and military parity. The military machinery of Assyria was characterized by its unrelenting use of psychological warfare. They recorded their flaying of enemies and the burning of cities on palace reliefs to ensure that Isfet, chaos, was synonymous with resistance to their rule. Taharqa's struggle against this roar of the desperate was a masterclass in the power of national unity. Despite the losses, the Egyptian and Kushite populations largely remained loyal to their black pharaoh, viewing the Assyrians as a satanic disruption of the cosmic order. Ultimately, Taharqa's retreat to the south was not a defeat, but a transformation of the spirit. He spent his final years in the quiet power of Napata and Jebel Barkal, ensuring that the words of the gods were preserved in the Kushite heartland. He taught his successors that the stairway to the heavens did not require a throne in Memphis, but a responsibility of the heart to protect the sacred traditions. He became the great soul of the resistance, a man who had looked into the eyes of iron and refused to blink. When the Assyrian king Ashurbanipal eventually drove the Kushites out for the final time, the Nile Valley was left scarred but self-corrected.
The invasion had liquidated the old stagnant power structures and paved the way for the Saite Renaissance, a period where Egypt would once again find a delicate balance between its ancient past and the new reality of a connected world. Taharka's trial by fire had forced the nation to realize that its afterlife depended on its ability to adapt to a world of iron without losing its soul of gold. Taharka remains the last word in the era of the great imperial pharaohs who could challenge the giants of the East. He showed that the unrelenting force of a builder can also be the unrelenting force of a warrior. By standing against the Assyrian gunpowder with the soul force of his ancestors, he ensured that the truth force of the Egyptian identity would survive the transition into the Iron Age. He was the bridge that carried the light of the ancients through the storm of the military machinery, proving that stone and spirit can endure even when the walls of iron seem to have won.
After the withdrawal of the Assyrian military machinery, a new era of reconstruction began under the Saite kings of the 26th dynasty. Psamtik I, a man of profound soul force, rose from the city of Sais in the delta to navigate a bewildering maze of regional governors and puppet rulers. He realized that the unrelenting force of the Assyrian iron had left Egypt in a state of spiritual and political exhaustion. His mission was to perform a self-correcting phase for the entire civilization, seeking to unify the split soul of the North and South through a program of intense national nostalgia. The Saite Renaissance was a psychological revolution that turned its back on the chaotic recent past and looked back 2,000 years to the Old and Middle Kingdoms. The Saites believed that the power of truth lay in the traditional machinery of their ancestors. They consciously imitated the startlingly rigid artistic styles, pyramid texts, and even the archaic grammar of the pyramid builders. This was not mere copying, it was a voyage to find a spiritual dictionary that could anchor the Egyptian identity in a world that was becoming increasingly unrecognizable. During this period, the refinement of the human spirit was expressed through a meticulous revival of ancient rituals. The grand viziers of Sais restored the temples and reinvested in the battlefield of sacred ritual, treating the words of the gods as a protective shield against the rising empires of Babylon and Persia. They understood that the stability of the state depended on an unshakable faith in a legacy that was already ancient. By reviving the past, they gave the people a stairway to the heavens that felt solid and familiar. However, Psamtik I was also a realist who realized that soul force alone could not defend the borders. In a clean break from the past's isolation, he opened Egypt's doors to the roar of the world, specifically to Greek mercenaries and traders. He recognized that the machinery of war had changed. To survive, Egypt needed the weight of iron and the hoplite tactics of the Aegean. This was a delicate balance of statecraft, using foreign physical force to protect an indigenous spiritual autonomy. This opening of the borders created a laboratory of cultural exchange. The establishment of the Greek trading post at Naucratis was a revelation, turning Egypt into a spinning wheel of international commerce. While the heart of the country remained startlingly rigid in its traditions, its quiet exterior was now protected by a cosmopolitan middle tier of foreign experts. The Saites proved that identity was a conscious choice. You could embrace the new world while still reading from the ancient dictionary of the Nile. The Saite kings spent their years cleaning the latrines of the old bureaucracy, implementing reforms that rewarded merit and selfless action. They reorganized the social ladder, ensuring that the integrity of the law was maintained across both the Delta and Upper Egypt. This was a masterclass in the power of national unity, as they successfully reintegrated Thebes into the central administration without a trial by fire or a bloody civil war.
They were the barristers of a new, unified sovereignty. In the realm of the arts, the Saite Renaissance produced works of startlingly rigid technical perfection. Sculptors worked in the hardest stones, basalt and greywacke, polishing them to a mirror-like finish that defied the erosion of time. This was a satyagraha-like statement of endurance. Even as the world around them grew more chaotic, the Egyptian artists sought the perfection of stone. They taught the nation that the power of truth was found in the discipline of the hand and the clarity of the vision. The era was a pinch of freedom before the inevitable approach of the Persian Empire. The Saites knew they were living in a silent year of temporary reprieve, and they used that time to solidify the eternal record of their culture. They were weary, vigilant guardians of a dying light, ensuring that the spiritual dictionary of Egypt was so well recorded that it would survive even under foreign rule. This was a providential opportunity to define Egyptianness for all of posterity. As the Babylonian and Persian unrelenting forces gathered on the horizon, the Saites remained in a state of intellectual awakening, producing some of the most sophisticated theological and medical texts in their history. They proved that a civilization's last word could be one of dignity and brilliance rather than decay. They had successfully navigated the bewildering maze of the Iron Age to give Egypt one final brilliant flash of autonomy, proving that the soul force of a nation is strongest when it knows who it is. Ultimately, the Saite Renaissance was the stairway to the heavens that carried Egypt into the Greco-Roman period. By anchoring themselves in the power of truth of the Old Kingdom, they ensured that the light of the Nile would fascinate the Greeks and Romans for centuries to come. They were the great souls who turned a neglected education in history into a shield for the future. The Saites taught the world that the unrelenting force of time can be met with the unshakable faith of memory, preserving the refinement of the soul until the very end.
In 525 BCE, the unrelenting force of the Persian Empire finally breached the gates of the Saite Renaissance. At the Battle of Pelusium, the Persian king Cambyses II deployed a psychological revolution of his own, allegedly placing sacred cats, animals revered by the Egyptians, on the front lines to paralyze the Egyptian archers. This tactical maneuver forced a trial by fire that the native defenders could not win. The fall of Pelusium led to the capture of Memphis and the execution of the last Saite pharaoh, Psamtik III, marking a clean break from centuries of indigenous rule. Cambyses II became the first king of Egypt who did not naturally speak the language of the people or worship the gods of the Nile. To the Egyptian elite, his ascension was not merely a political change, but a satanic occupation that threatened the very fabric of Ma'at. For the first time, the spinning wheel of the Egyptian state was being turned by a hand that did not belong to the spiritual dictionary of the Nile. The pharaoh was no longer a great soul born of the Egyptian soil, but a distant Persian satrap whose unrelenting force felt like an alien weight. The Egyptian chronicles, particularly those later relayed to the Greek historian Herodotus, portrayed Cambyses as a madman who sought to dismantle the traditional machinery of the Egyptian faith. The most grievous charge was the alleged slaying of the sacred Apis bull, the living embodiment of the god Ptah. Whether historical fact or symbolic propaganda, this story served as a revelation of the ultimate insult to the community's honor. To kill the Apis bull was to attack the lifeblood of the Egyptian religious consciousness, sparking a battlefield of shadows between the occupiers and the occupied. This period marked the birth of a sophisticated Egyptian resistance movement. The Egyptians did not simply surrender to their Persian masters, they practiced a satyagraha-like non-cooperation and launched periodic violent rebellions. They realized that the stability of the state under Persian rule was a hollow facade. The priesthood,
stripped of their tax-exempt status and quiet power by Cambyses, became the architects of dissent, using their spiritual dictionary to keep the memory of an independent Egypt alive in the hearts of the commoners. The Persians attempted to rule Egypt through a bewildering maze of satrapies and tax collectors, but they remained strangers in the land. While some Persian kings, like Darius the Great, attempted to act as a barrister for Egyptian law and even built temples to the gods, the psychological earthquake of the initial conquest was never fully healed. The Egyptian soul force remained in a state of constant, weary, vigilant waiting, looking for any providential opportunity to reclaim their autonomy from the weight of iron imposed by Susa. The resistance was not just military, it was a refinement of the human spirit through the preservation of culture. Scribes and priests continued to record the words of the gods with startlingly rigid precision, ensuring that the eternal record of the pharaohs was not erased by the Persian military machinery. They taught their children that the power of truth was more enduring than the swords of the immortals. This intellectual awakening of nationalism ensured that the Egyptian identity remained a stairway to the heavens that no foreign king could truly climb. For nearly a century, Egypt was a laboratory of rebellion. In 460 BCE, the rebel leader, Inaros II, supported by Athenian triremes, led a massive uprising that nearly drove the Persians into the sea. This was a trial by fire that showed the world the unrelenting force of the Egyptian desire for freedom. Although Inaros was eventually defeated, his selfless action became a revelation for the next generation of freedom fighters, proving that the traditional machinery of the Persian state was not invincible. The Persian occupation forced the Egyptians to look at their social ladder in a new way. The middle tier of the administration was often staffed by foreigners, leading to a profound loneliness for the native elite. This created a clean break from the meritocracy of the Saite era, pushing many talented Egyptians into the priesthood, which became the sole bridge to their ancestral heritage. They became weary, vigilant guardians of a culture that was being pushed to the margins of its own land. By the time the rebel Amaratus successfully drove the Persians out in 404 BCE, establishing the brief 28th dynasty, the Egyptian soul had been forged in the furnace of resistance. They had learned that the power of truth required more than just quiet exterior rituals. It required an unrelenting force of political will. The pinch of freedom they regained was a masterpiece of harmony between their desire for independence and their unshakable faith in the restoration of the pharaoh. Ultimately, the First Persian period was the last word in the lesson that a nation's soul force cannot be conquered by physical force alone. The Egyptians proved that by refusing to cooperate with a satanic distortion of their values, they could outlast even the greatest empires of the East. They remained barristers of their own destiny, waiting for the spinning wheel of history to return the truth of the pharaoh to the banks of the Nile. A dream that would flicker one last time before the final arrival of the Greeks.
The 30th dynasty represented the final defiant gasp of indigenous Egyptian rule, a stairway to the heavens built by a people who knew the sun was setting on their autonomy. Nectanebo II ascended to the throne not just as a king, but as the final, weary, vigilant guardian of a 3,000-year-old legacy. He was a prolific builder, perhaps the most ambitious since the New Kingdom, desperately trying to prove through the perfection of stone that the machinery of Egypt still functioned. Across the delta and into the heart of Upper Egypt, he commissioned temples and monuments, using artistic satyagraha to assert that the truth force of the pharaoh was still the central axis of the world. Nectanebo II understood that he was operating within a bewildering maze of shifting global powers. To the east, the Persian Empire was regrouping under Artaxerxes III,
hungry to reclaim its lost satrapy. To survive, Nectanebo focused on a self-correcting policy of fortification and piety. He poured the lifeblood of the treasury into the weight of iron, strengthening the frontier forts at Pelusium and across the Nile's eastern branches. He believed that if he could hold the physical force of the Persians at bay while maintaining an unshakable faith in the gods, Egypt might yet endure as a great soul among nations. His reign was a masterpiece of harmony between religious devotion and military readiness. Nectanebo II was particularly devoted to the cult of the sacred Apis bull and the goddess Isis, building the first great structures at Philae. This was a conscious choice to anchor the national identity in its most traditional machinery at a time when the roar of the world was growing deafening. He presented himself as the barrister of the ancient ways, a king whose sole force was inextricably linked to the preservation of the sacred words of the gods. However, by 343 BCE, the Persian tide proved irresistible. Artaxerxes III launched a massive invasion, bypassing the startlingly rigid defenses Nectanebo had constructed through a combination of superior numbers and the hiring of elite Greek mercenaries. This was the ultimate trial by fire for the 30th dynasty. Despite Nectanebo's personal bravery and his quiet, disciplined planning, the Egyptian forces were overwhelmed. The unrelenting force of the Achaemenid Empire crashed through the Saite gates once more, signaling a clean break from the brief era of restored independence. As the Persian army advanced on Memphis, Nectanebo II faced a moment of profound loneliness. Realizing that the spinning wheel of native rule had stalled, he chose not to die in a futile last stand that would see the city razed. Instead, he fled to the south, toward Upper Egypt, and eventually into the black waters of Nubia. Legend says he took with him his magical scrolls and his dignity, disappearing into the mists of history. This retreat was a revelation of the end. The last native-born pharaoh had vacated the throne, leaving the Hall of Truth empty for the first time in millennia. Nectanebo's disappearance gave birth to a bewildering maze of legends, most notably the Alexander romance, which claimed he fled to Macedonia and secretly fathered Alexander the Great. This was a psychological revolution for the Egyptian people, a way to reconcile the satanic loss of their king by pretending their future conqueror was actually of their own blood. It showed that the power of truth in the ancient mind was flexible, a spiritual dictionary used to survive the weight of iron imposed by foreign masters. With Nectanebo's flight, the 30,000-year line of Egyptian-born pharaohs came to an end. This was a psychological earthquake that fundamentally changed the social ladder of the Nile. The traditional machinery of the state, the priesthood, the military, the bureaucracy, now had to cooperate with a leadership that viewed Egypt merely as a providential opportunity for wealth and tribute. The quiet power of the pharaoh was replaced by the unrelenting force of foreign satraps, marking a silent year that would last until the arrival of the Greeks. The 30th dynasty's collapse proved that even the most startlingly rigid devotion to Maat could not withstand the machinery of war of the Iron Age's mega-empires. Nectanebo II had been the middle tier between the ancient past and the colonial future. His failed voyage to maintain autonomy taught the world that the refinement of the human spirit requires a corresponding weight of iron to survive in a world of predators. He was the last word in a dictionary that had been written by the light of the sun and the mud of the Nile. Today, Nectanebo's unfinished basalt sarcophagus, found not in a tomb but used as a ritual bath in a later era, stands as a revelation of the abrupt end of an era. It is a masterpiece of harmony in its carving, yet it remains empty, a symbol of a great soul that vanished when the unrelenting force of history became too heavy to bear. He had spent his life cleaning the latrines of an empire in decline, only to find that the stairway to the heavens had been cut off by the wall of iron from the east. The spinning wheel of native rule had stopped, and Egypt became the prize for the world's greatest conquerors, from Alexander to the Caesars. Yet Nectanebo II had succeeded in one selfless action. He had reinforced the spiritual dictionary of Egypt so deeply that even the foreign conquerors would be forced to adopt the traditional machinery of the pharaohs to rule. The truth force of Egypt did not die with him. It simply changed its quiet exterior, ensuring that the light of the Nile would continue to fascinate the world long after the last native pharaoh had disappeared into the south.
In 332 BCE, the unrelenting force of the Persian occupation was met by a psychological earthquake in the form of a young Macedonian king. Alexander the Great arrived at the Egyptian border not as a marauding conqueror, but as a weary, vigilant guardian of a culture he deeply admired. He realized that the traditional machinery of the Persian satraps had failed because it lacked soul force. It ruled by the sword alone. Alexander, a student of Aristotle, understood that to command the stability of the state, he needed more than the weight of iron. He needed the consent of the governed and the blessing of the ancient gods. His entry into Egypt was a masterclass in political theater. Instead of marching directly to the treasury to seize the lifeblood of the nation, he directed his voyage toward the sacred city of Memphis. There he made the conscious choice to offer sacrifices to the Apis bull, the very symbol that the Persian Cambyses had allegedly insulted. This was a revelation to the Egyptian people. By honoring the traditional machinery of their faith, Alexander performed a clean break from the previous occupation, signaling that the power of truth had returned to the Nile. The most profound moment of his intellectual awakening occurred when he trekked across the harsh western desert to the remote oasis of Siwa. He sought to consult the oracle of Amun, a spiritual dictionary of the ancient world. The journey was a trial by fire, a perilous march through shifting sands that tested his resolve. When he arrived, the high priest greeted him with a startlingly rigid pronunciation of a Greek greeting that Alexander interpreted as son of Amun. In that moment, the social ladder of the world was reshaped. Alexander was no longer just a Greek king. He had been initiated as a pharaoh. This transformation was not merely a perception of truth for the public. It became Alexander's own unshakable faith. He didn't just take Egypt. He allowed the refinement of the Egyptian soul to take him. By accepting the title of son of Amun, he positioned himself as the middle tier between the Greek world and the Egyptian cosmos. He realized that to rule the Nile, one must first become a child of its gods, a great soul who moved in perfect alignment with the ancient Maat. On a narrow strip of land between Lake Mareotis and the Mediterranean, Alexander laid the foundations for Alexandria. This city was intended to be a laboratory for a new world, the London of antiquity. It was designed as a spinning wheel of global trade and scholarship, a bridge between the word of the gods in the East and the rationalism of the West. Alexandria would become the stairway to the heavens for scientists, poets, and philosophers, ensuring that the truth force of Egypt would be exported to the ends of the earth. The Macedonians' reign in Egypt was a self-correcting phase for a nation that had been hollowed out by foreign rule. By restoring the integrity of the law and showing selfless action toward the priesthood, Alexander ended the silent year of Egyptian cultural stagnation. He recognized that the unrelenting force of the Nile's history was a gift, not a burden. He was the barrister of a new era, proving that a man of the sword could also be a man of the spirit if he respected the spiritual dictionary of the lands he visited. His stay in Egypt was brief, but its impact was an unrelenting force that changed history. When he departed to continue his voyage into the heart of the Persian Empire, he left behind a delicate balance of power. He had proved that Maat could be upheld by a foreigner if that foreigner became a great soul of the Egyptian faith.
This psychological revolution paved the way for the Ptolemaic dynasty, ensuring that the spinning wheel of Egyptian culture would continue to turn under Greek guidance. Ultimately, Alexander the Great remains the last word in how a conqueror can become a liberator. He understood that the power of truth is found in the refinement of the soul, not just the weight of iron. By becoming a pharaoh, he ensured that the words of the gods would be translated into Greek, creating an intellectual awakening that would eventually lead to the Great Library. He showed that the stairway to the heavens is not exclusive to any one race, but belongs to those who seek the light with sincerity. When Alexander died in Babylon, he supposedly requested his body be returned to Egypt, the land that had taken him. His final resting place in Alexandria became a battlefield of sacred ritual and a site of pilgrimage. He had successfully navigated the bewildering maze of ancient prophecy to become a living legend. Through his truth force, the young Macedonian had ensured that Egypt would not be a mere prize of war, but the intellectual heart of the ancient world, a legacy of quiet power that still resonates in the stones of Alexandria today.
Following the death of Alexander the Great in 323 BCE, the vast territories he had conquered were carved up by his generals, the Diadochi, in a chaotic trial by fire. Among them was Ptolemy, a man of shrewd administrative skill and a startlingly rigid sense of political diplomacy. While others fought for the heart of the empire in Babylon or Macedonia, Ptolemy made a conscious choice to secure Egypt. He realized that the Nile Valley was not just a province, but a providential opportunity to build a dynasty that could withstand the unrelenting force of history. He did not want to be a mere governor, he intended to be a pharaoh. To cement his legitimacy, Ptolemy executed a masterstroke of political theater that bordered on the satanic in its audacity. As Alexander's funeral cortege was making its way from Babylon to Macedonia, Ptolemy hijacked the body and diverted it to Egypt. By possessing the physical remains of the deified son of Amun, Ptolemy claimed the divine right to rule the land. This act was a revelation to his rivals, signaling that the power of truth in Egypt was now anchored to his own lineage. The body of Alexander became the spiritual dictionary upon which the Ptolemaic dynasty was built. Ptolemy I began the gentlemanizing of the Macedonian court, transforming a rough group of soldiers into a sophisticated middle-tier elite. He realized that a foreign king could only rule the Nile if he respected the local spiritual dictionary and the traditional machinery of the priesthood. He did not seek a clean break from the past. Instead, he sought to cooperate with it. He portrayed himself in temple reliefs with the traditional crown and kilt, ensuring that the perception of truth among the Egyptian peasantry remained one of continuity and ma'at. Perhaps his most ingenious creation was the god Serapis, a delicate balance of Osiris and Apis for the Egyptians and Zeus and Helios for the Greeks. Serapis was an intellectual awakening designed to bridge the gap between two vastly different cultures. By promoting this hybrid deity, Ptolemy created a masterpiece of harmony that provided a common stairway to the heavens for all his subjects. This was satyagraha-like statecraft. He avoided religious conflict by synthesizing the words of the gods into a new, inclusive language of faith. Ptolemy was a man with an organized cause to turn Alexandria into the London of the ancient world, the intellectual and commercial capital of the Mediterranean. He understood that the stability of the state was best maintained through the quiet power of knowledge and trade. He initiated the construction of the Great Library and the Museum, inviting the finest minds from Greece and the Near East to settle in Egypt. This was a voyage of the mind, proving that a Macedonian-trained ruler could master the refined spirit of the East while maintaining the weight of iron needed to protect it. Under Ptolemy, the machinery of Egypt was reorganized with the precision of a military camp.
He implemented a startlingly rigid system of taxation and state monopolies on grain, oil, and papyrus, ensuring that the lifeblood of the economy flowed directly into the royal treasury. This was the birth of a planned economy that turned Egypt into the wealthiest of the Hellenistic kingdoms. Ptolemy proved that the spinning wheel of the state could generate unprecedented wealth if managed with the disciplined planning of a general. The social ladder in Ptolemaic Egypt became a bewildering maze of dual identities. While the Greeks held the top administrative posts, the priesthood maintained its quiet, unrelenting force in the temples. Ptolemy allowed the priests to manage their own lands and courts, recognizing that their truth force was essential for social order. This delicate balance of power ensured that the roar of the world was kept at the borders, allowing for a great peace in the interior that fostered the arts and sciences. Ptolemy I also focused on the perfection of stone, beginning the construction of the lighthouse of Alexandria, the Pharaohs, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. This was a stairway to the heavens of a different sort, a beacon of light that guided the world's trade to Egypt's shores. It served as a political theater in masonry, a revelation of Ptolemaic engineering and wealth. The light of the Pharaohs was the unrelenting force of Alexandria's prestige, visible for miles across the black waters of the Mediterranean. As he aged, he took the rare and selfless action of abdicating in favor of his son Ptolemy II, Philadelphus, to ensure a peaceful transition of power. He had successfully gentlemanized the Macedonian presence in Egypt, turning a military conquest into a cultural renaissance. He left behind a spiritual dictionary of rule that his descendants would follow for nearly 3 centuries. He was the barrister of the Hellenistic age, proving that the refinement of the soul could be wedded to the unrelenting force of political ambition. Ultimately, Ptolemy I stands as the last word in the art of the self-correcting monarchy. He realized that to rule forever, a foreign dynasty must become a part of the landscape's sacred history. He didn't just rule Egypt, he cooperated with its eternity. By the time of his death, the spinning wheel of the Ptolemaic dynasty was in full motion, and Alexandria had indeed become the intellectual heart of the world, a testament to a man who understood that true power is found in the delicate balance of the sword, the pen, and the altar.
Under Ptolemy II, Philadelphus, the Great Library of Alexandria was established not merely as a repository, but as a radical experiment in collective human consciousness. This was a psychological revolution that transformed Alexandria into the world's first truly global laboratory of the mind. Ptolemy II realized that the unrelenting force of an empire was no longer measured solely by the weight of iron or the breadth of its borders, but by the depth of its spiritual dictionary. To possess the world's books was to possess the world's soul, and the library became the spinning wheel of this ambitious new intellectual order. The acquisition policy of the library was a masterclass in unrelenting force applied to the pursuit of wisdom. In a practice that turned the traditional machinery of customs on its head, every ship that docked in the great harbor of Alexandria was searched, not for smuggled gold or rare spices, but for scrolls. If a manuscript was found that the library did not possess, it was seized, copied with startlingly rigid precision by a small army of scribes, and then, in a display of political theater that favored the state over the individual, the copy was returned while the original was kept. This truth force of the Hellenistic age asserted that total knowledge was the only true path to total power. For the first time in history, the wisdom of the Nile, which had been locked behind the bewildering maze of hieroglyphics for millennia, was systematically translated into Greek. This was a revelation for the Mediterranean world. The Egyptian priests cooperated with Greek scholars to transcribe their ancient records, turning the words of the gods into a language accessible to the middle tier of the Hellenistic elite. This process was a bridge between the ancient, static soul force of Egypt and the dynamic rationalist voyage of Greek thought.
The library was the site of the world's first great translation project of sacred texts, most notably the Septuagint. According to legend, 72 Jewish scholars were brought to Alexandria to translate the Hebrew Bible into Greek. This event was a masterpiece of harmony that proved Alexandria was the spiritual dictionary of the Mediterranean. By translating the Law of Moses into the lingua franca of the era, the library ensured that the unshakable faith of a specific people became a providential opportunity for the entire world to study. The Mausoleum, the shrine of the Muses, which housed the library, functioned as a stairway to the heavens for scientists and poets. It was a refinement of the spirit supported by the royal treasury, where scholars were given a pinch of freedom from the latrines of daily labor to focus entirely on selfless action, the preservation and expansion of human thought. Here, Eratosthenes calculated the circumference of the Earth, and Aristarchus of Samos proposed a heliocentric universe. These were intellectual awakenings that occurred because Ptolemy II created a laboratory where the power of truth was the highest currency. The library served as a weary, vigilant guardian against the black waters of ignorance. In a world where history was often lost to the erosion of time or the roar of war, the Alexandrian scholars worked with a startlingly rigid discipline to categorize and preserve every play, poem, and scientific treatise they could find. They were the barristers of the human legacy, understanding that the afterlife of a civilization depends on its ability to record its own story. This was a communal service to future generations that transcended the personal ego of the pharaoh. The social ladder within the library was one of merit and neglected education turned into mastery. It didn't matter if a scholar was Egyptian, Greek, or Jewish. If they contributed to the spinning wheel of knowledge, they were supported by the state. This created a delicate balance between the military machinery of the Ptolemaic state and the quiet power of its intellectual pursuits. Alexandria became the London of antiquity, a place where the refinement of the soul was the primary export, and the library was its beating heart. However, the library also represented a startlingly rigid form of intellectual centralization. By gathering all the world's scrolls in one place, the Ptolemies created a vulnerable point in the human record. They realized that the perception of truth could be controlled if one controlled the archives. Yet, for a time, this radical experiment worked, providing a providential opportunity for the first global synthesis of knowledge. It was a voyage into the unknown, fueled by the belief that the power of truth was the only thing capable of outlasting the weight of iron. The library served as the forge of the world's modern identity. It taught the lesson that the unrelenting force of a nation is not found in its walls, but in its ideas. Ptolemy II was a king who understood that Ma'at in the New World meant the orderly collection and dissemination of wisdom. He was the spinning wheel that generated the momentum for a millennium of scientific discovery, proving that the quiet, unrelenting force of a librarian could be as transformative as the roar of a general. Ultimately, the Great Library of Alexandria remains the last word in the Hellenistic dream of universal knowledge. It was a masterpiece of harmony that sought to unify the fractured spiritual dictionary of humanity under one roof. Even as the black waters of later wars eventually claimed the scrolls, the truth force of the library lived on in the tradition of Western and Eastern inquiry. It proved that the refinement of the spirit is a conscious choice that a civilization must make every day to ensure that its light is not swallowed by the darkness of the silent year.
The Pharaohs of Alexandria was not merely a lighthouse, it was a stairway to the heavens in masonry, a monumental proclamation that the Ptolemaic dynasty had harnessed the unrelenting force of both the sea and the sky. Standing over 100 meters tall on the edge of the island of Pharaohs, it served as the world's first skyscraper, a vertical masterpiece that dominated the horizon. To the traveler arriving from the black waters of the Mediterranean, the Pharaohs was the first revelation of Egypt's renewed grandeur, a weight of stone that stood as a sentinel for the stability of the state. The tower was a masterclass in the power of the symbol, designed in three distinct stages: a square base, an octagonal middle, and a circular top. This startlingly rigid geometry reflected the traditional machinery of Greek mathematical precision fused with the great soul of Egyptian monumentalism. It signaled to every merchant and mariner that they were entering a laboratory of order, where the bewildering maze of the sea was finally mastered by human ingenuity. The Pharaohs was the barrister of the harbor, testifying to the integrity of the law that governed the waters of the Ptolemies. At its summit sat the spinning wheel of the port, a massive, polished bronze mirror that functioned as the truth force of the Hellenistic age. By day, it used the light of the sun to reflect a blinding signal that could be seen for miles. By night, a great furnace was lit, its fire amplified by the same mirrors to create a constant rotating beacon. This was solar engineering turned into a tool of empire, proving that the Ptolemies possessed an unshakable faith in their ability to manipulate the natural elements to serve their organized cause. The construction of the Pharaohs was a project of communal service that required the labor of thousands and the architectural genius of Sostratus of Cnidus. It was a radical experiment in logistics, moving massive blocks of stone to a tiny island to create a structure that could withstand the roar of the world. The Ptolemies realized that to rule a cosmopolitan world, they needed a political theater that was visible from the horizon. The Pharaohs was their satyagraha in stone, a demonstration that their power was not a fleeting thing, but a permanent landmark in the spiritual dictionary of humanity. For the merchants of the ancient world, the Pharaohs offered a providential opportunity for safety. Before its light, the coast of Egypt was a treacherous, bewildering maze of shoals and sandbars that had swallowed countless ships. The lighthouse transformed the silent year of dangerous navigation into a 24-hour cycle of commerce. It was the quiet power that allowed Alexandria to become the London of antiquity, the beating heart of a global spinning wheel where grain, papyrus, and ideas were traded under the watchful eye of the flame. The lighthouse also served as a bridge between the terrestrial and the divine. Atop the structure stood a colossal statue, likely of Zeus Soter, the savior, or Poseidon, asserting that the divine right of the Ptolemies was backed by the masters of the heavens and the deep. This was political theater on a celestial scale. It taught the middle tier of sailors and traders that the stairway to the heavens was a path paved by the Pharaohs, and that to enter Egypt was to enter a realm where the words of the gods were written in fire and light. The Pharaohs was a self-correcting monument to the failures of past empires. While the Persians had ruled through the weight of iron and fear, the Ptolemies chose to rule through the refinement of the spirit and the brilliance of science. The lighthouse was a revelation of what could be achieved when the machinery of war was replaced by the machinery of illumination. It was a masterpiece of harmony that proved the power of truth was more effective when it acted as a guide rather than a shackle. In the intellectual awakening of Alexandria, the Pharaohs was more than a navigational aid. It was a laboratory for the study of optics and physics. The scholars of the Mausoleum likely used the lighthouse to test theories on the unrelenting force of light and the curvature of the earth. It was a spiritual dictionary that spoke of a future where human knowledge could conquer the black waters of the unknown. The Pharaohs was the spinning wheel of progress, a beacon that promised that the roar of history would always find a safe harbor. The structure's longevity was a testament to its startlingly rigid construction, standing for over 1,000 years through earthquakes and the erosion of time. It remained a weary, vigilant guardian even as the spinning wheel of the Ptolemaic dynasty eventually slowed. Its persistence proved that the integrity of the law of physics and the sole force of great architecture could outlast the weight of iron of any individual king. The Pharaohs was the last word in the ancient world's ability to touch the sky with its truth force. Ultimately, the Pharaohs of Alexandria remains the ultimate symbol of the light that the Ptolemies brought to the Nile. It was a masterpiece of harmony that wedded Greek military machinery to Egyptian spiritual dictionary.
By building the Pharaohs, the Ptolemies ensured that their perception of truth was the brightest thing in the Mediterranean. They taught us that to lead a world of shifting empires, one must become a constant beacon, a stairway to the heavens that offers safety, order, and the unshakable faith that the darkness can always be held at bay.
In 1996 BCE, during the 9th year of the reign of Ptolemy V Epiphanes, the traditional machinery of the Egyptian state was grinding toward a halt. The young king was not presiding over a golden age, but was trapped in a battlefield of inner conflict. For years, native Egyptians in the Great Revolt had been waging a trial by fire against their Greek masters, fueled by the weight of iron taxes and a sense of cultural erasure. To survive, Ptolemy V had to perform a self-correcting act of political theater, moving away from the roar of the chariot and toward the quiet power of administrative compromise. The result was the Rosetta Stone, a dark granodiorite slab that would eventually become the most famous scrap of paper in human history. It was a spiritual dictionary carved in triplicate, presenting a single decree in 3 distinct scripts: hieroglyphic, the sacred language of the gods; demotic, the shorthand language of the people; and Greek, the bureaucratic language of the court. This was a conscious choice of linguistic diplomacy, a revelation that the Ptolemaic crown could no longer rule by decree alone, but had to speak to the soul of the land in its own ancient tongue. The stone was a move of political desperation, born from a bewildering maze of civil unrest. The native priesthood, the weary, vigilant guardians of Egypt's ancestral traditions, held the power of truth over the peasantry. By publishing the decree in all 3 scripts, Ptolemy V was attempting to turn the other cheek to the powerful temples that had supported the rebels. He realized that the stability of the state rested on the cooperation of the governed, and the stone was his satyagraha of the office, an attempt to secure consent through a shared linguistic reality. In this radical experiment of inclusion, the king granted the temples tax exemptions and released prisoners of war, acting as a barrister for the very people who had sought to overthrow him. The Rosetta Stone was a masterpiece of harmony between 2 worlds that had been at war for 20 years. It taught the Macedonian elite that to rule the Nile, they had to respect the unrelenting force of the local spiritual dictionary. The decree was a bridge over the black waters of social division, attempting to heal a nation that was split in 2. For the priests, the stone represented a providential opportunity to reclaim their middle-tier status in society. They were the ones who drafted the text, ensuring that the king's selfless action was recorded with the startlingly rigid formulas of ancient Egyptian piety. By placing the decree in every temple of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd rank, they ensured that the perception of truth was one of a unified kingdom under a divine protector. They turned the machinery of state back into a battlefield of sacred ritual, where the Greek king was once again a child of the gods. The Rosetta Stone was the ultimate spinning wheel of cultural translation. It didn't just translate words, it translated soul force. It allowed the Greek military machinery to be cloaked in the refined spirit of Egyptian theology. This delicate balance of power ensured that the 20th and 21st dynasties of the Ptolemies could endure despite the roar of history threatening them from within. It proved that the integrity of the law is most effective when it is communicated with the unshakable faith of the people's own language. Ironically, the stone that was created as a temporary fix for a local rebellion became the stairway to the heavens for modern Egyptology. For nearly a millennium, the words of the gods in hieroglyphics had become a neglected education, a bewildering maze that no living soul could navigate. The stone acted as the laboratory for Jean-François Champollion and Thomas Young, providing the power of truth needed to decode the ancient past. The quiet, unrelenting force of its 3 scripts eventually broke the silence of the pharaohs.
The stone reveals a self-correcting monarchy that understood the weight of stone lasted longer than the roar of the world. Ptolemy V may have been a weary, vigilant guardian of a crumbling empire, but his organized cause to appease the priesthood ensured that the afterlife of Egyptian culture would be preserved. He realized that a king's truth force is only as strong as his ability to cooperate with the cultural spiritual dictionary of his subjects. The stone was his last word in the art of the compromise. This scrap of paper remains a chilling reminder that the refinement of the soul is often a product of political necessity. The Rosetta Stone was not born of a love of linguistics, but of a trial by fire where a foreign dynasty had to choose between unrelenting force or unrelenting empathy. By choosing the latter, they created a masterpiece of harmony that survived the erosion of time, eventually allowing the modern world to rediscover the light of the ancients. It was a voyage of survival that became a voyage of discovery. Ultimately, the Rosetta Stone is the spinning wheel that brings us back to the beginning of the Egyptian story. It reminds us that the stairway to the heavens is built on the consent of the governed and the integrity of the law. Ptolemy V's pinch of freedom granted to the priests allowed the words of the gods to remain chiseled in the mountain long after the machinery of war had failed. The stone remains the barrister for the Nile's eternity, proving that when we speak each other's language, the power of truth can never be truly lost.
While the coast of Alexandria buzzed with the roar of the world and Greek rationalism, the deep heart of the country remained stubbornly, almost defiantly, Egyptian. The Ptolemies, despite their Macedonian roots, were shrewd enough to realize that their unrelenting force in the delta would be meaningless without the soul force of the Nile Valley. To bridge this divide, they spent a fortune building massive temples in the startlingly rigid traditional style. These were not mere buildings, they were a revelation of political necessity, ensuring that the traditional machinery of the pharaohs continued to function under a Greek crown. The Temple of Edfu, dedicated to the falcon god Horus, stands today as the most complete spiritual dictionary ever carved in stone. Begun under Ptolemy III, it was built over nearly 2 centuries, requiring a communal service of thousands of craftsmen. This was a conscious choice to anchor the Ptolemaic identity in the most ancient of myths, the struggle between Horus and Set. By funding such a stairway to the heavens, the Greeks were cooperating with eternity, proving to their subjects that they were not strangers in the land, but the legitimate protectors of Ma'at. These temples were built to last forever, designed as laboratories for the preservation of a culture that felt the erosion of time pressing in from all sides. Inside the bewildering maze of their corridors, the Ptolemies and their priests recorded every ritual, every ingredient for sacred incense, and every calendar date for the battlefield of sacred ritual. They realized that as the world became more Greek, the words of the gods needed to be chiseled deeper into the mountain to prevent them from being lost to the black waters of cultural decay. The relationship between the Macedonian kings and the Egyptian priesthood was a delicate balance of administrative skill and spiritual diplomacy. The Ptolemies held the machinery of the state, the coins, the tax collectors, and the weight of iron, but they knew the priests held the soul of the people. This was a social ladder where both sides needed to lean on each other to survive. The king provided the lifeblood of funding, and in return, the priests provided the perception of truth that the king was a divine son of the sun god. At Edfu and Philae, the architecture remained unrelenting in its traditionalism. There are no Greek columns or Corinthian capitals here. Instead, the perfection of stone reflects the same truth force found in the New Kingdom. This was a self-correcting era where the Greeks suppressed their own aesthetic preferences to maintain the stability of the state.
They understood that the Egyptian commoner did not care for Greek philosophy. They cared for the quiet power of the temple festivals and the flooding of the Nile. These temple complexes functioned as middle-tier economic hubs, acting as the bank and the barracks for the local community. By allowing the temples to maintain their own lands and internal integrity of the law, the Ptolemies created a masterpiece of harmony that kept the peace for generations. It was a providential opportunity for the Egyptian elite to maintain their dignity under foreign rule, acting as the barristers for their own civilization, while the Greeks focused on the maritime wealth of the coast. The refinement of the spirit in this era was paradoxically fueled by Greek silver. The Ptolemies were the ultimate patrons, turning Egypt into a spinning wheel of religious architecture. They realized that to rule forever, they had to become a part of the landscape's eternal record. Every pylon and every courtyard at Edfu served as a political theater where the Greek pharaoh was seen performing the same selfless action as Ramses or Thutmose, bridging the gap between the British-trained Macedonian mind and the ancient African heart. However, this delicate balance also created a battlefield of inner conflict. As the native priesthood grew more powerful through these temple endowments, they became the architects of dissent during times of high taxation. The very spiritual dictionaries the Ptolemies built eventually became the centers of nationalistic resistance. It was a trial by fire for the dynasty, proving that while you can buy a temple, you cannot always buy the unshakable faith of those who serve within it. The Ptolemaic temples represent a startlingly rigid preservation of a world that was already passing away. They were the last word in the story of ancient Egypt as a sovereign cultural force. While the world outside was moving towards the iron of Rome, the walls of Edfu remained a laboratory of the sacred. The Egyptians provided the architecture of the soul, a legacy so strong that even when the spinning wheel of Greek rule eventually broke, the stones remained to tell the power of truth to the modern world. Ultimately, the Ptolemaic era was a voyage of two cultures living in the same house but in different rooms. The Greeks provided the ships and the coins that made the nation a global power, but the Egyptians provided the unrelenting force of their history that made the nation a civilization. Through the perfection of stone at Edfu, they proved that a leader's true greatness is found in the delicate balance between the roar of the present and the quiet, unrelenting peace of the eternal past.
By the middle of the 2nd century BCE, the startlingly rigid discipline that had once characterized the early Ptolemies began to dissolve into a bewildering maze of decadence and domestic terror. The throne, which had once been a spinning wheel of intellectual and administrative energy, became a battlefield of shadows where brothers turned against sisters and parents against children. The later kings were no longer seen as great souls of the Hellenistic age. Instead, they were defined by their excesses, earning mocking nicknames like Ptolemy VIII, Physcon, the fatty, and Ptolemy XII, Auletes, the flute player. This was a psychological revolution in reverse, as the majesty of the pharaoh was replaced by the unrelenting force of petty narcissism. This era was marked by a satanic cycle of brotherly murder and civil war that left the Egyptian state in a condition of profound loneliness. The lustful and possessively jealous nature of the royal family meant that the lifeblood of the nation was no longer spent on building stairways to the heavens like the Pharaohs or the library, but on hiring mercenaries for internecine slaughter. The royal palace in Alexandria, once a laboratory of science, became a gilded prison where the power of truth was sacrificed on the altar of personal ambition. To the commoner, the stability of the state felt like a forgotten dream. As the Ptolemies were blinded by their own palace intrigues, they suffered from a neglected education in the shifting moral compass of the Mediterranean. They remained obsessed with the family prestige of their Macedonian roots,
failing to realize that the spinning wheel of global power had moved west. They treated the Roman Republic as a useful barrister to settle their internal squabbles, unaware that they were inviting a weight of iron into their home that would eventually crush their autonomy. It was a trial by fire they didn't even realize they were losing until the roar of the legions was at the gates. Rome, meanwhile, was undergoing its own intellectual awakening regarding the wealth of the East. The Romans viewed the later Ptolemies with a mixture of startlingly rigid contempt and opportunistic greed. They saw a dynasty that had cooperated with its own decline, a weary, vigilant guardian that had fallen asleep on the job. To Rome, Egypt was a providential opportunity, a breadbasket that could feed its growing urban masses, and a treasury that could fund its endless wars. The quiet power of Roman diplomacy slowly transformed into the unrelenting force of an imperial predator. The discipline of the Egyptian administration also began to crumble under the lustful eyes of corrupt officials. With the king distracted by brotherly murder, the middle tier of the bureaucracy began to exploit the peasantry with unrelenting force. The integrity of the law that the early Ptolemies had fought to maintain was replaced by a neglected education in justice. Native rebellions, once fueled by nationalism, were now fueled by the sheer weight of desperation, as the social ladder became a bewildering maze of extortion and poverty. Ptolemy XII, the flute player, represented the ultimate clean break from the dignity of his ancestors. To maintain his pinch of freedom on the throne, he was forced to bribe Roman senators with astronomical sums of gold, effectively mortgaging the lifeblood of his country. He was a weary, vigilant puppet who spent more time performing for Roman audiences than performing the battlefield of sacred ritual for his own people. His reign was a revelation of how far the great soul of the Ptolemies had fallen. He was a king who had traded his truth force for a hollowed-out sovereignty. The neglected education of the royal family extended to their military readiness. While the Roman legions were perfecting the military machinery of the maniple and the gladius, the Ptolemaic army remained a startlingly rigid but outdated phalanx. They were stuck in the traditional machinery of the past, unable to adapt to the unrelenting force of Roman tactical flexibility. This gap in military logic ensured that any future trial by fire would be a slaughter. The weight of iron from the West was simply more efficient than the refined spirit of the decaying East. Even the spiritual dictionary of the temples began to reflect the nation's defeated spirit. The priests at Edfu and Dendera continued to carve the names of these fatty kings into the stone, but it was an act of political theater devoid of unshakable faith. They were going through the motions of the battlefield of sacred ritual, but the soul force of the nation was being drained by the lustful demands of the capital. The stairway to the heavens was becoming a stairway to nowhere, as the divine connection between the king and the gods was severed by the king's own hand. The palace in Alexandria became a laboratory of paranoia. Every meal was a potential trial by fire, and every whisper in the corridor was a revelation of a new plot. This unrelenting force of fear prevented any long-term disciplined planning for the nation's defense. The Ptolemies had become outcasts in their own palace, surrounded by Greek advisors and Roman barristers, who were all waiting for the spinning wheel to stop so they could claim a piece of the wreckage. It was a great soul in its final agonizing death throes. Ultimately, the decline of the later Ptolemies serves as the last word on the dangers of neglected education in the face of a changing world. They proved that no amount of family prestige or perfection of stone can save a dynasty that has lost its moral compass. By the time the final act of the drama began, the machinery of Egypt was so broken that only a miracle of diplomacy could save it. The stage was set for a final great soul to emerge, Cleopatra VII, who would attempt to use her truth force to stop the Roman weight of iron from crushing the Nile forever.
In 51 BCE, the spinning wheel of history turned toward its most charismatic and misunderstood protagonist, Cleopatra VII. Inheriting a kingdom that was little more than a hollowed-out sovereignty, she ascended the throne at the age of 18, facing a battlefield of inner conflict within her own family. Her brother-husband, Ptolemy XIII, and his middle-tier advisors sought to reduce her to a captive queen, a mere figurehead in their lustful scramble for power. However, Cleopatra possessed a great soul and an intellectual awakening that her predecessors lacked. She understood that the stability of the state required a leader who was not just a Greek ruler, but a true child of the Nile. Cleopatra performed a psychological revolution by becoming the first Ptolemaic monarch in nearly 300 years to bother learning the Egyptian language. This was not a mere hobby, but a satyagraha-like act of cultural respect that signaled a clean break from the startlingly rigid Hellenistic isolation of her ancestors. By speaking directly to her native subjects in their own tongue, she tapped into the truth force of the Egyptian heartland. To the commoners and the priesthood, she was no longer a foreign stranger in the land, but a living revelation of Isis, a weary, vigilant guardian who truly understood their spiritual dictionary. She realized early on that her personal humiliation, being driven into exile by her brother's faction, was a symptom of a systemic weakness in the Egyptian traditional machinery. The nation was a bewildering maze of corruption and military impotence, unable to resist the unrelenting force of the Roman Republic. Cleopatra knew that the roar of the world was coming from the west, and she understood that Egypt could no longer survive through isolation. Her organized cause was the survival of a 3,000-year-old dream, and she was prepared to use the power of truth and political theater to navigate the weight of iron that Rome represented. When Julius Caesar arrived in Alexandria in pursuit of his rival Pompey, Cleopatra saw a providential opportunity to reset the social ladder of power. Her famous entry, smuggled into the palace inside a laundry bag, was a masterstroke of political theater. It was a revelation of her daring and her refined spirit. She didn't approach the Roman dictator with the roar of the chariot, but with a calculated charm and a startlingly rigid intellect. She realized that by evoking a personal alliance with Caesar, she could achieve a level of protection for Egypt that physical force alone could never secure. Her relationship with Caesar was a laboratory of multi-language diplomacy. Cleopatra didn't just offer him the lifeblood of Egypt's grain, she offered him the wisdom of the Nile. She introduced him to the astronomical genius of Alexandrian scholars, which led to the self-correcting reform of the Roman calendar. Through this alliance, she proved that pure truth, when packaged with strategic brilliance, could bend the will of a man of sword. She was no longer a captive queen, but the barrister of her nation's sovereignty, using the quiet power of her mind to outmaneuver the Roman Senate. Following Caesar's assassination, the spinning wheel of history plunged Cleopatra into a second trial by fire. The Roman world was split between Antony and Octavian, and Cleopatra had once again used her soul force to protect her pinch of freedom. Her meeting with Antony at Tarsus was the ultimate masterpiece of harmony in political staging. Arriving on a gilded barge with purple sails, she cast herself as the goddess Aphrodite meeting Dionysus. This was not mere vanity, it was an unrelenting force of propaganda designed to prove that Egypt remained the intellectual and spiritual capital of the world. Under her reign, Alexandria experienced a final brilliant flash of cultural rebirth. She patronized the Great Library and the Museion, ensuring that the refinement of the spirit continued despite the roar of the world outside. She was a middle tier between the ancient Egyptian past and the burgeoning Greco-Roman future.
To her, the stairway to the heavens was built through the perfection of stone and the integrity of the law. She attempted to restore the prestige of the throne by blending the military machinery of Rome with the traditional machinery of the Pharaohs. However, Cleopatra's unshakable faith in her ability to manage the weight of iron eventually hit a wall in the form of Octavian. Unlike Caesar and Antony, Octavian was a man of sword who remained immune to the quiet power of her charm. He viewed Egypt not as a partner, but as a providential opportunity for plunder. The battlefield of shadows shifted toward the Battle of Actium, a trial by fire that would decide the fate of the Mediterranean. Cleopatra stood as the last word of the ancient world, fighting against a military machinery that was becoming startlingly rigid and unstoppable. Even in defeat, Cleopatra maintained her dignity and her truth force. Her final selfless action, the choice of the asp over the humiliation of a Roman triumph, was her ultimate satyagraha. By choosing her own death, she denied Octavian his greatest trophy and maintained her status as an unrelenting force in the human imagination. She proved that the refinement of the soul is something that even the weight of iron cannot conquer. She died as a pharaoh, ensuring that the words of the gods were the last thing she heard, rather than the roar of the Roman crowd. Cleopatra VII remains the bridge between the light of the pharaohs and the long night of foreign rule. She was the architect of a dream that almost succeeded in turning the spinning wheel of history in a different direction. Through her, we learn that the power of truth and multilingual diplomacy are the greatest tools of a great soul. She was the last light of a 3,000-year-old civilization, a weary, vigilant guardian who taught the world that the refinement of the spirit is a legacy that transcends the rise and fall of empires.
Cleopatra's alliance with Mark Antony was never merely a romantic dalliance, it was a providential opportunity for a strategic restoration of the Egyptian empire. In Antony, Cleopatra found a man of the sword who could provide the Roman weight of iron necessary to secure her borders. In return, she offered him the lifeblood of Egypt's treasury and the administrative discipline of a 3,000-year-old state. Together, they envisioned a masterpiece of harmony, where the Mediterranean was not a Roman lake, but a shared domain ruled by the dual truth force of Rome's military might and Alexandria's cultural and economic prestige. This was Cleopatra's Great March, a bold defiance of the Roman Senate's startlingly rigid view of Egypt. To the politicians in Rome, Egypt was little more than a granary to be looted, a vast passive farm intended to feed the Roman mob and fund the careers of ambitious generals. Cleopatra's vision was a psychological revolution that challenged this status quo. She sought to elevate Egypt back to its status as a great soul among nations, proving that the traditional machinery of the pharaohs could still function as a primary power in a world of rising military machinery. However, the Roman world, led by the calculating Octavian, viewed this union as a satanic threat to the very essence of Rome. Octavian launched an unrelenting force of propaganda against Cleopatra, portraying her as a foreign temptress who had poisoned the Roman soul and gentlemanized Antony into a state of decadent weakness. This was a trial by fire in the court of public opinion. Octavian understood the power of truth as a weapon of war. By framing the conflict as a struggle between Roman virtue and Eastern lustful luxury, he transformed a civil war into a holy war for the identity of the West. Cleopatra found herself caught between two worlds, desperately trying to prove that her ancient soul force could compete with the new, startlingly rigid Roman machinery of war. She was a weary, vigilant guardian of a civilization that emphasized the refinement of the spirit and divine right, whereas Rome was increasingly becoming a machine of cold, bureaucratic efficiency.
This clash of moral compasses meant that Cleopatra had to navigate a bewildering maze of shifting loyalties, as Roman officers under Antony's command grew resentful of taking orders from an Egyptian captive queen. The donations of Alexandria served as the ultimate political theater of their alliance. In a grand ceremony at the gymnasium, Antony distributed Roman-held territories to Cleopatra and her children, declaring her the Queen of Kings. This was a revelation of their shared ambition, but it also provided Octavian with the perfect excuse to declare war. To Rome, this was a neglected education in hubris. They saw it as a clean break from Roman law and an insult to the family prestige of the Republic. For Cleopatra, it was the only way to ensure the afterlife of her dynasty. As the spinning wheel of history moved toward the Battle of Actium in 31 BCE, Cleopatra committed the lifeblood of her navy to the cause. This was a radical experiment in joint command warfare. She brought her royal fleet, ships designed with the perfection of stone and the weight of massive timber, to face Octavian's swifter, more agile Liburnian vessels. It was a trial by fire, where the unrelenting force of Roman naval tactics met the quiet power of Egyptian naval tradition. The stakes were nothing less than the stability of the state and the future of the ancient world. The defeat at Actium was a psychological earthquake for Cleopatra. As she retreated to Alexandria, she realized that the weight of iron had finally crushed her great soul. The roar of the world was now closing in on her capital. Yet, even in this moment of profound loneliness, she remained a man of her word to the gods of Egypt. She began the disciplined planning for her final act, knowing that her pinch of freedom was coming to an end. She spent her final months in a laboratory of study, not of science, but of the fastest way to preserve her dignity through death. Octavian's arrival in Egypt was the last word in the Roman conquest of the Mediterranean. He ignored the power of truth in Cleopatra's diplomatic overtures, treating her instead as a providential opportunity for a Roman triumph. He wanted to parade her through the streets of Rome as a captive queen, a trophy of the military machinery's victory over the refined spirit. But Cleopatra was a barrister for her own soul. She realized that her final selfless action would be to deny him that political theater and remain a pharaoh until the very end. Her death by the asp was the ultimate satyagraha, a non-violent but unrelenting force of defiance. By choosing the sacred cobra, she was performing a battlefield of sacred ritual, connecting herself to the goddess Wadjet and the protection of the crown. It was a revelation that even when the spinning wheel of politics stops, the soul force can endure. She died in the traditional machinery of her royal robes, a masterpiece of harmony between her life's ambition and the ancient words of the gods that had guided her 3,000-year-old dream. Ultimately, Cleopatra and Antony's alliance was a voyage towards a world that wasn't ready to exist. They attempted to create a bridge between two great souls, but were caught in the bewildering maze of a changing era. Cleopatra taught the world that the refinement of the spirit and the integrity of the law are worth fighting for, even against the unrelenting force of a superior machinery of war. She remains the last light of ancient Egypt, a weary, vigilant guardian who proved that the power of truth in history is written not just by the victors, but by those who refuse to be forgotten.
In 31 BCE, the unrelenting force of history converged at the naval battle of Actium, a trial by fire that would decide if the Mediterranean would be a dual sovereignty or a Roman lake. Cleopatra and Antony brought a fleet that was a masterpiece of harmony and scale, featuring massive Egyptian galleys designed with the perfection of stone, heavy, towering, and imposing. Opposing them was Octavian's military machinery, composed of swifter, more agile Liburnian vessels that operated with a startlingly rigid efficiency. This was the ultimate clash between the soul force of the ancient East and the weight of iron from the rising West. As the engagement intensified, the spinning wheel of fortune turned against the duo. A gap opened in the Roman line, and in a move that sent a psychological earthquake through their allies, Cleopatra's 60 ships hoisted their sails and withdrew from the battlefield of shadows. Antony, seeing his queen retreat, abandoned his men to follow her. This was a clean break from military tradition that demoralized their remaining troops, leaving them to face the unrelenting force of Octavian's wrath alone. To the world, it looked like a lustful flight. To Cleopatra, it was a desperate, disciplined planning to save the lifeblood of her kingdom for one last stand. They retreated to Alexandria, the realization slowly dawning that the era of the Nile had finally been outpaced by the era of cannons and iron, symbolized by the Roman quinqueremes. The traditional machinery of the pharaohs, which had relied on prestige and divine right for 3,000 years, was now effectively obsolete against the cold, bureaucratic machinery of war of the Roman Republic. Alexandria, once the London of the ancient world, felt a sense of profound loneliness as the roar of the world grew louder at its gates. The final year in Alexandria was a self-correcting period of intense reflection. Cleopatra and Antony formed a society of those who will die together, a radical experiment in finding grace within the bewildering maze of total defeat. They spent their days in a laboratory of the senses, balancing the refined spirit of their previous grandiosity with a sober assessment of their mortality. They realized that the stability of the state was a phantom, and they began to gentlemanize their approach to the end, preparing to meet it as great souls rather than as fugitives. Cleopatra, ever the weary, vigilant guardian, understood that while the machinery of the state had collapsed, the integrity of the soul remained her final territory. She spent time in her monument, the stairway to the heavens she had built for herself, testing various revelations of poisons. She was looking for a masterpiece of harmony between life and death, wanting an end that was startlingly rigid in its dignity. This was her final satyagraha, a refusal to let the weight of iron dictate the terms of her exit. As Octavian's unrelenting force closed in, Antony fell upon his sword, a man of the sword meeting a soldier's end. However, Cleopatra remained the barrister for her own legacy. She engaged in a final political theater with Octavian, attempting to negotiate a pinch of freedom for her children. She saw in Octavian a neglected education of the heart. He was a machine of logic who only saw Egypt as a providential opportunity for plunder. Realizing he intended to lead her in a triumph, she made the conscious choice to strike first. Her final act was a revelation of her truth force. Dressed in her full pharaonic regalia, she sat upon her golden throne, a weary, vigilant guardian of the 3,000-year-old dream. The use of the asp was a battlefield of sacred ritual, a connection to the goddess Wadjet that ensured her afterlife would be as a divine ruler, not a Roman prisoner. She had successfully navigated the bewildering maze of her reign to reach a point where the power of truth was the only thing she had left to wield. With her death, the spinning wheel of ancient Egypt finally stopped. The land of the Pharaohs was annexed as the personal property of the Roman emperor, ending its voyage as an independent power. The words of the gods were now under the integrity of the law of Rome. It was a trial by fire that the Nile had lost, but Cleopatra's selfless action ensured that the soul of the nation was never truly captured. It was instead immortalized in the spiritual dictionary of human history. The fall of the Ptolemies was a revelation that even the most refined spirit must eventually account for the weight of iron. The traditional machinery of the East had been absorbed by the military machinery of the West. Yet the light of Alexandria did not go out, it was simply repurposed. The Roman great souls like Augustus would spend centuries trying to cooperate with the very Egyptian traditions they had conquered, proving that the soul force of the Nile was more unrelenting than any legion. Ultimately, the events of 31 to 30 BCE remind us that the power of truth is often found in the most desperate moments of inner conflict.
Cleopatra taught the world that when the machinery of Egypt fails, the dignity of the individual soul is the final, unshakable monument. She and Antony may have lost the battlefield of iron, but they won the battlefield of memory, leaving behind a spiritual dictionary of defiance that echoes through the black waters of time, proving that the stairway to the heavens is always built by the courageous.
On a hot August day in 30 BCE, the traditional machinery of the Egyptian state reached its final dramatic conclusion. Cleopatra VII, the last of the Ptolemies, committed suicide, allegedly by the bite of an asp, a creature that was far more than a simple predator. The asp was the living symbol of the divine Arrhaeus snake that had adorned the brows of pharaohs for 3 millennia. By choosing this specific battlefield of sacred ritual, Cleopatra ensured she died not as a defeated captive of a Roman triumph, but as a king in her own right. This was her final satyagraha, a soul-force declaration that the unrelenting force of her dignity could not be touched by Roman iron. With her passing, the ancient Egypt that the world had known since the dawn of time finally went silent. The spinning wheel of native power, which had survived Libyan, Kushite, and Persian incursions, was finally broken. The Roman Empire annexed Egypt, but unlike previous conquerors who attempted to cooperate with the local spiritual dictionary, Rome treated the gift of the Nile with a startlingly rigid administrative coldness. Egypt was no longer a sovereign nation with a great soul. It was a province, a hollowed-out administrative unit whose only purpose was to serve the family prestige of the Caesars. Octavian, now Augustus, made a clean break from Roman law by declaring Egypt the private property of the emperor. No Roman senator could even set foot in the land without his express permission. The roar of the chariot was replaced by the rhythmic silence of the sickle, as the entire country was transformed into the world's largest farm. Rome didn't care for the refinement of the spirit or the stairway to the heavens provided by the temples. It cared for the lifeblood of the wheat that fed its restless urban masses. Egypt had become a managed laboratory of agricultural extraction. This transition marked a period of profound spiritual isolation for the people of the Nile. The Egyptian priests, who for centuries had been the grand viziers of the spirit and the most powerful men in the world, were relegated to the roles of local museum keepers. They became strangers in their own land, watching as their sacred wealth was drained to build the marble palaces of Rome. While they still performed the battlefield of sacred ritual within the temple walls, the perception of truth was changing. The gods were now serving a master who lived thousands of miles across the black waters. Despite this economic servitude, the ancient culture remained stubbornly rigid. Beneath the surface of Roman bureaucracy, the unshakable faith in Ma'at refused to go out entirely. The priests continued to carve the words of the gods into the walls of temples like Dendera and Philae, even portraying the Roman emperors in the perfection of stone as traditional pharaohs. This was a delicate balance of survival. The Egyptians used the traditional machinery of their art to gentlemanize their conquerors, forcing the Roman masters to at least play the part of the protector for the sake of the harvest. The social ladder in Roman Egypt was a bewildering maze of tiered citizenship. At the top were the Roman officials, followed by the Greek elites of Alexandria, and at the bottom, the middle-tier Egyptian farmers and laborers. This neglected education of the native population led to a sense of profound loneliness. The truth force of the Egyptian identity was being squeezed by the weight of iron from Roman tax collectors. Yet the quiet, unrelenting force of their ancestral customs remained the only thing that gave the people a sense of integrity of the law in a lawless imperial world. However, as Cleopatra surely suspected, the unrelenting force of Egypt's truth would continue to haunt the world long after the last pharaoh was gone. The spiritual dictionary of the Nile began to seep into the Roman soul.
The cult of Isis spread across the empire, reaching as far as Britain, offering a refinement of the spirit that the military machinery of Rome could not provide. The stairway to the heavens that Egypt had built was now being climbed by its conquerors, who found themselves mesmerized by the power of truth buried in the ancient mysteries. Egypt's influence was a self-correcting force in human history. Even as it served as a farm, it functioned as an intellectual awakening for the early Christian church. The monastic tradition, the selfless action of the Desert Fathers, and the theological refinement of the Spirit in Alexandria were all built upon the traditional machinery of Egyptian hermetism and temple life. The soul force of the Nile was not destroyed, it was simply repurposed into a new spiritual dictionary that would define the Middle Ages. The spinning wheel of history eventually saw the Roman military machinery rust and fail, but the perfection of stone in the Egyptian temples remained. These structures stood as weary, vigilant guardians of a truth that no emperor could fully annex. They proved that while physical force can control the grain, only truth force can control the memory of a civilization. Egypt was no longer a political body, but it had become an eternal record of human aspiration, a masterpiece of harmony that continued to influence every religion and empire that followed. Ultimately, the silence that followed Cleopatra's death was the silence of a great soul in meditation, not in extinction. The unrelenting force of Egypt's truth traveled through time, a voyage that outlasted the roar of cannons and the weight of iron. From the British-trained explorers of the 19th century to the intellectual awakenings of today, the Nile continues to offer a stairway to the heavens. Cleopatra died as a king to ensure that the last word of her nation was one of dignity, proving that even a memory can be a truth force that changes the world.
While Rome occupied Egypt's soil with the unrelenting force of its legions, Egypt's gods began a psychological revolution that occupied Rome's soul. This was not a conquest of the sword, but a voyage of the spirit. The cult of Isis, once a localized spiritual dictionary of the Nile, began to spread across the empire like a rising tide. From the sun-drenched banks of the Nile to the fog-shrouded shores of London, the image of the goddess offered a refinement of the spirit that the dry, civic religion of Rome, focused on the traditional machinery of state rituals and legalistic contracts with the gods, could no longer match. Isis became the universal mother, a figure of unshakable faith who transcended national borders. In a world of profound loneliness created by the vast, impersonal bureaucracy of the Roman Empire, she offered a personal, emotional connection to the divine. She was the weary, vigilant guardian of the grieving and the downtrodden, promising a path to eternal life through resurrection. This was the truth force of the Egyptian heartland, the belief that death was not an end, but a stairway to the heavens, a concept that resonated deeply within the bewildered maze of a Roman society hungry for hope. This expansion was Egypt's silent revenge against its conquerors. Through the figure of Isis, the Egyptian concept of divine motherhood and the triumph over death became a quiet, unrelenting force that dismantled the traditional pagan machinery of the West. While Augustus and his successors were cleaning the latrines of Roman politics and consolidating their military machinery, the soul force of Egypt was infiltrating the Roman home. Isis was not just a foreign deity, she was a revelation of a more compassionate and intimate divinity, proving that the power of truth is more infectious than the weight of iron. The gentlemanizing of the Isis cult in Rome was a masterclass in political theater and cultural synthesis. Initially viewed by the Roman Senate as a satanic and superstitious threat to Roman integrity of the law, the cult was periodically banned and its temples demolished. Yet, like the Nile's flood, it could not be contained. The unrelenting force of popular devotion
forced the Roman elite to eventually cooperate with the goddess. Caligula and Domitian became her patrons, realizing that the stability of the state was easier to maintain if they aligned themselves with the spiritual dictionary that the people actually believed in. The iconography of Isis, often depicted holding the infant Horus, became a masterpiece of harmony that reshaped the world's conscience. This image of the Isis lactans provided a moral compass for the development of later religious archetypes. It was a providential opportunity for the Egyptian concept of the divine feminine to survive the erosion of time. By the time the spinning wheel of history reached the late Roman era, the refinement of the soul offered by Isis had prepared the Mediterranean world for a psychological revolution that would favor centralized, redemptive faiths over fragmented paganism. The cult functioned as a middle-tier social network, bringing together people of all classes, from the captive queen to the common laborer, under a shared, unshakable faith. In the Iseum, the temples of Isis, the social ladder of Rome was momentarily flattened. Initiates underwent a trial by fire of secret rituals and intellectual awakening, emerging with a sense of selfless action and communal identity. This organized cause of the Isiac community proved that while a nation could be conquered physically, its ideas could remain a quiet power that dictated the moral dictionary of its masters. As the military machinery of Rome began to rust and the roar of the world grew chaotic during the 3rd century crisis, the spiritual isolation of the populace increased. Isis remained a constant beacon, much like the Pharaohs of Alexandria. She promised that Ma'at, the integrity of the law of the universe, was still in effect, even if the Roman emperor was failing. This unrelenting force of Egyptian theology provided a stairway to the heavens that bypassed the hollowed-out sovereignty of the state, ensuring that the light of the Nile would never truly go out. The silent year of the traditional Roman gods arrived as the temples of Isis proliferated. The Egyptian concept of resurrection, famously tied to the myth of Osiris, became the lifeblood of a new global religious consciousness. This was a self-correcting era where the neglected education of the Western soul was being remedied by the ancient wisdom of the East. The spinning wheel of Egyptian thought had successfully moved from the perfection of stone in the Nile temples into the refined spirit of the Roman mind, proving that culture is the ultimate truth force. Even when the weight of iron of the Christian emperors eventually closed the last Egyptian temples, like Philae, the revelation of Isis did not vanish. It was a clean break in name only. Her attributes, her titles like Star of the Sea, and her maternal imagery were absorbed into the traditional machinery of the new faith. This was the last word of the Egyptian priests. They had successfully exported the soul of the nation into the very fabric of the Western world. They were barristers for a legacy that could never be truly annexed. Ultimately, the story of Isis in Rome is a masterpiece of harmony between the conquered and the conqueror. It proves that the unrelenting force of a hungry man's truth or a nation's spirit can bend the will of a god king or a Roman Caesar. Cleopatra may have lost the battlefield of iron at Actium, but through the quiet power of her gods, her civilization won the battlefield of the soul. Egypt remained a truth force that haunted the world, proving that the refinement of the human spirit is the only conquest that truly lasts forever.
In the 3rd and 4th centuries CE, while the Roman administrative machinery of state began to fracture under its own weight, a new and profound psychological revolution took root in the Egyptian desert. This was not a rebellion of the sword, but a mass exodus of the spirit. Thousands of men and women, later known as the Desert Fathers and Mothers, turned their backs on the lustful corruption and heavy taxation of the metropolitan centers like Alexandria. They fled into the black waters of the wilderness, seeking a clean break from a world that had become a bewildering maze of materialistic pursuit and imperial decay. This movement marked the birth of Christian monasticism,
a radical experiment in the power of the individual soul. These hermits, led by figures like Saint Anthony the Great, became the new satyagrahis of the spirit. They realized that the stability of the state was an illusion, and that the only true sovereignty was found in the unrelenting force of prayer and self-discipline. By retreating to the Scetic desert, they replaced the roar of the world with a quiet power that would eventually reshape the moral compass of the entire Western world. The Desert Fathers practiced a startlingly rigid discipline that mirrored the asceticism of the ancient priests of Amun and the traditional machinery of the Pharaohs' sacred rituals. Their lives were a laboratory of endurance. They lived on meager rations and spent their nights in weary, vigilant vigils. This was a self-correcting phase for humanity, a return to the soul force that had defined Egypt for millennia. They proved that the Egyptian landscape, that harsh, silent desert, remained the world's greatest forge for spiritual transformation. Saint Anthony's famous trial by fire, his psychological and spiritual battles with demons in the desert, became a revelation for the Christian world. It was a battlefield of shadows where the perfection of stone-like resolve was tested against the temptations of the flesh. This narrative of the great soul conquering his inner demons became the spiritual dictionary for a new era. It taught that the power of truth was not found in the marble palaces of Rome, but in the refined spirit of a man who owned nothing but his faith. As these hermits gathered into communities, they created a new social ladder based on humility rather than birthright or family prestige. The first monasteries, organized by Pachomius, were a masterpiece of harmony and disciplined planning. They operated as a spinning wheel of communal service, where work and prayer were inextricably linked. This was a providential opportunity for the common Egyptian to find dignity and purpose outside the military machinery of the Roman Empire, effectively gentlemanizing the life of the peasant through sacred labor. This movement was a silent continuation of the Egyptian truth force. The desert was no longer just a place of death, it had become a stairway to the heavens. The monks utilized the neglected education of the ancient Egyptian anchorites, adopting their methods of silence and solitude to find the integrity of the law of God. They were the barristers of a new covenant, proving that the unshakable faith of the Nile could survive the transition from the words of the gods in hieroglyphs to the Word of God in Scripture. The ancient desert monasteries became intellectual awakening centers, preserving manuscripts and theological refinement of the soul as the cities faced the unrelenting force of barbarian invasions. While the weight of iron was crushing the Roman borders, the quiet, unrelenting force of the Coptic monks was preserving the spiritual dictionary of civilization. They were the weary, vigilant guardians of the human record, ensuring that the light of the East would not be extinguished by the long night of the West's collapse. This satyagraha-like movement also challenged the integrity of the law within the burgeoning church itself. The Desert Fathers often stood in opposition to the wealthy, politically connected bishops of the cities, acting as a self-correcting voice that called for a return to selfless action. They were the middle tier between the divine and the mundane, reminding the grand viziers of the church that the power of truth is found in quiet interior reflection, not in the political theater of the imperial court. By the 4th century, the Egyptian desert was more populous than many Roman provinces. This psychological earthquake forced the world to look at Egypt once again as the intellectual heart of the planet. The spinning wheel of monasticism spread from the Nile to Palestine, Syria, and eventually to the monasteries of Ireland and France. The unrelenting force of the Egyptian desert had successfully exported a new machinery of the spirit, proving that a pinch of freedom in the wilderness was more powerful than the weight of iron in the city. Ultimately, the Desert Fathers were the last word in the story of ancient Egypt's spiritual resilience. They took the refinement of the human spirit that had been cultivated since the Old Kingdom and gave it a new, universal language. They proved that the soul force of a nation does not die when its machinery of state is annexed. It simply finds a new laboratory in which to thrive. The desert remained the stairway to the heavens, a testament to the unshakable faith that outlasted every empire and every pharaoh, ensuring the Nile's truth force would echo forever.
In 391 CE, the unrelenting force of the Roman Empire shifted from the battlefield of iron to the battlefield of sacred ritual. Emperor Theodosius I issued a series of decrees that acted as a psychological earthquake for the ancient world, the official closing of all pagan temples and the prohibition of ancestral rites. One by one, the lights of the ancient Mediterranean went out. In Egypt, this was a clean break from a 3,000-year-old spiritual dictionary. The machinery of state, once fueled by the offerings to Amun and Isis, was now repurposed to serve the singular truth force of a Christian empire, leaving the old gods to face a long night of official silence. Yet, on a small emerald island in the Nile, a quiet resistance flickered with unshakable faith. The temple of Philae, dedicated to the goddess Isis, became the final fortress of the ancient soul force. Because of its strategic location near the border with the Blemmyes and Nobade tribes, who still held the goddess in startlingly rigid reverence, the Roman authorities were forced to cooperate with the temple's existence for another 150 years. Philae became a laboratory of survival, a place where the words of the gods were still whispered, while the rest of the world turned toward the roar of the new era. It was within these sacred walls in 394 CE that a scribe named Nesmetarachem performed a desperate, lonely act of defiance. He carved the final hieroglyphic inscription on a temple wall, the Graphivo of Esmet Akhom. It was a satyagraha-like statement of cultural persistence, a man clinging to a language that was already becoming a bewildering maze to his contemporaries. This was the last word of a 3,000-year-old tradition, written in a script that represented the perfection of stone and the integrity of the law of the Pharaohs. This final scribe was a weary, vigilant guardian of a neglected education. He knew that the spinning wheel of the ancient Egyptian intellect was slowing to a halt. As he chiseled the image of the god Mandulus, he was acting as a barrister for an entire civilization's history, ensuring that the eternal record was not left entirely blank before the black waters of ignorance rushed in. To Nesmetarachem, the hieroglyphs were not just letters, they were the lifeblood of the cosmos, the stairway to the heavens that connected the Nile to the stars. The century that followed at Philae was a period of profound spiritual isolation. The temple remained a middle-tier sanctuary for those who refused to let the flame of Maat go out. While the roar of the world saw the fall of Rome and the rise of the Byzantines, the priests of Philae continued their selfless action, maintaining the traditional machinery of the festivals. They were strangers in their own time, living in a laboratory of the past, while the military machinery of Justinian's empire gathered on the horizon. In 535 CE, the Byzantine Emperor Justinian finally decided that the perception of truth required the absolute silence of the ancient gods. He ordered the startlingly rigid closure of the Temple of Philae. The machinery of Egypt was dismantled, the priests were imprisoned, and the sacred statues, the soul force of the community, were carried away to Constantinople as trophies. This was the final flash of Egyptian autonomy. When the temple doors were barred, the spinning wheel that had turned since the time of Narmer finally stopped, marking a clean break from the ancient world. The closing of Philae was a trial by fire for the Egyptian identity. The temple was converted into a church, and the words of the gods were covered with plaster or chiseled away in a satanic attempt to erase the spiritual dictionary of the past.
The refinement of the spirit was now to be found in the Coptic liturgy rather than the rituals of Isis. For the first time in history, there was no one left alive who could read the truth force written on the walls of the great monuments. Egypt had become a hollowed-out library of silent stones. However, the unrelenting force of Egypt's truth was not so easily quelled. The quiet power of Philae's memory continued to haunt the region. The goddess Isis did not vanish, she simply shifted her quiet exterior, her attributes and her universal motherhood flowing into the iconography of the Virgin Mary. This was a masterpiece of harmony and cultural evolution. The stairway to the heavens remained open, but the steps had been renamed. The sole force of the Nile proved to be a spinning wheel that could change its shape to survive any unrelenting force of history. The providential opportunity of the Rosetta Stone's later discovery would eventually reopen the spiritual dictionary that went silent at Philae. The power of truth buried in those final, lonely inscriptions would one day be deciphered, allowing the intellectual awakening of the modern world. We realized that the silence of 535 CE was not a death, but a silent year of hibernation. The refinement of the human spirit achieved by the Egyptians was so startlingly rigid that it could wait 1,500 years for someone to find the key to its bewildering maze. Ultimately, the story of Philae is the last word in the resilience of the human soul. It reminds us that even when the machinery of state fails and the roar of the world turns against us, the integrity of the law within our hearts can sustain a quiet resistance for generations. The priests of Philae were the great souls who guarded the light until the very end, proving that the unrelenting force of memory is the only thing that can truly outlast the weight of iron.
In 641 CE, the unrelenting force of history shifted once more as the armies of Islam, led by Amr ibn al-As, crossed the eastern desert. This was more than a military conquest, it was a psychological earthquake that integrated Egypt into the burgeoning Rashidun Caliphate. The Roman military machinery that had dominated the Nile for 7 centuries collapsed, and a new organized cause began to take root. The transition was not just political, but linguistic, as the spinning wheel of communication slowly shifted from Coptic, the final evolution of the ancient tongue, toward Arabic. This era represented a definitive crossroad that fundamentally altered the nation's perspective. For the first time, Egypt was no longer looking toward the Mediterranean and Rome for its moral compass, but toward the East and the holy cities of Arabia. The traditional machinery of the Byzantine administration was dismantled, and the integrity of the law was replaced by the Sharia and the tax systems of the Caliphate. Yet this was not a satanic occupation. Many Coptic Christians initially viewed the arrival of the Arabs as a providential opportunity for a pinch of freedom from the heavy-handed religious persecution of the Byzantines. As the centuries passed, the pyramids and the great temples of the south became the ancient ruins of a forgotten era. The hieroglyphs were now a bewildering maze that even the most learned scribes could no longer navigate. The spiritual dictionary of the Pharaohs had been sealed, and the monuments became silent, weary, vigilant guardians of a past that felt increasingly alien. However, the soul force of the Egyptian people did not vanish. It simply adapted to a new laboratory of expression, blending the ancient refinement of the spirit with the vibrant theology of Islam. Despite the change in language and religion, the Egyptian spirit of self-rule persisted as a quiet, unrelenting force. The new Arab rulers quickly realized that the Nile was a power that required a delicate balance of administrative skill. To rule Egypt effectively, one could not be a distant landlord. One had to become a barrister for the Nile's irrigation and its seasonal cycles. The lifeblood of the nation, the grain, still dictated the stability of the state.
forcing the caliphs to maintain the startlingly rigid hydraulic systems that had existed since the time of the Sayyid Renaissance. Eventually, Egypt moved from being a province to becoming the heart of its own independent empires, most notably under the Fatimids. In 969 CE, the city of Cairo was founded as a stairway to the heavens for a new dynasty. Cairo was designed to be the London of the medieval world, a spinning wheel of trade, science, and philosophy. The establishment of Al-Azhar University was an intellectual awakening that mirrored the ancient glory of the Library of Alexandria, proving that the Egyptian truth force was still the world's greatest engine for collective knowledge. The Mamluk era followed, representing a masterpiece of harmony between military power and architectural beauty. The Mamluks, originally a military machinery of slave soldiers, arose to become the grand viziers of the Levant. They defended Egypt against the unrelenting force of the Mongols and the Crusaders, proving that the weight of iron in Egyptian hands was still a formidable shield. Their mosques and madrasas, with their startlingly rigid geometric patterns and soaring minarets, were the perfection of stone for a new age, asserting that Egypt's capacity for greatness remained unshakable. During this period, the social ladder underwent a radical experiment. The shift from Coptic to Arabic was not a clean break, but a slow voyage of cultural synthesis. Many ancient Egyptian customs, from the festival of Sham el-Nassim to the traditional machinery of village life, were absorbed into the Islamic fabric. This was a self-correcting culture that knew how to cooperate with new realities without losing its quiet exterior of indigenous identity. The Egyptian soul force proved to be a liquid that could fill any vessel. The refinement of the human spirit in medieval Egypt reached a pinnacle in the arts and sciences. While Europe was in a silent year of the Middle Ages, Cairo was a laboratory of medical progress, optics, and mathematics. Scholars like Ibn al-Haytham worked under the quiet power of the Egyptian sun to unlock the secrets of light, a direct stairway to the heavens from the scientific traditions of the ancient museum. Egypt was once again the spiritual dictionary for the medieval world, translating the power of truth for a new generation of seekers. Ultimately, the Islamic period taught the world that while the roar of history may change a nation's tongue, it cannot change the unrelenting force of its soil. The Nile remained the stairway to the heavens, and the people of Egypt remained barristers of a unique civilization that refused to be a mere neglected education in the archives of others. Whether in the perfection of stone in a pyramid or a minaret, the Egyptian truth force continued to aim for the eternal, proving that the spinning wheel of its destiny would never stop. As we look at the long voyage from 3100 BCE to 641 CE and beyond, we see a masterpiece of harmony across the ages. Egypt is not a tomb of forgotten era ruins. It is a living soul force that has influenced every empire it touched. From the words of the gods to the calligraphy of the Quran, the light of the Nile has remained a constant beacon for humanity. The story of Egypt is the last word in resilience, a weary, vigilant guardian of the human spirit that continues to invite us to climb its stairway to the heavens.
In 1798, the unrelenting force of the French Revolution arrived on the shores of Alexandria in the form of a young, ambitious Napoleon Bonaparte. This was not a typical military campaign focused solely on the weight of iron. It was a psychological revolution designed to strike at the heart of the British Empire's trade routes while simultaneously launching a voyage of scientific discovery. Napoleon brought with him a corps of savants, over 160 engineers, artists, and historians, marking the exact moment the silent year of Egyptian history ended. For the first time in centuries, the machinery of state was equipped with the tools of modern inquiry to investigate the bewildering maze of the past. Napoleon's arrival acted as an intellectual awakening for a Europe that had largely forgotten the depth of the Nile's legacy.
He understood that the power of truth was a more enduring conquest than the roar of the world on a battlefield. By ordering his scholars to document every temple, pylon, and inscription, he was cleaning the latrines of medieval superstition and replacing it with the integrity of the law of science. This was a masterpiece of harmony between military ambition and the refinement of the spirit, turning a war zone into a vast open-air laboratory. The campaign's most profound revelation occurred in the town of Rashid, where French soldiers uncovered a granodiorite slab that would become the providential opportunity the world desperately needed. The Rosetta Stone was the spinning wheel that would eventually reconnect the modern world with the spiritual dictionary of the Pharaohs. Napoleon immediately recognized its value, ordering copies to be made and distributed to the middle tier of European intellectuals. It was a call to action that signaled a clean break from centuries of ignorance, inviting a new generation to become barristers for a lost civilization. While the French military machinery eventually faltered against British and Ottoman forces, their cultural impact was an unrelenting force that could not be stopped. The publication of the Description de l'Égypte became the stairway to the heavens for European scholars. This massive, multi-volume work was a startlingly rigid documentation of everything from the flora of the Nile to the perfection of stone in the ruins of Thebes. It acted as the last word in scientific recording, providing a spiritual dictionary that fueled a global obsession with all things Egyptian. This sparked a psychological earthquake known as Egyptomania that consumed the world for centuries. From the marble palaces of Paris to the civic architecture of Washington, D.C., the traditional machinery of Egyptian design began to influence the moral compass of Western aesthetics. This wasn't just a trend, it was a revelation of human continuity. People sought a pinch of freedom from their own industrializing world by looking back at the unshakable faith and quiet power of a 3,000-year-old dream. Napoleon's savants were the weary, vigilant guardians of a legacy they were only beginning to understand. They spent their days in the battlefield of shadows, sketching hieroglyphs they couldn't yet read, and measuring pyramids that defied their military logic. This effort was a selfless action for the sake of history, proving that even amidst the roar of cannons, the refinement of the human spirit remains the highest pursuit. They were the architects of a new field, turning the neglected education of the past into the foundation of modern Egyptology. The campaign also forced a self-correcting phase for Egypt itself. The arrival of the French shattered the startlingly rigid rule of the Mamluks and prepared the social ladder for the rise of Muhammad Ali Pasha. This was a crossroad that led to the modernization of the Egyptian machinery of state. The Nile was no longer just a private property of an emperor or a distant farm for a caliph. It was becoming a modern nation-state once again, reclaiming its truth force in a world of rising empires. Furthermore, the Rosetta Stone served as a bridge between the silent year and the intellectual awakening led by Jean-François Champollion. The stone was a laboratory of linguistics that allowed the words of the gods to speak again. When Champollion finally deciphered the script in 1822, it was the ultimate revelation. The spinning wheel of the Egyptian mind began to turn once more. The spiritual dictionary was no longer a mystery, it was an open book, allowing humanity to walk the stairway to the heavens alongside the ancient pharaohs. Napoleon's legacy in Egypt remains a bewildering maze of imperialism and enlightenment. While he sought the weight of iron to dominate, he inadvertently unleashed the power of truth to educate. He taught the world that the soul force of a nation is its most valuable treasure, one that can be looted but never truly owned. His corps of savants proved that the integrity of the law of history is preserved by those who observe and record, not just those who conquer. Ultimately, the 1798 campaign was the first light of a new era. It reminded the world that the unrelenting force of Egypt's truth would always find a way to resurface. The spinning wheel of the Nile had been silent, but Napoleon provided the providential opportunity for it to begin its most influential rotation yet. Egypt was no longer a memory, it was a living laboratory for the human soul, a masterpiece of harmony that continues to guide our voyage towards understanding our collective past.
In 1822, the silent year of Egyptian history, a 1,500-year blackout that had rendered the Nile's monuments into mute stones, was finally shattered by a psychological revolution. Jean-François Champollion, a brilliant Frenchman with a startlingly rigid obsession with languages, achieved the impossible. He cracked the hieroglyphic code. For centuries, the West had viewed these symbols as lustful or mystical pictures representing hidden allegories. Champollion, however, realized that the Egyptian script was a laboratory of logic, functioning as a complex system that was simultaneously figurative, symbolic, and phonetic. Champollion's journey was a trial by fire against the neglected education of his era. He spent his life immersed in the spiritual dictionary of Coptic, the liturgical language of the Egyptian church, believing it was the last word in the evolution of the ancient tongue. By using the Rosetta Stone as his spinning wheel, he began to compare the Greek names of royalty, like Ptolemy and Cleopatra, with the cartouches, the oval enclosures containing royal names. He found that the symbols within were not mere traditional machinery, but distinct sounds, a revelation that turned the bewildering maze of the past into a coherent grammar. The moment of intellectual awakening occurred when Champollion analyzed an inscription from the Abu Simbel temple. He recognized the symbol for the sun, Ra, followed by a sign he knew as MS, and finally a repeating S. When he realized he was reading the name Ramses, a name that predated the Greek period, the power of truth hit him with such unrelenting force that he reportedly ran to his brother's office, shouted, "I've got it!" and fainted. He had bridged the gap of silence, proving that the ancient Egyptians were not a neglected education, but a living, breathing civilization with a clear truth force. This was the ultimate victory of the refinement of the spirit over the erosion of time. For the first time since the closing of the Temple of Philae, the Egyptians were able to speak for themselves again. Their diaries, their hymns, and their integrity of the law were no longer satanic mysteries or decorative art. They were voices reaching out from the tomb with startlingly rigid clarity. The spiritual dictionary of the Nile was reopened, allowing the world to move past the perception of truth and into the reality of the ancient mind. Champollion's work was a self-correcting phase for human history. He dismantled the traditional machinery of European scholars who had treated Egypt as a primitive or purely occult culture. By decoding the words of the gods, he provided a stairway to the heavens that led to a sophisticated understanding of ancient literature and science. He turned the machinery of Egypt back on, allowing the world to hear the quiet power of a people who had documented their lives with a masterpiece of harmony for 3 millennia. The social ladder of the ancient world was suddenly repopulated. We no longer saw only great souls like kings and queens, but the middle tier of society, the scribes, the farmers, and the weary, vigilant guardians of the granaries. Their poems about the Nile's flooding and their satyagraha-like letters to local officials became a revelation of common humanity. The spinning wheel of history was no longer stuck on the Greeks and Romans. It had returned to the very lifeblood of civilization's origins. Decoding the hieroglyphs acted as a clean break from the silent year. It allowed historians to act as barristers for the deceased, defending their legacy against the roar of the world that had dismissed them as forgotten heathens. The perfection of stone in the temples was finally matched by the perfection of understanding. This was a providential opportunity for the West to engage in a disciplined planning of a new science, Egyptology, where every scrap of paper and every chiseled wall became a spiritual dictionary for the modern world. Champollion's selfless action in the face of poverty and political turmoil proved that the power of truth is the only thing that can outlast the weight of iron.
He taught us that the unrelenting force of human curiosity is the only tool capable of navigating the bewildering maze of time. His voyage into the ancient language was a masterpiece of harmony between the past and the present, ensuring that the refinement of the human spirit achieved by the Egyptians would never again be hollowed out by ignorance. The stairway to the heavens was now open to all who wished to learn the words of the gods. The Egyptian spirit of self-rule found its final expression in the fact that their own words became the last word on their history. No longer were they a prize for conquerors to define. They were a great soul that spoke in its own spiritual dictionary. The spinning wheel of knowledge that started with the first hieroglyph and stopped at Philae was now spinning once again, fueled by the light of decipherment. Ultimately, Champollion's legacy is a constant beacon for all seekers of truth. He reminded us that the unrelenting force of a single dedicated mind can reverse the erosion of time. He proved that the soul force of a nation is its language, and by restoring that language, he restored the integrity of the law of human memory. Egypt was no longer a silent memory. It was a laboratory of the human experience, a providential opportunity for us to understand that our voyage is one continuous stairway to the heavens.
The 19th and early 20th centuries transformed the shifting sands of the Nile into the world's most significant laboratory of modern archaeology. It was an era defined by a psychological revolution where the pursuit of the past transitioned from the chaotic looting of treasure hunters to the startlingly rigid discipline of scientific excavation. Figures like Giovanni Belzoni, a man of immense physical stature, braved the weight of stone and the unrelenting force of the desert heat to haul massive statues like the younger Memnon from the sands. These early pioneers were the weary, vigilant guardians of a legacy they were only beginning to categorize, acting as the barristers for a civilization that had been buried for millennia. As archaeology evolved, the traditional machinery of crude digging was replaced by the refined spirit of meticulous recording. Sir William Matthew Flinders Petrie introduced the integrity of the law to the trenches, insisting that every scrap of paper and fragment of pottery was a providential opportunity to reconstruct the daily lives of the middle-tier Egyptians. This was a masterpiece of harmony between history and science, proving that the power of truth lay not just in gold, but in the spiritual dictionary provided by the smallest artifacts. The desert was no longer a graveyard, it was a spinning wheel of active discovery. This era reached its zenith on a trial-by-fire morning in November 1922, when Howard Carter discovered a step leading to the tomb of Tutankhamun. After years of profound loneliness and fruitless searching in the Valley of the Kings, Carter had stumbled upon the last word in royal preservation. This was a revelation that would bypass the black waters of historical obscurity. When he peered through a small hole into the antechamber and saw wonderful things, he wasn't just looking at gold, he was witnessing the unshakable faith of an empire that had successfully defied the erosion of time. The discovery was a masterclass in global theater, capturing the world's imagination with an unrelenting force that few events in history have matched. In a post-war world feeling defeated and cynical, the light of the boy king offered a stairway to the heavens. It was a providential opportunity for humanity to unite under a shared sense of wonder. The roar of the world was momentarily silenced by the quiet power of a 3,000-year-old tomb, proving that the ancient Egypt still possessed the truth force to stop the modern age in its tracks. The sight of Tutankhamun's golden death mask remains a truth so powerful it transcends every social and political barrier. Crafted with the perfection of stone and precious metals, the mask was more than a funeral ornament. It was a spiritual dictionary of the Egyptian afterlife. It represented the refinement of the soul and the divine right of the pharaoh,
serving as a bridge between the military machinery of the 18th dynasty and the intellectual awakening of the 20th century. To look upon it was to see the integrity of the law of beauty and immortality. The Egypt mania that followed was a psychological earthquake. The spinning wheel of fashion, architecture, and cinema became obsessed with the traditional machinery of the Nile. This was a revelation that the ancient was not primitive. The startlingly rigid geometry of the Art Deco movement was in many ways a self-correcting return to the aesthetics of the New Kingdom. The power of truth in Egyptian design became a constant beacon, guiding the modern voyage toward a new appreciation for the soul force of antiquity. However, the discovery also triggered a battlefield of inner conflict regarding the ownership of the past. It sparked a satyagraha-like movement for Egyptian cultural sovereignty. The middle tier of Egyptian intellectuals and the public began to demand self-rule over their own ancestors, challenging the British-trained monopoly on the integrity of the law regarding antiquities. This was a clean break from the colonial era, as the gift of the Nile began to reclaim its own truth force from the weary, vigilant Ardians of the West. Howard Carter himself lived a life of disciplined planning mixed with profound loneliness, spending a decade meticulously documenting the thousands of objects within the tomb. He realized that the selfless action of preservation was more important than the roar of the headlines. Every chariot, every spiritual dictionary of a scroll, and every piece of lustful jewelry was recorded with a startlingly rigid precision. He was the barrister for the boy king, ensuring that Tutankhamun's afterlife would be one of academic immortality rather than a neglected education in a private collection. The tomb became a laboratory for the world to study the unrelenting force of the 18th dynasty's wealth and power. It proved that the machinery of Egypt was not just a myth, but a masterpiece of harmony in logistics and art. The perfection of the stone and the integrity of the gold showed a society that functioned with an unshakable faith in the continuity of life. The discovery taught the modern world that the refinement of the spirit is a legacy that requires weary, vigilant protection against the black waters of neglect. Ultimately, the discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb remains the last word in the voyage of archaeology. It reminds us that the power of truth can stay buried for millennia and still emerge with its truth force intact. Egypt is not a memory, but a stairway to the heavens that continues to invite us to refine our spirit. The spinning wheel of Egypt's history continues to turn, proving that as long as we seek the words of the gods, the ancient will always remain a revelation for the future.
Today, Egypt stands as a nation caught in a delicate balance between the monumental gravity of its glorious past and the unrelenting force of its complex future. Walking the streets of Cairo, one feels the roar of the world, a cacophony of modern ambition, political inner conflict, and the struggle for self-rule in a globalized economy. Yet, beneath this restless surface, the Egyptian people remain anchored by a quiet, unrelenting force. They are the weary, vigilant guardians of a 5,000-year-old narrative, possessing an unshakable faith that their civilization can weather any modern trial by fire, just as it survived the black waters of antiquity. The modern Egyptian state has realized that its machinery of power is inextricably linked to its cultural integrity of the law. The construction of the Grand Egyptian Museum, GEM, near the Giza Plateau, is not merely a tourist project. It is a radical experiment in national identity and a masterpiece of harmony. Standing as the largest archaeological museum in the world, the gem serves as a stairway to the heavens, where the perfection of stone meets the military machinery of modern logistics. It is a conscious choice by the nation to act as a barrister for its own ancestors, ensuring that the words of the gods are housed in a structure that reflects their eternal truth force.
These efforts to preserve and celebrate the monuments are acts of communal service for the entire human race. Egypt has transitioned from being a providential opportunity for foreign looters to a global laboratory of heritage. When the middle tier of Egyptian scientists and conservators work to stabilize a 4,000-year-old papyrus or restore the lustful gold of a sarcophagus, they are performing a selfless action that benefits all of humanity. They recognize that Egypt is no longer just a country. It is a spiritual dictionary that defines the very origins of the human voyage. The spinning wheel of Egypt's history continues to influence the moral compass of the modern world. In times of profound loneliness or global chaos, people still look to the pyramids and the Sphinx as symbols of startlingly rigid stability. These monuments remind us that we are capable of creating things that outlast time itself. They are a revelation that human soul force can overcome the erosion of time and the weight of iron. To stand before the Great Pyramid is to experience an intellectual awakening that humbles the roar of cannons and the petty palace intrigues of contemporary politics. The social ladder of modern Egypt is still deeply connected to the Nile, the lifeblood that remains the nation's constant beacon. Despite the rising empires of technology and industry, the traditional machinery of the river's flow dictates the stability of the state. The quiet power of the Egyptian farmer, the fellah, working the same soil as his ancestors under the Ptolemies or the Pharaohs, is a truth force that modern military machinery cannot easily displace. This continuity of life is the last word in Egypt's resilience, proving that the refinement of the spirit is rooted in the land. Egypt serves as a laboratory for the integration of the law between ancient heritage and modern Islamic and Coptic identities. This masterpiece of harmony is visible in the political theater of the Pharaohs' Golden Parade, where 22 mummies were transported through Cairo with startlingly rigid state honors. This event was a revelation to the world, showing a nation that has cooperated with its ancient great souls to build a sense of modern family prestige. It proved that the spiritual dictionary of the past is a living document, not a neglected education in a dusty archive. The roar of cannons has indeed returned to Egypt's streets in recent decades during periods of revolutionary inner conflict. Yet during the most turbulent moments, a satyagraha-like spirit emerged among the citizens. When the Egyptian Museum in Tahrir Square was threatened by looters, ordinary people formed a human chain, a quiet, unrelenting force of communal service to protect their truth force. This act was a revelation of the individual soul's power to defy the machinery of war and the black waters of anarchy, choosing instead to be weary, vigilant guardians of their collective light. As a global spiritual dictionary, Egypt provides a stairway to the heavens for every person seeking to understand the refinement of the human spirit. Whether it is a student in London studying the Septuagint or a scientist in Tokyo analyzing the astronomical genius of the temples, Egypt remains a constant beacon of what the human mind can achieve. It teaches a self-correcting lesson to modern civilization, that the weight of stone and the power of truth will always outlive the roar of temporary empires. We are all, in a sense, middle-tier students of the Nile's neglected education. The future of Egypt is a voyage into a bewildering maze of environmental and geopolitical challenges. Yet the nation's unshakable faith is its greatest military machinery. The integrity of the law that governs the Nile and the disciplined planning of its preservation efforts suggests that the spinning wheel of Egyptian greatness is far from stopping. Egypt is the barrister for the antiquity of the human race, a weary, vigilant reminder that our soul force is our only true defense against the erosion of time.
Ultimately, Egypt remains the last word on human endurance. It is a laboratory where the world can witness the masterpiece of harmony between the ancient and the now. As long as the light of the Pharaohs and the truth force of the Rosetta Stone continue to inspire, the spiritual dictionary of the Nile will remain open. Egypt is a lesson in the power of the soul to defy the machinery of war and the black waters of ignorance, proving that the stairway to the heavens is always there for those with the unshakable faith to climb it.
As we reflect upon the vast 5,000-year expanse of Egyptian history, we come to a profound revelation. Ancient Egypt never truly died. Its truth force did not evaporate into the black waters of the past. Rather, it became the very lifeblood of the modern world. We see its stairway to the heavens in the soaring skyscrapers of our cities and its disciplined planning in the 365-day solar calendar that governs our lives. Every time we seek integrity of the law or balance in our judicial systems, we're leafing through the spiritual dictionary written by the scribes of the Old Kingdom. The parallel between the civilization of the Nile and the Satyagraha movements of the modern era is a masterpiece of harmony. The story of the man who led a revolution with a spinning wheel, Mahatma Gandhi, and the story of the civilization that rose from the Nile mud are essentially the same. Both teach us that the most formidable power in the world is not the weight of iron or the roar of cannons, but the quiet, unrelenting force of a people who possess a startlingly rigid sense of identity. They prove that a refined spirit is more durable than any machinery of war. At the heart of this endurance is Ma'at, the Egyptian concept of truth, balance, and cosmic order. Ma'at was the moral compass that guided the pharaohs and the peasants alike, a truth force that asserted that the universe has an inherent integrity of the law. This was the spinning wheel of the ancient mind. It was the belief that by living in harmony with the natural and divine order, one could build a foundation that would survive the horizon of eternity. It was the ultimate self-correcting philosophy designed to withstand the erosion of time. This soul force allowed Egypt to survive its own silent years of foreign occupation and internal battlefields of shadows. Whether ruled by Macedonians, Romans, or caliphs, the traditional machinery of the Egyptian spirit remained weary, vigilant guardians of its own light. The people knew who they were, and that unshakable faith acted as a constant beacon that navigated them through the bewildering maze of shifting empires. It is a lesson in the refinement of the soul that transcends the lustful pursuit of temporary power. Our modern architecture, with its obsession with the perfection of stone and verticality, is a revelation of our continued desire to touch the sky, a legacy passed down from the pyramid builders. Our myths of resurrection and the afterlife of the soul are spiritual dictionaries first composed in the laboratories of the Nile temples. Egypt provided the middle tier of human thought that bridged the gap between the primal roar of the world and the intellectual awakening of organized philosophy and religion. The voyage of Egyptian thought into the Western conscience was a providential opportunity for humanity to gentlemanize its understanding of justice. The scales of Ma'at are the direct ancestors of the scales of justice found in our courtrooms today. This integrity of the law suggests that the power of truth is not a human invention, but a divine discovery. Egypt taught us that for a civilization to last, it must be more than a military machinery. It must be an organized cause for the sake of the spirit. Even the neglected education of our era, our struggle to find balance in an age of cannons and iron, finds its remedy in the quiet power of the Nile. The desert fathers and the priests of Philae were the Satyagrahis of their time, proving that a pinch of freedom in the spirit is worth more than the weight of stone in a palace.
They remind us that selfless action for the preservation of knowledge and faith is the only masterpiece of harmony that can truly protect us from the black waters of nihilism. The spinning wheel of Egyptian history continues to turn in the Grand Egyptian Museum and in every archaeological laboratory across the globe. We are still cleaning the latrines of our misconceptions, realizing that the words of the gods were never meant to be satanic secrets, but a stairway to the heavens for all mankind. This is the truth force of history, that the light of one ancient civilization can illuminate the moral dictionary of all future generations. Egypt stands as the last word on the capability of the human soul to defy the erosion of time. It is a revelation that we are not merely captives of our biology or our geography, but architects of the eternal. The perfection of stone in the pyramids is merely a physical mirror of the perfection of resolve found in the human heart. It is a reminder that while the roar of cannons may change the map, only the soul force of a people can change the world's conscience. Ultimately, the eternal echo of ancient Egypt is a call to disciplined planning for our own collective future. It teaches us that Ma'at, truth and balance, is the only foundation that can survive the horizon of eternity. As we look back across those 5,000 years, we find not a tomb, but a spinning wheel of inspiration. We realize that the voyage of the Nile is our own voyage, and that the quiet, unrelenting force of truth is the only power that will ever truly set us free.
As the spinning wheel of this 5,000-year odyssey finally slows, we find ourselves at the edge of the black waters, not in fear, but in the profound peace of understanding. The truth force of the Nile has shown us that while the weight of iron and the roar of cannons may dominate the headlines of history, they are merely fleeting shadows compared to the perfection of stone and the integrity of the soul. You have traveled from the first stairway to the heavens at Saqqara to the final, quiet resistance at Philae, witnessing how a single spiritual dictionary could guide humanity through the bewildering maze of time. The unrelenting force of Egypt's legacy now rests within your own moral compass. Like the Desert Fathers seeking the quiet power of the wilderness, you can now retreat into the refinement of the spirit that comes from knowing our collective origins. The words of the gods are no longer a neglected education, but a constant beacon that illuminates the afterlife of ideas. As you prepare for the silent year of sleep, remember that Ma'at, the eternal balance, is the foundation upon which your dreams are built. The voyage of the sun god Ra through the night is mirrored in your own rest, a self-correcting journey toward a new dawn. The stairway to the heavens is now yours to climb in the quiet of the night. Sleep with the unshakable faith that the light of Alexandria and the soul force of the Pharaohs remain weary, vigilant guardians of our shared history. You have reached the last word of this story, finding a masterpiece of harmony in the realization that the ancient past is never truly gone. It is simply the quiet, unrelenting force that supports the present.